honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty.
Yes, good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Um, Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Big thanks to all of you who joined us, personal and virtual, for our protest conference, we call it, in Canada last week. Also, thanks to those who made a contribution to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Much, much, much appreciated. The event was well attended, and speaking for myself and on behalf of the group, we salute the outpouring of love and affection and look forward to visiting lovely, lovely Canada very, very soon. By the way, don't forget the protest, the New York protest on Friday, August 30th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can't miss that. You simply cannot miss it. It's the second go around in New York. And we're looking forward to a large gathering out there. And we're going to raise our voices as we've done in Canada, in Miami, in DC, and in New York. I see our brother. We can't call him no chicken man no more, no call him man, you know, chicken business. Him have to go start eat steak now, you know. But I guess most of Rasta not eat cow. Rasta eat chicken. But anyway, I have a quick intro here. Join me tonight at midnight on Reggae Global Radio and relax with the Rebel. Tonight, we're gonna play a selection of vintage / foundation reggae, and you're gonna dance, sing along, and reminisce. If you love Ken Booth, Derek Harriott, The Techniques, John Holt, Phyllis Dillon, Alton Ellis, the Heptones, Bob Andy, etc., then tonight is your night. Again, big up everybody. We'll send out special greetings and prayers for all of those who who are experiencing ill health. People like Mama Eileen, bless up yourself. Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond, Joanna, Paul, Sasidiva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob, Bonnie Jump, Mr. Baxter, and Fittest, the hardest dread. Bless up yourself, my brethren. Get well soon. Um, Tomorrow, check out Waterhouse Vibes at 4 p.m. on YouTube, which is 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Win Lonesome's Town Hall meeting tomorrow night at 7, which is 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And as always, you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and a host of others on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. And don't forget, Mr. Isat Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters. And that is so appropriate for us in these times. He'll be on well, he's always on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. And that's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Kevin, where you there? Due to a scheduled engagement, Kevin we won't be on his show tonight, but he's in the background. He's working with us. He's going to give us some time, and then he has to run off because he has a prior engagement, a scheduled prior engagement. That sounds like the same thing, Kevin, scheduled and prior. But anyway, he might have something we planned already before this, so he might have to take care of that. And so I'll give you some time, and then he might have to leave. But please remember that DJ Kevin Stew is on every Saturday from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. You're going to hear a lot of things today, and the opinions you hear, they're from the individual presenters only, and they're neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio nor the host. Before we bring in Isat, let me just say our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Southern Jamaica, particularly Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, who are still suffering in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. And I notice we don't see much about assistance being rendered to those folks. And I just want them to know that our prayers and thoughts are with you, and whatever we can do, we will. And finally, people, send your donations, send your gifts, send your supplies, whatever it is, send them directly to your family members or to a certified charitable organization. But please, 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 please do not send them under any circumstances to the government of Jamaica, because you know what's going to happen. All right, let me bring in my brethren. Senior. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Greetings.
Yes. Isat, as most of you know, Isat is, based on his performance, is not just one, it's several. I mean, him don't talk much about him cases and him successes. And make him actions do all of the talking. But there have been several cases recently he's worked on very, very successfully, and I'm just not mention them. But most of you, all of you, know about the case this week. But we won't talk about that because it's been ventilated thoroughly in the media. We have something else that he's going to talk about, and that has to do with the Maroons. But before we do that, I'd just like you to know that we started trying to spruce up the program because, the only thing constant in life is change. So we decided to make some changes, and you're going to see some of them today. They may not go as planned because it's technology, but bear with us. Growing pains, and we're trying to do this with you in mind, and also me, because it will make my job a bit easier, to make Kevin's job a bit easier, and then we have a group of producers. I won't name them because I don't think they want them names to be known, but they're working tirelessly trying to improve everything that we do, the product, how we can package it and send it to everyone. Also, they're disciplinarians, and so they're strict on time and content. They don't want people, going where they shouldn't go, or straying too far from the guardrails. So, having said that, let me show you a little bit of what we. Come on, give me all that program thing, segment thing. But here we go. Let me throw it up there, I said. Boom, there we go. Reason with Rattigan. And give me a title to Attorney at Law, FBI Supervisor Special Agent. Right? There we we go. Open the cancel the agenda. The agenda for today: violation of Indigenous people's rights. That's what we're going to talk about in a few. Then we're going to have a roundtable discussion with some FBI agents, retired, I must say. We're going to talk about the updated travel advisory, and we're going to have Dr. Ben on to talk about Indigenous Caribbean medicine. We also have a lady. We'll have a lady on, Lisa White. Her son was, I don't know if I should say murdered, but her son died, and she's having a whole bunch of difficulties with the authorities in Jamaica. So she's going to come on later on in the program and talk about that. We also have a little edutainment type break around the 6-7 o'clock hour, where we'll either have, today we're going to have like an excerpt from a live concert, but we'll have either that or we'll have some poetry reading or some speeches made by other people, and it gives you a chance to break up. It breaks up everything, and it also gives you a chance, if you're not interested in that, to take a break, a food break, bathroom break, whatever. So that's where we are. Yes, our panelists, Isat Buchanan, Esquire, and we have Herb Nelson. I don't see Herb yet. I don't know if he'll join us, but chances are he will. As you know, he's probably taking care of some medical thing with his spouse. All right, African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that's what we're about here. We're about going far, not going fast. And sometimes you'll find that things will just take some time before we can actually get into it. And it may look like we're proceeding at snail's pace, but believe me, there's a method to our speed or lack thereof, because we want to go far, and we're going far because we're going together. You may just want to keep this in mind, because you'll see it. You'll see it in the weeks to come. You'll see it again and again and again and again. And let me repeat: if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We're involved in a marathon, not a sprint, and so we have to go together. All right. All right. Here, some of the house rules. We need you to be an active listener, right? This is not about entertainment. It's about educating, and it's a two-way street, because we're learning from you, you're learning from us. So we have to be active listeners. We have to use our time effectively, and that's why I told you that the producers, they're sticklers for time, and they're saying, look, and then give me my program lineup and timing and everything. Yeah. So we have to follow this. Whenever you call, please make sure you get straight to the point. If we open when we open the phone lines, just get straight to the call. Be present. Again, that's being attentive, to understand what's going on. If you're here, please give us the time and attention. Don't come and then your mind is elsewhere or whatever. Although you can go back and look at the program. But if you're here, if you're going to make the time and be here, then be present. Speak to contribute from a constructive standpoint. And that goes from me, you, the guests, everybody. We're going to be constructive in the way we approach these issues. Of course, we'll have some laughter along the way. But we have to make it constructive. Celebrate others' contributions. Yes, we have to do that. We have to recognize each other. And at the same time, too, the point before that, you can constructively criticize, but the insult and, the vituperation and all of these things, we don't need that. And last, and certainly not least, enjoy the experience. When you come around here, we want you to walk away feeling that you've spent your time wisely. Not that, you come and there's a whole bunch of kick up and this and ray, and you don't really learn anything. And then tomorrow you just forget, and then you move on to the next drama. No, we're not about that. So there it is, folks, the engagement norms. Please pay attention and participate. Let me see. All right. violation of Indigenous people's rights. Today we're going to have on Abu Tafari Zion L, who's the ambassador plenipotentiary to the office of the chief of their compound, Maroons, but he's coming on later on when we start talking about emancipation. And I'm sure most of you have heard that title before, plenipotentiary, because there's a gentleman who's affiliated with the government who has this title or had this title. So there we go. Now I have to come off of this. Now, Kevin, help me out here. I have to come off and find a video that we're going to deal with for the Maroons. So stay with me. Okay. Oh, before we do that, before we play that, play this one. I'm going to play this one first. Let me come out of this, Kevin. We have lots of problems with the government. Everybody knows that. And there have been attempts to break the impasse. And we have been rebuffed every step of the way. So we don't know how we and them are going to work it out. Here's our message.
But someone will have to pay for the innocent blood that they shed every day. Oh, children, mark my words, is what the Bible says. Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
We don't know.
No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
No, we don't know.
We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
Maybe there's no working out. That was Mitchell Brunings and the Rough Rider, representatives from the Rough Rider band. And you'll hear more from them later on. I think this is...
The world is filled with way too many bright people for us to still have the problems that we have in the world. It's going to be our shame, you know what I mean, that we don't sit together and create people who invest with thought and consideration and care to solve the world's problems. If we can do all these things that we do digitally, technologically, economically, we can feed people, we can educate people through poverty. We can solve the problems of poverty. Poverty isn't even something that should exist in this world at this point, because we have wealth, we have intellect, we have the ability to develop and design and create whatever we want to. The question is do we want to? That's what we have to ask ourselves.
Do we want to? We don't know how we animal work it out, but the next we are pull up. Here's a pull up.
But someone will have to pay for the innocent blood that they shed every day. Oh, children, mark my words, is what the Bible says. Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
We don't know.
No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
No, we don't know.
We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
Don't know how we and them are going to work it out, but we'll see. Let me just pull up this video, yeah, and see it, yeah. Where is it? Okay, here we go.
Take away my land. What am I going to do?
Because we are in this rural side, we are nobody to them. They don't see this community. We need someone to stand up with us to fight.
We just say we are trying to stop it, and we can't stop it.
Me and you can't stop it. The whole nation need to come together, defend your rights. We have the national pledge. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty. Any beauty that you got, we need to give.
We have to find back some of the Maroon spirit. We need to fight for our community, our rights, because we know we have rights.
In Canada recently, my wife and I were deeply touched to meet many of those engaged in the ongoing process of reconciliation. Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples reflecting honestly and openly on one of the darkest aspects of history. As challenging as that conversation can be, people across Canada are approaching it with courage and unwavering commitment.
The committee would like to ask the State Party about the status of the Maroon Treaty of 1738, as well as on the measures adopted by the State Party to engage in constructive dialogue with different stakeholders about this treaty, including with Maroon community, which allege that the State Party has unlawfully annexed ancestral lands of the Maroons, whose ownership is embedded in this treaty, without due process in violation of this treaty. According to the information received by the committee in December 2021, the government of Jamaica issued a directive to all ministries, departments, and agencies prohibiting the allocation of funds to the area of Akompong. The committee has also been informed that the Parliament and the government of Jamaica recognizes the elected authority of the Akompong Maroons every 5 years.
There is no other sovereign authority in Jamaica other than the government of Jamaica. Not 1 inch of Jamaica will come under any other sovereign authority.
Celebrate 282 years of recognition of the Maroons as a sovereign community. In my first 2 visits to Akompong, I spoke about the human desire that is universal to live in freedom and the importance of honoring peace agreements. This is as true today as it was at the time of Captain Kojo.
All right, folks, that was our little tribute to the Maroon community and their struggle, their challenges, with the Jamaican government. And I just noticed that it seems as if we've never had this enmity between the Maroons and the government of Jamaica. At least not in my lifetime. I don't think I've ever seen it the way it is right now. It is bad, and it's getting progressively worse. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that, and you heard it from the British High Commissioner, former British High Commissioner, because he went back, that the Maroons, they are sovereign. He used that word, sovereign. And this is a man who at least at that time represented the people with whom the Maroons signed the Treaty of 1738. Anyway, let me bring in Isat. Isat, welcome.
Greetings.
Congrats on your outstanding work, sir, in the legal system. No, I trust that you believe it even more. We can't argue with you no more, cause
about the system working.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I hate to say, so I told you so. You soon have standing, so you too will join the chant that the legal system works.
All right, sir. God willing. Tell us about your affiliation with the Maroons and what's going on there, and how do you see this thing? How do you see it being resolved?
So the first, my relationship with the Maroons. I recognize the Maroons. I may not be authority to say that they are indigenous. I don't think that is a question. One thing that cannot be disputed is that the Maroons were here before Jamaica even gained its independence. What has happened is the Jamaica stopped teaching civics, so we no longer remember that. Way before, people were talking about prime ministers and parliament and all of that. Nanny was running around catching bullets in her derriere, and that's what made her famous folktale, and she's a national hero. So it goes without saying, one of our national heroes, the only female at that, is a Maroon. But one wonders how it is that that history, that heritage is being ignored and certainly being minimized. We must get to a place where inclusion is so important that we have to, a part of respecting our heritage is respecting our history. We also have to appreciate that it cannot be that the king, England, Europe, the world at large recognizes the contribution of the Maroons, certainly Maroons as it relates to the historical context and its relationship with the British. So that one understands that the crown cannot give what they do not have to the people that they left behind, which is now those who are in Jamaica that are not Maroons and are walking around as subjects of the king. So if one asks what my relationship is, I'm going to tell you I am Maroon, because I don't want to just be a regular. Understand? I just leave it at that. So in terms of what I will say though is the media can be unkind. Optics is everything. And when we see videos and it has title, it's titled and it paints a narrative, it can create what I think is war, strife, misconception, improper context, and because of that, many wars have started. One significant one would have been the war in Iraq. Somebody just got up and said weapons of mass destruction was there, and then they went in, and even if it wasn't, you can't undo the mistake and the mischief. So there was an unfortunate narrative where they said the chief was wanted. It was a lie. It was a ploy to assassinate the character, which is it is something conventional in this region where they just say you're a bad person and everybody begins to believe. They say you don't have no sense and everybody believe. And they try to use that to bully the narrative. But facts are something. So people, we have to know our facts. We have to be in a situation to be able to critically assess the situation and come to an understanding, or come within the knowledge of what the central or seminal issues are. When we identify the issues, it is only then we can start to resolve it. For instance, starting with the history, there is a 1738 treaty. And if you know who Kodjo is, or if you don't know, you can start by Wikipedia, start by Googling, and you get a sense of it. And then you look into what the treaty says. And if you read the treaty, assess the treaty, one thing is certain is that there is land that the Maroons own. Several prime ministers before the current prime minister of Jamaica and the governments therein, they've always respected the lines, the boundaries, the demarcations. The Maroons don't pay taxes. Their lands don't form a part of that which is down at national land agencies for what is known as crown lands. So we do know that there is Maroon land and there is crown land. And it simply means that there's no issue where that is concerned. Where conflict always arises is where the boundaries are and who owns what and who is to do what. What I will say is that respectfully, one ought not to paint a narrative that people if we start with Quick Step, that they're stealing or committing crimes, because that would certainly be inaccurate, respectfully, until one can prove that, and I think one can decide what the boundaries are and who is doing what. It would be irresponsible to say that. So we have to try not to make ordinary citizens and ordinary people indigenous or not, and turning them into criminals by painting false narratives. So in terms of that, at this stage, it is to educate the masses as to what the situation is, how do we identify the seminal issues, and then and only then can we resolve it. Some of the unfortunate situation is that the government would have spent millions of dollars paying people who, some competent and some just who sits on a committee because they have friends, and they had no consideration as to who whether we should include the Maroons as indigenous, or whether we should make provisions for indigenous people, whether how do we protect the rights of people who were here before us, even if we don't want to call them indigenous. The constitutional committee, they never considered that, and lo and behold, we're still having these conflicts, or we're having these issues where it seems like when you hear the Chief Curry says he's defending and protecting his rights, is no different from when people are on lands which, according, if you're uptown, you say they're squatting on, but in the law says lands that you adversely possess, you have a right to it. The case is called recreational holding. But if you listen to the narratives in the media, they call people squatters even when they have the rights, and they once they paint that narrative, people look down on them. So I'm just using that to say that we need to have a little bit more civilized approach. We should refrain from using government badness and state resources to certainly just paint the wrong pictures. Now, without all the facts, what I can say, somebody said no Maroon at the table, the head of the table, no constitutional reform. That's Loxley. All right, so but yeah, so the important thing is also not to villainize the government without knowing the full issues. What I can say is that two narratives went out, and it's very embarrassing in the Jamaican space, because 1 minute the chief is wanted. There were talks about kidnap. There were thoughts about this, like who goes in, and when dealing with that, one has to be very careful as to how we start to paint the narrative, because whether you're a Maroon or not a Maroon, the issue at present was that of lumber, very expensive lumber. So the wood where them take up, well, heap of wood up there in a bush, wood in a bush, and them it's not marked, it's not identifiable. it's not traceable. And both the Maroons and the government, the forestry department, by agreement, they have a particular stamp. So if a tree is cut down, and ordinary Jamaicans need to know this, you know, when a tree is cut down, it is state resources. It is either resources for the Maroons, it's either resources for the state. But either way, by whatever agreement, once it is down, it is income. So piece of wood, income, mahogany at that. So can you imagine the fight over mahogany wood that values 15, 20, probably $40 million worth of wood? I won't if I would that, you know, believe me. I won't leave. So when you see the government take the whole of the states of resources for go fight over wood, them love wood. So them go up there, Rattigan laughing. Yeah. So it's not surprising that they with the forestry department would get the JCF to go fight over wood. So they take it, but then the issue now is this: where did it go, since nobody don't know who are the owner for the wood? Right now, no name on it. And when it sell, this person says hardwood. Anyway, when it's sold, who gets it? Because the head of the forest department said, yeah, well, what we're going to do is we're going to build some furniture, and, you know, the hurricane just passed, so we're going to fix up stations and school and thing, and we're going to use up the hood, man, because I am from the forestry department. Me know what to do with hood. I don't know. That's what he said. You can go check for yourself. Anyway, what is important is who gets the money, and if you're going to use it, whether it's the state using it or not. The auditor general, you know, when she write those reports, that's it. Watch it and I mark my words. I bet in the forestry department gonna get in trouble for not accounting for millions of dollars worth of wood. And when the auditor general come and say, yeah, the wood is missing, and they can't account for it, it's gonna be a different conversation, and then everybody's gonna say the integrity commission, this and that. But there were stamps. It should be stamped, and as a matter of principle, Chief Curry was right. The issue is not just about taking the wood, it's about stamping it, accounting for it, because it's millions of dollars. So these are the conversations that we're supposed to have. And in the past, the wood has been extracted and not accounted for, turn up missing, and it just goes away like that. So now, this is an interesting area that I think is a matter of public interest, because if we are to protect our history, if we are not to offend Nani as one of our national heroes, and if you are a fighter, and if you know your ancestry, it's important that those before us and those after us respect our heritage, respect our history, and give effect to it, just like the international community. America, the king himself right now recognizes the Maroons as indigenous to this region. And what is left to say is, who do you think you are to try to exclude and try in the name of taking land? And it's so ironic, you know. Can you imagine you're not a Maroon, you know, come from nowhere. 1 minute you live in an NHT house, the next minute you say you're living at this, and you use a ghetto youth and a ghetto woman, and you rise up, and all of a sudden you have the whole of Red Hills, land for days, nobody now war your feet, nobody don't ask you how you get it, you don't have to account to it, but you want to take from people. We have to be really realistic, because that's war about land. Look what's happening in Israel. When I say Israel, I mean Gaza, Palestine, the war between Israel and the Palestine, Hamas and all of that. It's about land. So we cannot disenfranchise people and think it's okay. And for those reasons, it's something that we ought to look at. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, I'm not asking for funding, but I'm saying it's something as an organization we ought to watch closely, because ironically, I just learned yesterday, and I'm letting you know that the finance minister is now running as the MP for that constituency. So one quick step, not just the JCF and all of the state resources going up there to show a presence like a war, but they also brought the man with the purse, the big Louis Vuitton Versace handbag, him one, have him purse and him Wrigley's and him government, whatever you put in the purse, all the money. The man who control the money and sign the checks is now the MP for Northwest St. Elizabeth, which is Maroon Town. And that's that. These are just things to watch. So when you ask me what's my interest, I'm just always concerned for the rights of the people and the Constitution, whether you want to say indigenous or not. Once you step foot on Jamaica, in Jamaica, you have constitutional rights as a human being, and when it is being violated, it ought to be protected. Because just like how they can go into quick step and call curfew, call people criminals, open investigations, once they can do that to them, they can do it to you. And there's many other things that we have to think about. And so that's what's on my mind now for that. And that is something that has to be resolved. And I can tell you, as I speak for people who need representation, I have no problem to say to you that whenever I speak out for people, I'm an ambassador to that cause. So for those reasons, it would be my interest to say I'm an ambassador for the Maroons, to speak up for their cause, because it's people who don't understand the wealth that they sit on because you can't cash in land. But it's a form of asset that needs to be protected. Because when you're not on a land, you're not on nothing. And when you have land and they can't allow you to use it, they keep you impoverished and oppressed. So kudos to Chief Curry and those who are standing up and fighting because it is within their rights. And the people of Jamaica, remember, government serve you. So they're to have conversations and seek permission from you as to the wars they want to fight. But big up to the Jamaica Labour Party and how they chop the line and get funds from Haiti, and then they never send the soldier them. So we have not lost anything. And I encourage them and implore them to continue. They should try to get some money from Japan, China, Ukraine, Russia, choppy line, and make we get some free money. But spend some of it on the people. And that's my presentation for now.
Let me welcome Herb Nelson. To live on the brethren in the back. Go and sit tight, Billy.
Good afternoon to everyone in the chat. Isat, Will, and Isat, I must congratulate you on finally get your man freed.
Oh, no. Why for that? Yeah. Him is not my man. You better the internet kill me. It's my client.
Well, what can I tell you? But the bottom line is this. You have a dead man. A matter of fact, you had over about 1,400 of them died the year he died, and nobody is accountable. But and that's the bottom line.
Yeah,
and hopefully, he will say or do something for the family, for his family. I hope that happens. To show, what can I say? Show he's a bigger man than what they accuse him of. So
I would say respectfully, I wish the government had taken all the resources that they wasted to fly up and down in England and do nothing. They could have
I fully agree. Right?
Let me jump in here. Herb, and ask Isat. Isat, I saw an interview recently where former Prime Minister Bruce Golding was interviewing Chief Curry.
Mm-hmm.
And they were discussing the Treaty of 1738.
Yes.
Sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not sovereignty was granted through that document.
Mm-hmm.
The chief maintained his position that yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the former Prime Minister seemed to indicate, I don't know if he was playing devil's advocate, but he seemed to indicate otherwise. Give me your best argument as to why you think that 1738 document conferred sovereignty and independence upon the Maroons.
All right, so there it. I don't even, if you read it, and we should have it. We should have this discussion at another time in terms of going through the treaty. What is clear is no disrespect to the former prime minister, but and he's a very, very intelligent. If our man who is not a lawyer, he does it way. He interprets law much better than many persons in terms of that. So his legislative capability and his ability to interpret is far beyond. So nothing I say is an attack on our former prime minister, because, you know, as a man will stand up and say nothing in a theme cabinet. So if him say no sovereignty, that's his personal decision that he doesn't agree with that. But just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that that's not what it is. And that's the thing about trying to bully people, because you saying you don't recognize me. There was a time in America they never recognized black people as human beings. It doesn't mean they're not. There's a time when we did where there's no recognition. Women shouldn't work. Women shouldn't be a part of this. Because people don't recognize you, it doesn't mean that your existence isn't true. Now, when Kojo and Nani, and I know I'm hilarious, but Nani used to catch bullets with her derriere. Yeah, I'm using a nice thing. So the man them couldn't understand. She was very seductive, and the white man them could have barely walk up a Sligoville and go through the bush them. And Nanny with her trunk foot them looking like Tina Clayton and all of the girl them over track and field right now. I hope she wins the 100-meter because she's our last hope. But anyway, without that, she would beat them up. And Kojo, they conquered. The British was never able to conquer all of Jamaica. In fact, after the British took Jamaica from the Spanish, yes, they had a warm time getting the Negroes in this country, in particular the Maroons. The Maroons were fearless and decided they were taking Jamaica. And if you see, when you can't beat them, you have to do the next thing, which is join them. And so that 1738 treaty made it clear, and this is what the conversation said. Listen, we're going to have to live here, and if we're going to be able to be progressive in this space, we have to share the space. And Kojo said, what you talk about? And they said, lands from here and there, it is yours. We can't touch it. You do what you want with it. You can govern it, you can rule, you can make your law, you can make a constitution. We won't even touch you. We can't say nothing, and we have mutual agreement, and we do what is called mutual assistance between the two parties. So it means if people come in your territory, we're not going to go up there, but you can bring them back. And the Maroons were there, and they would help and assist them with other slaves who were runaway slaves. This is not a secret, which is why some of the more docile and passive Jamaicans be like, oh, the Maroons sell well. No, you're just docile and you couldn't stand up for yourself. And they give you a shot, and you wasn't smart enough to become a Maroon. And you still can. It's never too late. Make an application today to become a Maroon. But anyway, let me stop. But because of that, what the treaty pretty much would have done was to set out boundaries and markers right up to the sea. Right up from the cockpit country coming right down. If we were to draw a particular access port, the port for the state of Maroon would be right in the heart of, whether it be Trelawney or Montego Bay, they would have a port. You see what I'm getting at? Yes. And so if you look at European countries, there are many countries that don't have any seaport access. But because of the same type of mutual assistance, the state has access, and their borders allow them to have port access. So the seas and the nautical miles are shared between themselves and the states. And even now, we outside of Europe, we go and we get what is known as a Schengen visa. The reason why you get the Schengen visa is once you enter Belgium and you start to drive, you might go through Germany, all of the places, France, Amsterdam, all of it. Going around, you can get everywhere. Sweden, You can drive. And some of those places don't have a coastline because they're surrounded by the borders of other European states. So these things are, the thing about it is just the independence of the people. And the Maroons have always been separate, and that's what we always act like a them people they up there so. And you go into Maroon town and they don't pay taxes, they don't do anything, they're not even under Jamaican law. That's the funny thing about it. So at the end of the day, the question of sovereignty is something for a later date, but in my mind it is there. Do we need to address that right now? Not for the issues that are before us, which is the issue of land. Doesn't matter if they're sovereign or not. It is whether or not the lands that they're on belongs to them and how you should go about accessing it and the rights that come with it. And that's the end of that. So I don't agree with the former Prime Minister. I certainly don't agree with the approach that the current Prime Minister is taking. And I hope that when Mr. Mark Golding becomes the next Prime Minister, that he takes a different approach and be consistent with what the King is doing, what Europe and the UNICEF and UNESCO and what the United States Congress would have done in recognition of what the Maroons stand for as indigenous and as important to the heritage of Jamaica. Look at, we are at the Olympics right now, and all of the one them are run up and down. I promise you, they are Maroons.
All right. Well, let me stop it. Let me stop it right there. So, Herb, you have anything to add before I bring on Amanda and Billy?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Isat specifically about the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Are you aware of them, Isat?
Yes, I'm aware of them.
And they recognize several key rights for the Samaka Maroons in Suriname in its landmark 2007 ruling.
I'm aware of it as well.
Now, why is Chief Curry not following their playbook? Or do you know if he is in fact following their playbook?
But you're asking me to reveal Chief Curry's playbook. I have no instructions to do so. But what you should be asking is why the Prime Minister don't see, or why he don't ask people like people in the Minister of Constitutional Affairs and all of the bright people around him, that if it happens like that in Suriname, what's to stop it from happening like that in Jamaica? Aren't those the obvious questions to be asked?
Sure.
Exactly.
Look, it is obvious because the very same thing that Chief Curry is alleging is what those Maroons allege. And the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is at the Organization of American States level. That means all of Western Hemisphere has this involvement in which they can make a ruling to effect the law that govern Chief Curry and the rest of the Maroons in the other regions as well. And they have a right to be there and have a right to protect their lands and protect themselves from all the poisonings of the bauxite and everything else that a corrupt government is making them endure. So I'm just surprised he hasn't said much in that area. And
who is the he? Who is the he? You're saying no. So this is the thing about it here, and I'm going to say this because it applies to everybody. And in fact, here's what is laughable: when these conversation comes up, and I'm going to tell you no secret because I'm here. When these conversations come up, it's identical to the conversations about the diaspora, except. Here are the very people who say Maroons don't have right. Them say the diaspora, them bright, them they are foreign. Don't have that conversation. Them not included, as if you guys don't have standing. So the thing about it is why the question that we are supposed to ask, and for the last, for the last 7 years, we're about 7 years in now. For the last 7 years, the true question is why is it that for everything you have to go to the court to to get declarations for rights you already have. Why? It just shows that there's something fundamentally wrong with governance, because they're going. You are now in a position where you have to assert your rights.
All right, Isat, look,
Yes.
we're gonna leave it right there. So,
Mhm.
again, we have some producers. We have some brand new people. Well, actually, we're having producers for the first time, and they gave me my marching orders, and they say, hey, listen, you talk for this much, and then you move on. So, we'll leave that question right there, and we'll leave the answer that you provided for her. We can pick that up later on in the evening. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for you to welcome, a warm welcome to the show, to these three lovely people you see below us. The first gentleman, his name is Steve Coco. Then we have Amanda Strickland, and we have Billy Van Johnson. Now, what's so significant? And we're expecting three more people, but I believe we may not get Gamal and Nate. We may not get them. I'm the sixth FBI agent. So between the four of us right here, you're looking at close to 100 years of experience. And let me just tell you that Billy Van Johnson, you see on the right of your screen right there, Billy Van was born in Jamaica, and at one point, Billy Van and I were the only two FBI Jamaican-born agents, and we also worked, believe it or not, on the Jamaican drug squad for a number of years. Billy went on to bigger and better things. I moved on to some other things as well.
I think it was the other way around, Will.
No. And then so Billy and I, we worked together on the same squad for a few years, and we did some marvelous things. Some of the things we can't talk about, that we will never talk about, but that's what the thing said. Then we have Amanda in the middle. Amanda is an outstanding agent in the same vein as Billy. She and I, we worked together in South Africa. She did a tremendous job on a cyber project. Can't talk much about it, but she's our cyber person. She also, when you talk about child crimes committed against children, the FBI has an initiative called the Innocent. No, not Innocence. What do you call it again, Amanda? Innocent Image.
Well, the ones we worked were the Operation Rescue Me and the Endangered Child Alert Program, but it was all part of the Innocent Images program for that. Right.
So Amanda and I, we worked together in South Africa, and I almost got her to come on my unit, and it just didn't work out. We were like a day away from her joining, because I love working with her. She's a tremendous person. She's a go-getter. She doesn't need any supervision at all. She has a very clear idea of what the objective is, and she goes out and she gets the job done. Now, the gentleman on the left, we used to call him the brother from another mother, Mr. Steve Coco. He is my first FBI partner. We spent a lot of time in New York working counterintelligence, working in the criminal division, and also working at the airport. Yep. And after the airport, he moved on to Rome. I moved on to, I was in Canada for a while, then I moved to Saudi Arabia. Then he came back and he did some wonderful things. He retired out of the Phoenix office as one of the assistant special agents in charge. So all these three people you see here, I know them, and I know them very, very well. So welcome again, folks. What I'd like to do at this point,
thank you,
to start with Billy, is for you to just take 2 minutes, maximum 3 minutes, just to introduce yourself to the audience and just let people know who you are, where you're from, and what you're doing now. Billy,
good afternoon, all. And like Will said, I'm a former agent. Did 25, almost 26 years in the FBI, mainly in the New York office, but other undercover role in different parts of the country. And Will and I go way back since 1988. He was a few months before me joining the FBI, and then we met and became real good friends. And like you said, we did quite a number of work in New York, as well as the other parts, Florida, and other areas of the country. We had a good relationship. Steve, I know also pretty well. I never worked directly with Steve, but I met Steve through Will, and also know that Will and Steve were real good buddies. And I also became a friend of Steve. Originally, I'm from Kingston, around the Maxwell area, and I left Jamaica after high school, came to the U.S. and joined the FBI in 1988, and I retired in 2014. After retirement, then I went back as a contract investigator doing background investigation from 2015 to just a few months ago. I retired from that. So at this point, I'm in full retirement mode until my next adventure. But my inspiration and my desire is just to do as much as I can to help my country birth, and also to keep in touch and to realize what's going on there, and whatever I can do to contribute, and just to be here and provide whatever I can. Thank you.
I tell you, Billy, you look young. I haven't seen Billy, folks. I haven't seen Billy since.
You look well. You look well, Billy. Where are you living?
Yeah, it's a camera. It's a camera. It's a special camera.
I haven't seen you since. No, I haven't seen you since 2013? I think I saw you.
Yes, that's when you moved back to New York, and then you left.
Yeah, I think when I came back from South Africa. Yeah, and I haven't seen you since.
Exactly.
You look young, man. You must give me that formula.
Yeah, all right. And Steve, I haven't seen Steve in many years now.
I know.
Yeah,
Billy, where are you living?
I live in New Jersey now.
Oh, New Jersey. Okay,
yes.
Great.
All right.
Steve, after Steve left New York, I had no idea where. I asked about him, but somebody told me he retired and he was in Arizona. That's all I heard.
Yeah. So
that's where he is.
I retired in 2011, and I worked for the Bureau. Well, I worked as a contractor for the Bureau for less than a year, teaching the course down in Southern Virginia.
Yeah.
I got my private investigator's license here in Arizona, which is state by state, so I can only practice that in Arizona. But I do some private investigations with that. And then I also work part-time for a company based in Houston called Rimkus. It's a really good company, and they do forensic reconstruction of accidents and roof collapses and all things like that. What I do for them is I do premises liability investigations. Generally, when we have a client that's being sued, we have a lot of times that they're suing Walmart, a lot of times that they're suing hotels, and we're usually on the side of the defense, just trying to mitigate their liability. And I do that part-time. And we're still here, the three of us, my wife and my daughter. We're here in Scottsdale, just outside of Phoenix, and everything is fine.
Good. Thanks, Steve. Let me bring on Amanda now. There she is. All right, Amanda.
Hi, I'm Amanda Strickland. I'm not from anywhere. I'm a military brat. Born in Germany, lived all around. Did 21 and a half years with the Bureau. I started out in Miami Division and then came up to headquarters, several divisions in and out of this area, and did a year in Pakistan as an assistant legal attaché and a number of temporary duties around the world, including several in Africa. So that's where I met Will back in 2011 and stayed friends with him since. So pretty much all around interested in learning more about Jamaica. I almost took a job there a couple of years ago, but I had a long
Don't tell him
talk
yet.
about
Don't tell
it.
him yet. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him yet.
Almost.
Right.
Yeah, almost did. But yeah, just curious to hear about it and see what we can do to help. So.
All right. No, folks. Steve, how long were you with the Bureau?
27 years. I started off as a translator, and then I became an agent after a year. So 27 years.
27. How many as an agent?
26, actually.
And Billy, how about you? How many years?
About 26. About 3 months short of 26 years.
As a 26.
And then another 8 years as a contractor.
Amanda, how long were you with the Bureau?
21 and a half, almost 22. So 2001 to 2022.
All right. All right. Between us, we have 103 years of FBI investigative experience. And if you talk about the contract piece and the translator piece, it's gone way above that. So did I just lose? Who did I just lose? Oh, No, I thought that, no, I just lost it. So we've got a lot of experience. And what I'd like to do is to kind of throw some things out about, my beloved country, Billy beloved country, Steve's adopted country, and Amanda prospective country, and just see if we can come up with something to help these folks. Because, Jamaicans are very proud people, and proud to a fault. Sometimes we don't accept some of the help that's been provided to us because we think we know it all, and we said no, we don't need it. We can thank you very much. We can do without your help. What I'd like to do is set this thing up by telling you about the SSL, Stocks and Securities Limited investigation. It's a typical white collar type crime case where it's an investment firm. Long story short, money just disappeared. Clients' money just disappeared, and it's the biggest financial fraud case in Jamaica. And they've arrested just one person, and the one person they've arrested is more or less, she's not a clerk. She's above being a clerk, but for the amount of money that's been missing, it's been stated that it's unlikely that she was responsible for all of that. But let me show you a video. I'm gonna play you a video of the Minister of Finance, not the Minister of National Security or the Police Commissioner, the Minister of Finance. He's going to be talking about it, and I want you to listen keenly to what he says about the FBI. Here we go.
There will be full transparency in this matter. No stone will be left unturned. The investigative authorities have full operational independence and will pursue the facts wherever they may lead. They will unearth exactly how funds were allegedly stolen, who benefited from such theft, and who organized and collaborated in this. The probe will also seek to identify whether assets have been acquired with the proceeds of this fraud, whether here in Jamaica or overseas. If and when such assets are identified, all legal steps will be taken to restrain these assets with intention of full forfeiture. Having spoken with some of those leading the investigation, I can say that they are resolute and determined to unravel its complexities and bring all responsible to justice. In fact, based on the magnitude of this fraud and the lines of inquiry being pursued, the Financial Investigations Division and the Fraud Squad have already, last week, sought assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, and other international partners. Ladies and gentlemen, despite this most unfortunate development, Jamaica's financial sector remains strong.
The clock has been ticking, and the country has been growing impatient about the investigation into the multi-million-dollar fraud at Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL. In January, the Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clarke, revealed that international forensic partners were engaged, but since then, there have been no update. On Tuesday, however,
we are here today to sign with Kroll Associates UK, a firm of a subsidiary of Kroll International, which is a firm known for their forensic audit experience and expertise. This fraud, as I mentioned, and as the other members of, the executive director of the FID mentioned, is complex, complicated because of the length of time over which it was perpetrated.
Kroll Associates UK brings to the table over 100 years' experience in forensic auditing. Dr. Clarke is confident the international firm will be able to assist with the investigations.
Kroll will bring to the table in their assistance to FID technology and the fraud squad, technology and expertise that will enable the investigators to unravel every aspect of this fraud.
The finance minister says a decision was made to cover the staff costs at the entity.
FID was only able to establish that since investigations began earlier this year, because they've had the presence of employees who can answer questions that investigators have and who know their way around the data and information that the company has.
He says the government was not left with many options.
Presented with this reality that SSL can no longer pay its employees, we have a choice. If we don't pay the employees and they are no longer available, then that will compromise the investigation. And that's not good for Jamaica. The public interest is served by full ventilation of this matter in a way that has never happened before. We never had full ventilation investigation in FinSAC. We never had full investigation in Olint in Jamaica. We never had full investigation and ventilation of Cash Plus and so many of the other fraudulent financial schemes. And we're saying this time must be different. But to enable that, we need to keep the employees at SSL for a little while longer.
As for how much it will cost?
So there are 22 employees, and the total cost of those employees is about $9.5 million per month. There's another $5 million of operating expenses, and SSL also has legal fees and other expenditure. I will provide a fulsome update as soon as all the information is available on the operating costs that will be supported by the government of Jamaica. Now, some people have mistakenly believed that this is somehow a bailout of SSL or a bailout of SSL shareholders. Let me be abundantly clear. Shares in SSL are worth zero, and shareholders of SSL have lost their investment in SSL entirely, and the government is not making any steps to provide any remedy for that.
He says, however, the assistance is being provided on a temporary basis to ensure the completion of the full investigation. But there is a condition that the temporary manager at SSL will pursue the monetization of SSL assets. Javon Keys, TVJ News.
I'm Neville Graham, and this is Jamaica Now. A laptop used by the Chief Financial Officer at Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL, was among the 5 such computers reportedly stolen Wednesday night from the fraud-hit investment firm's Hope Road offices. Security personnel at King Alarm reportedly responded to 3 separate triggers at SSL late Wednesday before a breach of the building was discovered early Thursday morning. A kitchen window was discovered opened. Opposition spokesman on finance Julian Robinson called for a high-level probe into the reported break-in.
The People's National Party is deeply concerned and shocked at reports of a break-in and theft of computers at Stocks and Securities Limited. Just yesterday, we were told that the scale and the size of the fraud is much larger than originally thought. And today, to hear that thieves were able to get into SSL and to take potential evidence which could be used to get those persons who are responsible for this fraud to justice. We're calling on the JCF at the highest level to institute a probe to determine how these people got into the office and what was actually taken, and to ensure that the office is secure and all other evidence which is critical to ensuring that the major perpetrators of the fraud are brought to justice. This is a shocking development which is of concern to every Jamaican who wants to ensure that those big players are held accountable for their actions in this fraud that took place.
No. You can't make this up. Billy, Amanda, Steve, don't laugh. All right. Isat knows about this case and Herb knows about this case. You heard what the minister said, that they reached out and the FBI, they were contacted, and this led to the perception, to the belief that the FBI, and we've heard rumors that the FBI was in Jamaica en masse and that they were conducting this investigation concerning a fraud that we didn't even know if it had international tentacles. And people were heartened by the fact that the investigation was not only going to be conducted by the locals, but that the locals would be joined by the FBI and this private firm called Kroll. Now, here is what the chief of the investigators said after the minister said the FBI, he gave the impression that the FBI would be involved. Here's what he had to say.
Into the SSL fraud is being led by Jamaican law enforcement agents.
So far, the investigations have all been conducted by members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And I just want to point out too that the police have the capacity to fully investigate this matter. There have been similar matters for which we have successfully investigated, and based on the investigation, if we require the assistance of the FBI, that is, if we find out during the investigation that there is any international aspect to this investigation, then that is when we will invite the FBI or ask them to assist us. But so far, the investigation is being led by the Jamaican police.
All right. So it's clear that the FBI, at least at the time of this statement being made by Mr. McLaughlin, the FBI was not there. And to this day, some people still believe that the FBI, phantom as it is, that they're moving around the country and they're doing this and they're doing that, except that the crime scene was burglarized and computers with evidence missing. And they also had, as you heard from the report, they had employees of this organization still handling potential evidence. Now, all three of you, more than 20 years of experience with the FBI, criminal investigative experience as well. I won't call on anyone. Just tell me before we get to the part about the international assistance, just talk to us about how would you go about addressing this type of a crime where you have a crime scene that is a location, a physical building, and it's not protected, and also you're paying, you have employees still working there, still handling the evidence. Plus, you have a foreign, you have a forensic company there working, and also we were led to believe, based on statements made by the minister, that the FBI was present. Folks, I'll throw it out there. Please give us some sense of what's going on here. How would you handle this?
Steve?
Yeah. So the strange thing, what struck me as strange is that initially the finance minister seemed very much in favor of it. The first person he had up there, he said, yeah, the FBI is going to assist, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden it changed radically towards the end. You know, part of it is probably, first of all, the crime scene is contaminated. You've got to maintain it sterile the whole time, or now the evidence is contaminated. And if that doesn't work as an argument in Jamaica, well, it might work. It very well would work as an argument in the United States if any of that evidence, if prosecutors attempt to introduce any of that evidence into a U.S. court. But I don't know why they had a radical change of heart. It might have been that someone higher up, or the political environment, just overruled the finance minister, because he maybe felt, or people maybe felt, wait a minute, don't let the FBI come in here and tell us what we're going to do. You know, we're going to maintain control of everything. But in the interim, they screwed up the crime scene and everything else.
Well, my input will, like you were saying, and Steve just said, the first thing is, why are the people who could be potential suspect or perpetrator of this crime, you know, not pointing out anybody as, you know, being involved, but most likely this is all inside job. People who are working there. Why are they still working there?
I'm not hearing Ratty.
Crime scene. And second thing, why
you're not hearing
the evidence, critical evidence like computer system and the laptops weren't secured and protected from being stolen, burglarized. So,
Billy, Billy, can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Is everyone hearing Billy? Because Herb is not hearing you.
I'm hearing him.
Okay, yeah. Now I was just saying to repeat, this case you could see is the problem. First, the people who employees in the SSL who could be potential suspect or perpetrator of crime, they're still working there. You know, nobody knows who was involved or if any of them is involved. But still, I believe the first thing they should have done is remove all those people from any access to information or computer system or records that could be contaminated or destroyed. And secondly, all evidence, the physical evidence, computers, laptop, email, whatever, had to be secured and prevented from being destroyed. And in addition to that, the saying that the FBI is going to come in and assist, and then this is the Jamaican authorities said no. Basically, we can do it ourselves. That's going to cause some doubt in the minds of the public in Jamaica. So it's interesting to see where this is going to go.
All right, Amanda.
I'm just curious if they're talking about this huge investigation. Why, if the FBI was involved, why there wasn't like a publicized raid, seizure of evidence beforehand, and openly talking about investigation is baffling to me. But I have seen this in a number of places where it's a big announcement, press release, somebody's been arrested, and then they haven't gotten the evidence. They go back for it. Of course, it's missing, destroyed. I'm just curious about this investigation. If he's mentioning that the FBI is involved in mass, then what's the U.S. nexus of this? In that case, I'm curious. I don't see the FBI sending a whole bunch of people down there unless there's something huge U.S. nexus and a reason to do that. And there would have been a highly publicized raid of some sort, jointly or by the Jamaicans. So it definitely is very suspicious on how it's being handled. And I wouldn't doubt it's an inside job, but I'm baffled too why the people continue to work there and why a computer was even available to be stolen. And oddly how the security was so weak that a window would be left open to secure and it wasn't secure, and how they could take stuff like that. So yeah, this thing is just way too many questions, and corruption definitely kind of comes out of this. But FBI doesn't have any people inside Jamaica right now. You can request that they come in, but the legat's over in Santo Domingo, so I don't know if anybody's actually ever done anything to go over there and help. But there's definitely a lot more questions to be asked and answered in all of this.
Let me ask you. You mentioned earlier that you almost got a job in the cyber area in Jamaica a couple of years ago, and in full disclosure, let me just tell people that Amanda contacted me about this job because I'm retired. She was on the verge of getting retired, and so they reached out to her. And can you tell us? Well, what can you tell us about that job? This cyber advisor in Jamaica. Who were you supposed to be advising, and what was the scope of that initiative?
I'd have to look it over, but I think it was the Jamaican police, maybe Mocha. It was they were talking about how they needed somebody down there to advise them on building up their cyber stuff. Because I know Jamaica apparently at the time had spent or allotted $1 billion of somewhere around that amount to enhance their cyber capabilities. And after I talked to Will, I didn't take the job because I had another job that popped up that took me back to Kenya in Nairobi, and there were some changes in how the contract was being handled on this end, not in Jamaica, that I decided to go ahead and take the Nairobi job. But one of the things that's baffled me is every time I have potential for an assignment, I try and do as much research going out there. And I was looking at the Jamaican cyber capability, and they're talking cyber. And the first thing I see is that they mentioned anything along cyber was talking about CCTV cameras that they were going to invest in. And that's not really cyber. That's more surveillance and very, very low level anything. So I was rather curious on the motivations, the interests that the Jamaicans had regarding cyber, because that you have to start that from the ground up. So I don't know. I don't know what the Jamaican police capabilities are regarding certain investigations. This seems like a complex corruption one, and those always get really tricky, in particular about who's involved and who's going to steer them the way they want them to go if somebody's got vested interest in it. But yeah, it was a cyber thing, and I don't know what Jamaica's cyber capabilities are. It doesn't sound like a powerhouse right now in the Caribbean for cyber. I don't know if there's an interest in truly doing that, or if it's just kind of like some things here in the U.S. where there's a lot of talk and then you don't hear about it again. So I'm curious about this case, and if it's just kind of he's saying stuff and there's more underlying that he's not telling people, or I don't know if this guy's involved, possibly, but yeah, I can make all kinds of speculation, but yeah, everything kind of just is. They'll probably just come out with more press releases, tell you this, delay it, and nothing's going to happen. So
let me move on and to the topic of international assistance. Now, Amanda, you've worked overseas for an extended period. Steve, same thing, and I've done 7 years plus between the Middle East and Africa. Steve, talk to us about international experience, because you worked in Italy. And how many countries did you had the territorial responsibility for in Italy?
So at the time I was there, we had, besides Italy, we have Malta, which is just an easy gig. It's an hour and a quarter away from Rome, small little islands in the Mediterranean, but independent country, and Nigeria. So we have Nigeria, Malta, Italy, and that's what we had at the time. And then while I was there, we actually spun off Nigeria, and it became its own legal attaché office. And we made several trips there to help get that ready to spin it off, and then we spun it off, and then it went on its own.
All right, talk to us now about international. Let's say this thing happened in Italy, and what would happen if the Italians didn't come to you? What would happen? Would you be involved in this case? Answer that question, and then you can answer the second question, which is, what if they came to you? How would you handle the international request, or the request for international assistance?
Right. So the law enforcement relationship between the FBI and the Italian law enforcement agencies, there are 3 or 4 national level ones. It's outstanding, and it's long-standing. It's been since the 1950s that the FBI has had a presence in the embassy in Rome. So it's a very transparent, very multi-level, multilateral law enforcement investigation. It's quite good. And in fact, Italian police officers train in the U.S. at the FBI Academy, for the National Academy, and vice versa. We've done plenty of training events in Italy where we've been invited by the Italians. But would they come to us on a case like this? They absolutely come to us, especially with the U.S. nexus, assuming that there is, for example, financial transactions. Because you may know that even a technical route through a correspondent bank, they call it, in New York or DC or whatever, even if every other transaction is outside of the US, but you're sending money from Jamaica to the UK, for example, but for whatever reason it goes through the New York, it goes through a correspondent bank in New York to get converted for whatever reason into UK. Even if there's a technical connection, that gives the U.S. venue, gives the U.S. government venue on the case. But yes, the Italians would absolutely come to us, and they take advantage of our FinCEN technology and database. They have access to that to a degree. So they would definitely come to us. Now, what we would do is we'd partner with them, and we'd give them access to as much as we possibly can. However, as you may know, we can't give them access to anything that is that you would require some sort of judicial process in the U.S. to get. So telephone subscriber information, or information about who is the holder of a bank account in the U.S. or brokerage account. Well, in the U.S. we would need some sort of intervention by a court or request of a court to get that, and the Italians would as well. So they have to go through the international they call it rogatory process. It's a DOJ process. And that's what we would do, but we'd help them as much as we could.
All right. Let me just say it's been my experience. Well, you know what? Let me ask Amanda the same question. Amanda, because you were assigned in Kenya for a while. You've been all over the world. As far as the FBI is concerned and international experience, how does it work? Just explain in layman's terms to the folks. How does a country get the FBI to assist with their investigation?
Well, you usually interact with the legal office and you do like a demand signal or a request. Usually formalities of like a letterhead memorandum to the legat asking for the support, maybe possibly a joint investigation if you can figure out the U.S. nexus. Legat, like for example, if Jamaica asked the legat, probably if maybe it's a corruption case, probably deal with the International Corruption Unit headquarters, and they've decided to help. Then Miami has a international corruption squad. They'd probably be assigned to AOR and coordinate through that. But you definitely have to make an official request to the legat office before anything happens with the FBI, and the legat has to kind of organize that. So for this particular thing, there's got to be a request from the Jamaicans to do so, and it has to be official, and preferably a U.S. nexus. So the FBI is going to get involved in any capacity.
Right. It's been my experience that you know the FBI, especially if it's close to the end of the fiscal year and there's a lot of money, they provide a lot of training and they provide a lot of assistance. But as Amanda and as Steve said, there must be a request, and then that request is not authorized by the legat. Legat short term for legal attaché, which is the official name for the FBI representative, the person who's in charge of the office. The person below the legat is referred to the ALAT, assistant legal attaché. But then that request is transmitted to FBI headquarters, training unit, wherever, a criminal investigative division, and then they work it from there. But I've never seen a case in my almost 30 years experience. I've never seen a case where, you have what seems to be a local financial fraud scheme case, and the minister of finance, he gets up and he says, yeah, the FBI, they're, we've reached out to them, blah, 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 blah. And people get the impression the FBI is coming. And yet we haven't seen one FBI agent on the island. I haven't heard of anybody seeing them. It's not like, for example, it's not like terrorism cases where when I was in Saudi Arabia, they sent 98 people over. It was May 2003 when they had some bombings of compounds. The FBI sent over 98 people, right? That's because it's a priority and there is a nexus because Americans were killed there. But for this thing, SSL, I doubt it very much. But listen, let me just move on quickly to Billy because I know time is at a premium for him. Now, Billy worked gangs for years and years and years, and he also worked undercover. And in fact, I picked up a few tips from Billy working undercover. Now, Billy, the Jamaican Constabulary Force has identified in excess of 200 gangs operating in Jamaica, the population of less than 3 million, with a country that's 144 miles in length, and I think 56 miles in width. And they have a top 200. I saw it a few years ago. Top 200, not top 20, top 200. 200 people they can't find. How would you go about addressing this particular issue of gangs, fugitives?
Well, for that many gangs in a small island like Jamaica, that's a whole lot of gangs. And the difficulty that Jamaica faces with that gang problem is that the island is so small and almost like to say everybody knows everybody. And one of the reasons and one of the best way you have to deal with when it comes to gang investigation, major crime investigation, you have to have good sources, confidential sources, common term informants. And if you can't have develop good sources within the community who can give you good information about gang activities and gang members, you're on the outside as law enforcement officer, you're not going to get but so far, because you're not a part of the community, you're not involved, you don't see what's going on day to day, and you don't know who's dealing with who and who's the leader of whatever group. And when a crime is committed, whether it's a murder or a shooting, unless you have somebody who saw and knows or hear what's going on, and you come in as an investigator, you're at a loss, because if nobody wants to speak to you, then there's not much you can do. So I, from my experience as an agent working gang cases, and especially drug-related gang cases where there were a lot of shootings and murders and drug dealing going on, the FBI, one of the first things we did was to develop good human sources informant, whether inside a gang or within the community. And the main objective was to recruit people who you could rely on trust, and who had the inside information. Because either there could be gang members themselves, or they just associate with gang members and to pick up information of what's going on. So whether they're low-level people, there could be somebody who's transporting weapons, transporting drugs, driving gang members around, but these are people, once you recruit them, you have to give them the surety that, all will be done to protect them and their family. Because as informants, if a gang realizes someone is an informant, or someone is speaking or providing information to law enforcement, their life is in danger. And people are afraid to come forward if they know they're not protected, In addition to providing security for them, either relocating them or assuring them that, all will be done to keep them safe, you have to provide them some form of income, incentive, money could be money incentive, or there's an incentive to look, we'll relocate in a decent area, a good area, but you got to provide information for us, and we'll provide whatever security or financial reward that we could give to you. So the difficulty is that if the person you're trying to recruit doesn't feel comfortable or doesn't think you can live up to your words, they're going to be very hesitant to tell you what's going on. So just going back to my days doing the undercover work and dealing with sources, you have to have good sources. That's the bottom line.
There is a component within the FBI called the Field Intelligence Group, and at least when I was there, part of their job was to go out and develop sources.
Right.
And the group, that's all they did. They didn't work cases. They developed sources. When the agent was having problems with his case as far as developing a source, you could actually go to this group and say, look, I'm looking for a source to fit this kind of a case. And either they would turn one over to you if they had one, or if not, they would go out and find one for you.
Right.
Now, how do you do that in a place like Jamaica? You're from Jamaica. You and I grew up down in Maxfield. How
yes.
How do you do that?
And Will, like I could speak from my days as a youth, as a young man growing up in Jamaica, a boy growing up in Jamaica, and we live in the community. People see what's going on. They'll tell you who is the main gang leader, the Don, so to speak, who is in charge, and informants. That's a bad label to be placed on you, because your life is at risk. And even when the person who could provide information to the police, is hesitant about doing it, because sometimes you could end up in a situation where even the police you provide information to cannot be trusted. For some reason, either he has connection to the gang members, or he's corrupted himself, and so there's always hesitancy. And the key, I believe, is to I'm sure they probably have, or if they don't, they should have some kind of system within the local the Jamaican police force where just like we did here in the FBI, the field, the informant development program, where only a certain amount of people have access to the confidential sources. People who can come in and their identity is protected. There's no risk of whatever they say to the police is going back to the community. And also, areas has to be developed where if they have to be relocated for some reason, if their life is in danger or they're being threatened and they think they have to get out of the community, they can be easily relocated and moved to an unknown, safe community. But people, they'll witness crime or know what's going on in the community and want to make it a better place. But if they're afraid to come forward to provide information for one reason or the other, they're not going to do it. So the key here is to develop a good relationship with the locals, people within the community, and give them assurance. This is whatever you say to us is going to be held in strict confidence. Your own safety is paramount to our investigation. We won't do anything that's going to jeopardize or compromise your security. And
just say that one of the things that we've done in the FBI is that they have this initiative called the Citizens Academy, where they bring in people. You're required to do it. Your field office is required to do it, where you go out and you recruit members of the community, people that you can trust, and they're vetted, and you bring them in and you demystify the FBI with them for about 8 weeks. I think it's 1 day a week. And every division comes in and briefs them. Of course, it's all unclass stuff. And then we take them to the range. Then we have a graduation for them. And what you're actually doing is developing ambassadors for programs. Because I cannot begin to tell you how many times people who went through the Citizens Academy call me about suspicious activity in their neighborhoods. And I don't think we have anything like that in Jamaica. So I don't think there is enough resources. I don't think there is enough thought being given as to how can we develop a robust human intelligence base. Because far too many times we've heard of people trying to do the right thing, going to the police to say, hey, there's something going on over here. And before they can get back home, the bad guy knows already that they were there filing a complaint.
That is a problem.
And well, let me turn to Amanda. How would you go about developing a source in this case where you have these over 200 gangs and you're trying to prioritize and you're saying, look, we need to get involved. We need to find out what's going on. We need to get people in the organization itself, and you do that stacked up against the popular notion that informers are supposed to be killed in Jamaica. That's they say that all the time. Informa fide. Yeah. How do you get around that where the community is in fear because they said, look, if you inform, you're supposed to die? How would you go about addressing that issue?
Well, I would think, tell me it's a small island. There's that many gangs. I think anonymity, at least in person, is going to be very difficult. Like going back, if we had a whole bunch of FBI agents on the island, we'd stick out like sore thumbs. People would know. Right. And word would get around, hey, that's the FBI person. People know. So I don't know if there's the capability of having an online reporting system that can give you a little bit of anonymity. And people could maybe just go to a website, or I don't know necessarily about downloading an app, but something that just kind of gives them a little bit of that anonymity. Because I think if somebody walks in the police station, people paying attention are going to report. Like you said, they're going to get back and everybody knows they made that stop. So maybe some online or a phone call, but not knowing the complete environment of Jamaica, I'm assuming it's very difficult to get any kind of source or undercover without people knowing about it. But I would say probably do something online.
Okay, Steve, your thoughts on it? Because you and I work sources a lot in New York. So how do you go about doing something like this, where people are afraid that they're gonna be ratted out, that people are gonna tell the bad guys that, hey, this guy, gave us information, give information to the cops about you? How do you get around that?
It's all about rapport building. It's all about rapport building, and in that rapport building, it's about developing a high level of trust. You especially if you have a recalcitrant source, or say he's a cooperating defendant in particular, it's all about building that rapport, and it's all about maintaining your word and your integrity. If you say you're going to do something for him or her, you got to do it. Of course, you can't make promises that you can't fulfill, and you've got to clear everything with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. But you have to understand that these people are afraid, they're fearful. They're fearful of getting hurt or their family getting hurt. So even in a place like Jamaica, where retaliation against a witness is probably going to be maybe swift in many cases, you've got to really, really go the extra mile to make sure his or her identity is not revealed. Now, it's going to be revealed eventually in a trial. At least in the United States, it will be. I don't know if in Jamaica every trial witness is revealed. I would think it would be if you're testifying there in open court. But they also have to have a program for relocating key witnesses, like our witness protection program. But it all starts with trust. It all starts with building that rapport. And if you go into it with a heavy hand, if law enforcement officers go into it with a heavy hand, saying you're going to jail, and all that, and you better fucking cooperate, you're going to jail, and that's not the way to go about it in 99% of the cases. Maybe in 1% of the cases it may work for some people, but that's a surefire way most of the time to alienate the witness, and he's in the wind. You may not see him again ever. So it all starts with trust and that rapport building, in my view.
Right. And what we're really looking at is, how do you develop that trust? How do you build that rapport? Because there have been, and Isat, who's a Jamaican attorney who's here on the panel, he can tell you, horror stories about people's human rights being violated by law enforcement in Jamaica, and that makes it increasingly difficult to get people to assist the police, because they don't see you as a cooperative entity in the fight against crime. They see you as the enemy. Isat, do you want to share? I want to touch on a case here that's gonna freak out my fellow agents. But before I do that, do you want to talk a little bit about why is it that you think, if you think that way, that there is not a robust human intelligence database based on human rights violations in Jamaica?
Well, I don't think that we have not we, but government doesn't have a clear understanding of how the Constitution works. It's literally, and I don't want to say it's an indictment. It's not an indictment to them, but there is a disconnect between them understanding that as government agencies and government on a whole, that they are the servants of the people. They go into government and they just feel that the people are indispensable, disposable, as well as just existing at the behest or to serve them. With that disconnect, what happens is we have a two-tier or a two-class system in Jamaica. Two Jamaicas happening at the same time, and so the poor is usually just abused, and it's documented. Amnesty International documents it. I don't know if for whatever reason we have an infinity to mimic what happens in the United States. So you see them stepping on George Floyd and stepping in the neck. It's now the new thing. Every chance officers get, they're stepping in the necks of people. The abuses are real, and then people complain when you file lawsuits. The court has been responding, and so we have a robust judiciary, but unfortunately those outside of the judiciary arm of the government is a little bit lacking in terms of understanding the Constitution. And because of that, now there's nobody in the actual ministries that's going to say we need to create a registry. We need to actually document these things with a view to improve it. So we have a culture of asserting your rights. So in the most minuscule right, as and I say minuscule because I'm using expression because they would suppress you in terms of freedom of expression. So this is not necessarily physically abusing you, but trying to stop you from your free speech right. And as simple as that to the next extreme where they just kill you. There are recent incidents, but I've opted not to speak on them. But the extrajudicial killing has increased significantly since the security minister did indicate to the police that they should shoot first and ask questions later. And I think that in years to come, they're going to pay the price for that in terms of in the international community, because Amnesty International is documenting it. And maybe if we were to investigate, or you have the capabilities, I don't. Our government have tracking capabilities that's far superior, Amanda. I promise you, they're tracking you right now and they know what's in your garbage can. So they say at least. I don't know, but they have that. But outside of that, they will pay eventually because that's why it is America will say, don't go to Jamaica, crime is high. That's their way of saying that the crime includes even law enforcement, but that's another thing. That's my take.
Let me, before I bring Herb in, let me just show, because I know Billy has to run. And this one is especially for Billy. Billy, you're going to love this. I don't know if you know about this murder, Billy. It happened a while back, a few years ago. There's this attorney. That's the headline right there. Murder at attorney Patrick Bailey's home being probed, cops say. Now, to give you the backdrop to this story, this gentleman you're looking at, there he is. He woke up one morning and he walked out of his bed. He woke up one morning about 4 o'clock, thereabouts. And he walked out of his bedroom and he found a dead man in his living room.
Wow.
The man was stabbed several times and shot once. And he said he didn't know anything about it. He didn't hear anything. The cops showed up and I believe his doctor got involved and said, he couldn't be interviewed. He had to, he needed bed rest because, he was anxious about what was going on. And that was followed by the police saying he's not a suspect. Now, there's no forced entry. And there's a guy in your living room, stabbed, shot. This happened back in, was it 2021, I believe? Or no, maybe before that, 2016, actually.
2016.
Yeah. And it's found with stab wounds, and I'll read it, and a single gunshot wound to the head. And the police said, well, we don't have any evidence, and we can't manufacture evidence. And they said he stumbled on this body at 4 o'clock. No signs of forced entry. He was not classified as a suspect. And the police have been criticized for their handling of the case, which they now refer to as a cold case. Now, this report came out in 2021. Let me show you something, because they were talking about cold case. I'm going to come back to this, Billy, about the murder itself and your views on this. But let me hear this. He said, in relation to cold cases, a team is now being put together to just focus on those cases, cold cases, right? This was in February 2021. Now, look at this. This is the minister. This is a minister of national security. And by the way, he's a medical doctor. He has no experience in law enforcement. I need to add this. He was referred to in a WikiLeaks cable as being involved with criminals and criminality. And he's the Jamaican Minister of National Security. Go figure. But they're asking him about cold cases. And this is 2024. In 2021, they said, yeah, we're going to address cold cases. Here in 2024, years later, he's saying talks are on the way to see if they can integrate cold cases into the police. Amanda's laughing. Years later, and they're saying, unresolved murders, long-term missing persons, unidentified human remains, open criminal sexual assault, or undetermined deaths are categorized as cold cases. And they were asking them about cold cases, and they're saying, yeah, we're gonna get to it some year. But let me go back to this, Billy.
Yes.
One. Now, you've spent a great deal of time in the criminal division of the FBI. Now, how do you handle this? Talk to me about this case. There's one person in the house. He walks out of his bedroom at 4:00 in the morning, finds a man in his house, shot, stabbed, and he said, I didn't hear anything. There's no forced entry. And the police have said he's not a suspect, and nothing has become of this case. So it's a cold case. Talk to us about your experience dealing with something or anything like that.
Well, thank God I never had to deal with anything like this. This sounds like a scene from a Hollywood movie or a movie. This is, if I didn't see it in the paper, I wouldn't believe it. That's true. Okay, so what is it then? Somebody killed this person and just put him in this guy's house, and then left, and it's, I don't know where would I start for this, Bill? Because if a dead man is in your house and you're the only person in the house, most likely you'd be the number one suspect. And the police are saying he's not a suspect.
Yes.
So they're ruling him out as a suspect. So they're assuming that somebody killed this guy someplace else and brought him in the house while this person who is sleeping and got up and just saw this dead body. He stabbed him some number of times and he was shot. So this is like a Alfred Hitchcock movie. You guys, this could be a real criminal investigation, because the bottom line is, if you're in your house, just think of it, and suddenly the police showed up and you have say $1 million that was just taken from a bank from down the road, and you said, well, you don't know how it got there. You just in the house sleeping. Somebody must have come and put it there. And the police said, all right, no, you're not a suspect. I mean, it's a similar thing.
I didn't add the fact that he, at the time, I believe he was the prime minister's lawyer, and he didn't call the police. He didn't call 911. He called a friend of his who was in the police.
Okay.
And then they showed up. But so, I mean, common sense would tell you don't need to be an investigator of this trap to say you're going to start with him.
Of course, that well, any fifth grader could have figured this out. Like, hey, there's two men here. One is dead, and you're the only one alive. What happened? So, you say you don't know how we got here. It's your house. Your house has allegedly been. If he's sleeping, I'm sure the doors are locked, the windows are locked, and he's sleeping. And most likely, he's assuming that somebody broke in the house and left this dead man there and took off. So that's just crazy. That is just crazy. How could he not be the number one suspect?
Well, the thing about it is that the same Minister of National Security, I just showed you his picture, the medical doctor, the Wikipedia mentioned person.
Yeah.
He said that the diaspora, and Herb Nelson, I believe, was on the program as well, when they reached out to the Jamaican government and said, look, we want to come home because Jamaica is the place of our birth. We want to come home and make a contribution to help address this rising crime problem in Jamaica.
Right.
And he made a statement saying, we don't need you guys because we have some of the finest investigators in the entire world. So there's nothing you can do for us. We don't need you. Indicating that, look, we're probably better than you guys as investigators, so we don't need you. And here it is that you have a crime like this where the body is there's one person alive in the house, one person dead, and they said, oh, the person who's alive is not the suspect, is not a suspect. So let me ask Amanda. Amanda, apart from laughing, how would you look at this problem?
The problem of the crime or the problem of the supporting investigations? What?
The problem of addressing the investigation of this apparent murder of this.
Well, I mean, if they did the investigation right, you think they would have processed enough evidence and to determine whether this person's it's in his house, whether he was or was not the person who did it. You think they processed enough to see if there's if it's a secondary crime scene or primary, if there's anything of evidence on the deceased to say maybe he was killed somewhere else. There's got to be some evidence. We've got new techniques out there like investigative genealogy that they can probably take the DNA and determine who he's connected to and so forth. I just if they haven't already done it, I'm curious as to why. But I would think that maybe Jamaica just needs to kind of request that help from the FBI and maybe get some motivation to do so if it's a thing about money and getting the support for it. The FBI has done a number of agreements with the State Department for funding to work with other countries to put together task forces and things like that to focus on a problem within the country and hopefully get people actively working these cases to teach us how we do it. One thing I've noticed in some countries, they tend to run out, make the arrest, publicize it, where we're hitting hard on crime and then, we didn't get the evidence and then the case falls apart. You never hear about it again. What we've been trying to do at the FBI with some of these things overseas is to say, hey, look, you need to kind of work the case first before you go out and grab these folks. You need to work the case to have the evidence to be able to submit in court. So maybe it's just a reevaluation of what Jamaica's Finest is actually doing, what their capabilities are, and whether they're willing to learn how to do it in some way that benefits them. But it sounds there's more going on and the resistance. So that's a
You
that's
know
going to
what?
be a difficult thing to break down.
Let me bring Herb in because what I want to talk to you about is the specter of corruption and its impact on investigations. Because you've worked in an international corruption task force. So let me bring in Herb. And Herb, give us a sense of your take because you know this case inside out. Give us a sense of what happened and what's going on.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to the program. Listen, talking about international help, you do have about half a dozen HSI 1811 job code agents.
What 1811 is? What does it mean? 1811.
I assume it's a standard investigator that comes out of the federal FLEXI that are trained down there in FLEXI, and the FBI assigns the same code, I believe, to your investigations coming out of the academy here in Virginia, where I am, Quantico, right?
Yeah, it's a statutory designation for certain types of investigators, essentially.
Yeah. So they have the skill sets there. People with different backgrounds, or what has happened in the past, as you know, when our good friend was the special agent in charge, that they would send up to Washington for an investigative team if they needed one to come in and to work crime scenes, right? But none of that has happened here because of who this lawyer was. You have alarm systems, you have dogs, guard dogs. So there's nobody that was expected to come in from outside because those dogs would have torn them up and the alarm system would have gone off. And then rumor control has it that there was in fact another individual in the house. And the case hinged on the fact that this, let me just tell you who this guy was exactly. This guy, Jermaine Jr., was a caretaker at Bailey's property, he said. But the guy turns out to have owned the property and had been friends with the lawyer for over a decade. And there was a lot of argument over monies that Jermaine had sent home from Philly to invest in other properties, and that those properties wasn't ready for him to occupy. And in fact, he was stuck at Bailey's house until he could find other places that were being developed for him to move into. But they had differences over the fact that over money, basically. Now, Bailey was disbarred for stealing other clients' money, right? The last client he stole, I think, $17,000, and they finally, after several complaints, disbarred him. So he's no longer in the law business. So there's a lot of evidence that would point to Bailey as the aggressor in this case, or somehow trying to defend himself against a client who was just fed up with his shenanigans. So you have this dead man in the house and no forensics, no swabbing of Bailey's hands or photos of his hands, nothing to point out. Now, keep in mind, this gentleman was stabbed more than 20 times and a gunshot to the head. So, worse than a crime of passion. This is just anger. So, who knows? The knife use might have caused damage or caused a spillage of DNA. And so nobody has collected anything as far as I'm aware. The whole thing just seems to be one cover-up. And the case has not moved forward simply because of that. If they wanted this case to move forward, believe me, it would have moved forward a long time ago.
Now, let me just show Billy, Amanda, and Steve a little clip here about gangs in Jamaica. Now, Steve and I, we used to go to Jamaica quite often, so he's probably going to be more. Well, I don't know about that because Billy came from the inner city community where I came from. And Amanda, she's done a tremendous amount of research on Jamaica. But here we go.
Jamaica. On the surface, it's a tropical island paradise in the Caribbean. Millions of tourists each year come here for sun, sea, and sand, to relax and enjoy the laid-back lifestyle. Even in the capital, Kingston, life appears to have an easy feel. But appearances can be deceiving. In spite of the tranquility, Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates in the world. While the wealthy live far away up on a hill, fenced in and protected.
To other news now, there's a call this afternoon for more details on the status of active gangs in the country. This as gang feuds continue to drive the country's murder rate. More in this report.
In his sectoral presentation in Parliament recently, National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang revealed there had been a 56% reduction in gangs across the island. At the start of the year, he said there were 244 gangs operating in the country, and to date that has been reduced to 106. But Professor of Caribbean Sustainable Development at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Anthony Clayton, says there are first to third generation gangs that are still active. First generation gangs being those who operate at the street corners.
They may be involved in minor levels of violence, but they don't present the threat of second generational and third generational transnational organized crime. So it's not just the total number. We need to know which type of gang is being reduced. We need to see a really sustained reduction in the level of Generation 2 and Generation 3 gangs in particular. They're the ones that do the most social and economic damage.
All right. Let me move that. So you hear it right there about the number of gangs. They said it's 100 and something, but my understanding is that it's gone up. So, Steve, you've been to Jamaica a million times, and you've heard the reports. Your squad was right next to my squad, and so information spilled over. What are your thoughts about curbing the gang problem in Jamaica?
So to curb the gang problem, you need to root out gang membership or gang associations from police departments, from law enforcement, and from government ministries. Jamaica being a small country, and there already being a lot of financial crime and other crimes in Jamaica, and Jamaican public sector employees making very little amount of money, that contributes to the potential for taking money and looking the other way at crimes. You've got to root out sympathetic people or people who would take action on behalf of gangs or look the other way. You've got to root them out of the law enforcement ranks and out of the government ranks. That's where you would start, but it's a tall order, especially if it's endemic. And I'm not saying it is, but it's kind of like rooting out drug trafficking, or trying to eliminate drug trafficking in a country like Jamaica or the Dominican Republic or Colombia. You have so much of the public sector that's corrupted by it. It's hard to root it out. So there's got to be a starting point somewhere, but it's very, very difficult.
All right. Well, let me. You mentioned drug trafficking. Let me just mention a quick story, and then I'll bring Amanda in to talk about international corruption. Just this week, the 3 men were sentenced for possession of almost half a ton of cocaine. Almost half a ton of cocaine. And you know what the sentence was for all 3? The sentence was 33,000 American dollars for 6 months in prison. And that's not each.
Repeat it. How much was it?
33,000 American dollars total, or 6 months in prison.
Yeah, I want to say something because I read it, right? So each of them was like fined $1 million or 6 months in prison. Yeah?
Yes.
But as a juvenile, and I just had to say this because every time I see it, as a juvenile in 1997, that was the exact amount of money.
So the laws haven't.
I was fined. No, it's not that the laws. That right there is completely. If a prosecutor had powers, ought to use it. That is complete nonsense, because it would mean that they would be fining the same amount for, in terms of the quantity, the mass amount of drugs that they had. It's not adding up. So one wonders.
Right. No, but and again, in terms of deterrence, it doesn't send any message, because I can assure you, if that were the case, and I'm not trying to make comparisons, but this one is well worth it. If that were the case in the US and you got caught with almost a half a ton of cocaine, you're going to have to give up some names, and you're not spending 6 months in prison. You're not. It'll be more like 16 years. But this is what and I know, Isat, that you love the judiciary and you love the law, you cherish them and you embrace them, but I see a little disappointment in your face about the sentence that was passed on for this case. And that's why you said if a prosecutor had his wits or her wits about him, then it wouldn't be 6 months, it wouldn't be $30,000.
No, I mean, whatever you're going to say about this now, and it's not disappointment for me, I'm just saying, we're speaking about I know that justice is meted out differently. So it's always embarrassing when you say, okay, when you see something like that, this is, and I'm just saying, I'm speaking my mind, exercising my right to freedom of expression, but it seems to be a disparity in sentencing. And it so happened to be, I just so happen to also be a lawyer with clients that would not even have quantities close to that. And if ever they were found guilty, they would be gone away for a very long time. Similarly, I'm just saying, if in 1999, as a juvenile, with nowhere close to quantities like that, I was sentenced to the, do you know the value of $1 million in 1997 to what $1 million is now? They have paid, that fine would be about $300,000 in 1999 in terms of the disparity in the finance. Not to mention, if you are in America and you are found with 1 kilo or even less of cocaine, you might find yourself spending 10 years in prison.
Right.
So they're not concerned with the war on drugs. They're not fighting crime. And then one wonders, we might see a news article in December that Sir Ian Fleming's the same ton of cocaine was leaving. So we have to watch those things and watch it closely. It's embarrassing.
Right. Right, Billy, I know you have to go, so let me just ask you this last question, and then I'll move to Amanda with the corruption piece. Keep what I just said in mind, right? That case I just. Now, there's another case I wanna add to that, where a significant amount of cocaine was found at the Ian Fleming Airport. Isat just mentioned it. They found the bags, but until this day, they can't find who carried the bags. And it's a significant amount of cocaine.
Right.
Then you had a third case to it. Is a plane that violated Jamaican airspace, crash landed off the coast of Clarendon, had all the earmarks of a drug trafficking plane.
Right.
And the passengers, pilot or pilots, nowhere to be found, contents gone. But the same Minister of National Security, about 3-4 weeks later, said, oh, the people who came in on that plane, they've left the island. I'm setting this up for Amanda, for her to come in with the corruption piece, but I want you to just talk to us about, all this drug fines or drug seizures and the penalty. And because I know you've worked a tremendous amount of drug cases. Would this be the penalty in the U.S.?
Of course not. Definitely not. Something like that, it'll be major headline news. This will be a major drug case. And like you said, whoever was involved in this, the almost half a ton of seizure of cocaine, they'll be facing major time. And in addition to that, they'll have to become cooperating witness to reduce their time. So that means they'll have to start giving up people who were involved above them and their associates who are on the same level, and provide all information to prosecutors and the U.S. Attorney's Office to come up with a deal where, instead of facing a possible 20 years or more in prison, they might have gotten 10 or 15 years. But there's no way they could have gotten off with only 3 years, 2 years, and a small fine. They'd have to really provide some concrete evidence to give the top echelon people who are involved something worthwhile for the government to say, let's make a deal. You give us these people's name and where it came from, who are involved in this organization, because a major all like that, that's not one person involved in that. That's an organized crime activity. And it's no different than how the FBI dealt with the mafia cases and all these organized crime cases. The mafia was so entrenched and feared in the city, New York, and around the country, until the FBI started investigating and started recruiting members of the mafia to come forward. The major drug dealers, the same thing, and people, the bottom line is people is all about survival. And if you get caught and similar to what happened recently with even the Mexican, the guy from Mexico that they brought in the U.S., tricked him and brought him in the U.S. and got arrested. He took over from the major drug cartel in Mexico. But what was his name? Son, Chapada. Yeah,
I know you're talking.
Yeah, so he realized he was facing major time, so he cooperated with the FBI and law enforcement to bring this guy, tricked him, and bring him to the U.S. in Texas, where he got arrested. So and this even the drug finder that found it at Ian Fleming Airport. At this age, I'm sure there were CCTV camera all around the airport. There's no way any major airport don't have cameras and eyes, law enforcement people watching who was coming and going. They must have seen something. Something must have been recorded. There's no way, this is not like 1960 or 1970. They say, everywhere you have cameras and people observing activities. So, for that large amount of cocaine or drugs to be found at the airport and nobody knows how it got there, that's crazy.
And you know what? The authorities, they'll always come out and say, "Oh, we're working with our international partners," but then you won't hear anything after that. Yes. Now, look, I know you gotta go. 2 quick questions.
Yes.
One, you were born, raised in Jamaica. Jamaica has a significant crime problem as it is right now, and it's been significant for an extended period. If you were contacted to say, "Mr. Johnson, we need your help here. We need your expertise. We need you to come and provide us with some guidance, some assistance, your experience, your knowledge, your contacts," would you?
Yes, I would, definitely. I mean, it's unfortunate because I know the crime situation in Jamaica affects everyone. People living there and people overseas who want to visit. Either people like us who, we're no longer living there, but we still consider ourselves Jamaican, and we'd like to speak highly of the island and go back there regularly. And I'd be willing to provide whatever assistance or information, guidance I could if I'm asked. And when you have high crime rate, what it does, it deters people from coming to visit. It reduces investment because people who would like to invest in a country where there's big business or small-time business owner, if they're going to go to a place where they know they're not safe or their property and assets are not safe, then they're not going to do it. So what it does, it discourages people from going there and trying to help, because the worst thing is that you want to go to whether you're going to buy a piece of land to live there, or you want to invest in a small business, or just put money in some kind of company that's could help create employment and build the island up. If there's the crime rate is so high, and you're not going to do it. So I'd be willing and happy to help in whatever way I can.
Let me just tell the people of Jamaica that you were on my team. If we had gotten that job, you're on my team, and I'm supremely confident we would have cleaned up that place.
Yes.
Supremely confident we would have. Given the background, plus our experience. I'm sure. One last question for you, and then you can make your closing.
Yes.
Last question, and this question is kind of an unfair question, because it requires some thought.
Right.
And when I say some thought, it's not something that you should really ask someone on the spot. But I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
Patriot, I'm going to ask you.
Right.
If they said, "All right, fine, come on in, Mr. Johnson, help us," where would you start?
Well, like I said, based on my background and my experience, I'd have to start somewhere in helping law enforcement doing a better job. And I'm not saying that there's widespread corruption in the police department, but that's a good place to start. To make sure you have good, trustworthy, reliable, professional police, and start having a better interaction with the community, develop trust between the community and law enforcement. And you'd have to really put some input and investment as far as weeding out any kind of public corruption and any doubts in people's mind that, you know, the police or law enforcement can't be trusted. And, you know, based on some of the cases that we have discussed here this afternoon, you could see where, you know, things are just so crazy that you can just scratch it and say, no, this couldn't be true. Because there had to be something more than this. Yeah. So it's the bottom line is that for the island to move forward, it has to take control of the crime situation. Because as you know, and everybody else here on the panel know, that one of the biggest sources of income for Jamaica is tourism. And if the U.S. Department of State start issuing out warning about traveling to Jamaica and how dangerous it is, and the tourism industry start going down, it affects the whole island. You know, the employment, the income, and resources. You know,
well,
and then people,
they did. Get to that in the next segment. You won't be around for that. But what's the closing statement, please?
Well, the closing statement is that I still have open the Jamaican nationals and the people, you know, overseas and at home. And I think the bottom line is that there are still more good people who want to help the island and do better. But as anywhere else, there's a minority that couldn't care less and they just want to bring destruction. And, you know, it's their way. You know, they have to get their way regardless of whatever impact it has on the island. You know, but if we all could help, whatever little bit we can contribute, whether it's time, volunteer, or advice, or just bringing home some shared experience to help. You know, there's nothing wrong with the Jamaican government reaching out to people from overseas who have some kind of experience or knowledge to contribute. You know, it's not like you plan to come there to take over. It's just like based on your own experience, like yourself, myself, Steve, and Amanda. You know, just, you know, they're not from Jamaica, but they would like to help and see the place be a better place. You know, and you and I, we grew up in Jamaica, so we know what it was like back in the old days, and you know, we're just hoping that it get better. You know, all right.
Look, I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your friendship.
Yeah.
And the brotherhood going, and it's great seeing you again after.
Same here. Thank you all, and Steve, good seeing you again, Steve.
It was great. It was great seeing you, Billy. You look great.
Right.
You're young. You're young. Right? Come on.
Amanda and Herb, good talking to you all. Hopefully we talk again soon.
All right. Be
Bye-bye.
well.
Take care. Bye-bye.
No, Amanda. No, let me get to you now. We were talking about the specter of corruption in all of these investigations. And I'm going to have Steve and Herb chime in as well. But you, unlike the rest of the panel, you actually worked in an international corruption unit overseas. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And, you know, you're not going to reveal any secrets, but just give us an overview of how does an international corruption unit work in a foreign country outside the United States? What does it take? What would be the mandate?
Okay. Well, I don't know about Jamaica, but I know there are several countries that have corruption like agencies that are supposed to do some oversight. I know that I supported via the FBI it was a State Department funded FBI led effort to help in a particular country with an anti-corruption task force. And so State Department helped fund some of this, provide the training, provide the mentors, provide the investigative capacity from the FBI to come over and help with these cases and say, okay, this is how we need to kind of work these cases, get your sources, work these cases, and understand, you know, the complexities of how those are done and how the patients work them correctly, so you could hopefully get some results. The thing with some of these like interagency agreements that the State Department the country have is usually there's a set time frame of getting set up, and at a certain point the host country should take it over on their own and support finance and carry it forward. Some of the things, if Jamaica were to consider doing something like that, is one demand signal of asking, getting the league ad, getting the State Department talking to see if that's something that could be done in Jamaica. but making sure that the Jamaican government, like the Prime Minister, the Parliament, somebody advocates for this particular kind of task force to be in existence so that other Jamaican law enforcement or government entities don't have an issue with something like that being installed and implemented and having foreign assistance. So hopefully Jamaica might be one of those ones that could possibly get something like that established, but I'm sure the International Corruption Unit, maybe even transnational organized crime units at FBI might be willing to get involved and help. You certainly, I know every place has corruption, and we have it here in the United States. And you've got the gang stuff, and you certainly don't want Jamaica to kind of go in the way of, say, Haiti or like Somalia. You don't want it to kind of go that where it's all just run by gangs. But there's got to be a willingness at the Jamaican government level to do this, and it.
No, let me ask you.
I know there's maybe a change in the cultural aspect of it. I don't know.
How
ahead,
once you have that task force, right? What's the what powers do they have in terms of arrests? I mean, do they just investigate and turn over to the locals, or do they investigate and say, "Hey, we have a big fish here that we should probably put in handcuffs"? How does that work?
Oh no, there should be a task force of Jamaican law enforcement working together. Like for example, the Joint Terrorism Task Force in Kenya. That's the first international joint terrorism task force in existence. So they've got a bunch of folks within Jamaican law enforcement and their intel service, and a couple of like the ODPP, their lawyers. They're all working together to work these cases and help each other out. So that would be something of a similar vein for Jamaica, is to get maybe MOCA and the constabulary, and all those entities, and get them working so they're familiar and they can help each other out and furthering these investigations along. But you need to make sure that Jamaican government is okay with it, willing to support it, and not block. And maybe there needs to be like an amendment in the Constitution or something stating that this entity has this power to work these particular areas.
But therein lies the problem, because some would argue that you're asking perpetrators to grant permission to be investigated.
Wow.
And they're like, that would never happen. So now we're back to square with what Steve spoke about, saying that if there is a violation or of the financial system, like the banking system, then you could go after that person without having to have, local permission or authorization. You could just wait for that person to travel. If they're using it to launder funds, they're using the FAST system, the U.S. banking system. So we're still back to, if you've got, and by no means well, let me just say, if you've got corrupt people in positions of power, and those are the people that you're depending on to say, yeah, let me put my signature on you guys establishing an international corruption unit in my country. I mean, what are the chances that's going to happen?
Probably very slim to none. I don't know. Is Jamaica a participant in the International Criminal Court?
Jamaica, I'm not sure about that, but Jamaica loves to participate in anything that says international. Anything that says international, they do it. But do they actually, do they actually mean it? I mean, they're signatories to a whole bunch of international treaties and whatnot. But so how do you do it? And then after you, let me hear from Herb after you.
Oh, well, that's complicated. If the problem lies within the very entity that you're trying to get support, probably not going to get very far. But you could go the route of. I know that some countries have brought in, like I think it was Kenya had a UK lawyer investigator come in to help on some stuff with corruption. Maybe you might have to go after the ICC instead of holding these high-ranking folks through the International Criminal Court. That might be your one.
Right. So Northstar just mentioned in the chat about Magnitsky, which is what Magnitsky. It's not. Magnitsky deals with corruption, kleptocracy, and human rights abuses. So, and we're looking at that. But again, that's something that we would have to do outside of the country, because once you go to these folks and you tell them, look, it's not going to happen. Let me bring in Herb. Herb, give us your take on this.
One of the key things I want to mention here, and it's largely overlooked, is that the FBI can play a significant role in financial fraud cases involving dual national U.S. and Jamaican citizens, even though the cases occur in Jamaica. Now, the thing here is, do dual nationals, Jamaican citizens who are U.S. nationals as well, do they know where to go to make a complaint that they've been ripped off? SSL was a rip-off of dual nationals. But we see where people struggle to find help in identifying where the money is and who's ripping off their money. And so the question comes up, right? Was the FBI in fact working with Jamaican authorities to investigate the disappearance of the funds and identify those responsible, right? And were they getting sufficient complaints coming into their international office or a local office like New York City and Miami and places like that, where you have a lot of Jamaican population and where they would be putting the monies away in Jamaica? Have they been getting any complaints from those offices? Because as an analyst, I would want to pull in all that information on all the various people that possibly is associated with SSL and other banking incidents, and get the international team to work on it. If you don't do that and you leave it up to the local police, they're not going to be asking for outside help, and they're not going to be publicizing what's going on because they want to protect their system. But if it's a corrupt system and if it's bad, then somebody has to shine a light on it and reveal what's going on. And that way you may have other people coming out of the woodwork to join in the complaints and to make the case against these people much stronger. Because we know for a fact that the people who ran SSL, that was not the only fraud cases that they've been involved with. So it was like a repeat of what happened with some earlier cases where millions of dollars came up missing and it was unaccounted for. So there were, in fact, U.S. citizen victims who are dual nationals. And I'm wondering why, in fact, wasn't the FBI asked to come in under that jurisdiction of U.S. laws to help to investigate the financial fraud and to see if any monies were in fact moved to U.S. investments or investments elsewhere, and that people inside the bank itself were enjoying the benefits of utilizing funds from their investors to invest elsewhere without the investors' permission, which is what we know was happening. But, where's the FBI in this? And why didn't they identify and come in on the side of those people who are actually living in the U.S. and who have lost money?
Amanda, you want to take on that question?
Well, I'm assuming if their complaints were made, whether it's on like ic3.gov or directly to the field offices, as long as I guess the units are notified of that U.S. nexus, because you got the diaspora and if you got U.S. banks, maybe it needs to meet a certain threshold financially, but I know the International Corruption Union has done a number of cases. If you research the case against Deutsche Bank, there's a big case for that German bank. That stuff like that. They work the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA, and kleptocracy. So I think it's just a matter of getting the complaints, getting somebody at that particular field office to pay attention and open up a case and take a look at it. Like, since we're all retired here, I can't say whether they are or not looking, but I would think there's got to be either some U.S. folks kind of making that complaint with enough evidence to kind of get something started, or having Jamaican government request or somebody Jamaican police make a formal request to the Liga to them to come help and do a joint investigation on this. But it's not to say maybe it could be, but I don't know, because I don't have access to any of the stuff to determine whether there's anything going on.
You've listened. So. You've listened long enough. Your comments.
Well, as far as what aspect of an investigation, though, I'm not sure what you mean.
No, Herb was saying that you have dual, some of these victims are dual citizens, and therefore he's curious as to why the FBI is not involved. And Amanda is saying, well, you have to open up a complaint, whether it's a field office or it's a legat office or whatever. You have to identify who these people are first. So it's incumbent upon the victims to notify the FBI, especially since it's outside the country, because, and you're talking about an outside organization.
Right. Well, of course that has to happen. And it really is generally going to be initiated by the complainant, by the victim. But the problem there is, the dual citizenship issue. Okay, I get that. When it's a U.S. citizen outside of the United States, a dual citizen, and he or she is in the country of the other citizenship, it can be a little more difficult. Because I remember this came up many, many times when I was in the legal attaché office in Italy. There's so many American citizens that were born in Italy and vice versa. They have two passports. And the U.S. government would always say, yeah, you're an American citizen. We try to protect you, what have you. But if you get jammed up in Italy, for example, if you get jammed up in Italy because on a civil matter maybe, or even criminal, you didn't do your military service requirements, you didn't pay Italian taxes requirements, you didn't notify them within 60 days of moving within Italy, which is a requirement, and you get jammed up, don't come to us looking for assistance because you're an American citizen. And for us to go to the Italian authorities and say, hey, this is a minor thing, he's an American citizen. No, he's residing there in Italy, he's an Italian citizen, he's using his Italian nationality. Not that anything can be done, things can be done. It's just, there's a little bit of a quandary when it's a dual citizen and the issue is something that is originating in the other country where the citizenship is, not the U.S., but the other country.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in the cases you mentioned, you're not actually talking about a victim. You're talking about somebody who committed a crime, failure to serve military time, failure to pay this, do that. Whereas the case in Jamaica, it's where the person is a true victim, where they invested this money and the money's gone. And so now they're U.S. citizens. So the question is, how can we help them as the FBI?
So I noticed, I don't know, Will, you might have noticed it. Herb, you might have noticed it too, and Amanda too. It's kind of like if the FBI has to pick and choose and be very, very judicious in the types of cases it follows, both in the United States and in particular outside of the United States. Because we've all heard of the term of prioritization. Number one priority, preventing another act of terrorism. Number two priority, whatever, foreign counterintelligence, cyber crime, whatever it may be. But, traditionally, it's always been, if it's potentially a civil matter, in which, okay, your remedy on this case is to file a lawsuit against the firm that sequestered your money or what have you. If it's purely financial crime, then the first thing FBI is going to say in a legal attaché office anywhere in the world is, did you make a complaint with the local authorities? Oh yeah, we did. Well, what did they say? You're out $500,000 or $1 million. What are they saying? Well, typical. They'll get to it. I just don't know what else they can do from a foreign perspective. They may have their recommendation, look, go back to the United States or go online to the FBI.gov website, file your complaint, your tip with the FBI or FinCEN. Explain you're a U.S. national, you're a U.S. citizen. Explain the criminal violation. They may get more traction there. I don't know.
What I was thinking is this: they could simply go to the U.S. Embassy on Hope Road and ask to speak to the FBI rep who's there. Because I think, Amanda, I may be wrong. I think Jamaica, I think they either have an ALAT there or it's a road trip out of the office in Dominican Republic. But ask to speak with that person, find out when the person is coming, or if there's no one there, then you reach out to the person in the Dominican Republic and file your complaint there. You don't have to fly to the US to make the complaint, but we just don't see it happening. Anyway, look, I know you guys are pressed for time, and so Amanda, you want to take a few minutes and just kind of do a wrap up, and then I'll move to Steve.
I would say it sounds like a complicated thing. Got an island. A lot of people know it. I would say the probably online. Go to FBI.gov. Go to IC3.gov. Something like that. They can
with the transmission.
give. Yeah. What's that? Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would say with the case of this, it's like they make their request, like they do something online, file it, have some information, just give them enough information and details so they can follow up, see what the U.S. next is. Is there a banking account, or is there a certain number of money lost, or just they need as much detail as possible to be able to work these. As for solving the immediate problem in Jamaica, it's going to take some time and investment. There's got to be a willingness by Jamaica to address it and seek out the assistance and not let pride get in the way, but it's a complicated problem, and just need to reach out and ask for the help. And I'm sure the FBI, if you give them enough support, they're willing to do it.
Yeah,
you got to make that first step.
One of the things I've heard is that people, some of the investors, they're reluctant because they cannot explain their investment coming from legal sources. And so they're afraid that if they bring in law enforcement, particularly U.S. law enforcement, questions will be asked like, where did this money come from? And so now you're shining the spotlight on them as criminals as opposed to victims. So that's another angle to it. But let me jump over to Steve and get his final remarks.
Well, Will, I just follow up on what you just said. So yeah, I mean, okay, so I'm a victim and I say I lost $1 million or $2 million or what have you, and I'm reluctant to go to the FBI or to Secret Service or whatever the law enforcement agency is, because I don't want to have to explain the source of the money. Let's just say that's the case. Well, you got to make a decision. If the money's clean, you got no issue, and it's not up to you to explain how the money is clean and legitimate. It's up to the government to prove how it's not. So, if you can show a clean trail, this came from my Bank of America account, my Chase account, it's been sitting here are the statements going back several years. And you can say, this is clean. This is not just showing up from Colombia or showing up from who knows where. Then that's going to facilitate the issue. And last thing the FBI or law enforcement agency wants to be doing is trying to help you get back money that comes from, dirty sources or money laundering. But if you're unsure and if you're reticent and I don't want them to find out about my activity, you got to make the decision. Is it, they don't want to bring attention to themselves, and then maybe the money's not clean. If I'm sure the money's clean and it's just my legitimate savings or my inheritance or whatever, I don't care what the FBI thinks. Let them try to find some indication that it's unlawfully obtained or sourced or whatever. They won't be able to do it if I'm certain. Now, if I know that it's not clean, now I got a problem.
There's Vernon in the chat. He's reminding us that the prime minister had money in this financial institution, and during COVID, he found a way to withdraw all of his funds. And there was a question about where the money came from in the first instance. People are questioning, where did this money come from that he invested in or he deposited with SSL, considering that a few years prior, he couldn't pay his student loan, and here it is that he had tons and tons of money, and the money was just withdrawn in full shortly before the collapse. So anyway, it is what it is. Look, Amanda, Steve, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for your friendship, and I look forward to seeing both of you real soon.
Thanks to everybody. Thanks for
Pleasure.
seeing you, Amanda. Herb.
Same here.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Thank
She's gone. Okay. Now, let me get on my soapbox here, her a little bit, right? No, folks, we could bring 1 million FBI agents in. We could bring 1 million CIA agents here, analysts included, everybody. We could bring Homeland Security. We could bring Scotland Yard. We could bring CSIS from Canada. We could bring RCMP from Canada. We could bring the Saudi Mabahith. We could bring the South Africans. We could bring the Japanese. We could bring any amount of law enforcement assistance to Jamaica. Here's why it's very difficult for them to succeed. Right. We talked about Citizens Academy, and we talked about developing sources, and we talked about investigations. We talked about this. And if somebody should say, it's not going to work in Jamaica, there's a part of me that says, that person is right. And I'll tell you why that person is right. To some degree. Especially when it comes to public corruption. We vote, or we are constitutionally required to vote in the general election once every 5 years. Could be before the 5th year, but the outside limit, once every 5 years. And we continue to elect criminals who we know will not call the FBI to say, come on in, take a look at our shop, see what's going on, see who's guilty. We'll help you to identify them. In fact, we'll even extradite them to your country if they've committed crimes. We haven't done what we're supposed to do, which is, if somebody is not above and beyond reproach, if somebody is as proven to be a criminal, we haven't done what is necessary in terms of removing that person from the electoral process by not voting for that person. If we pay attention and we look at what the Integrity Commission, as flawed as it is, there have been politicians sanctioned, censured, and prosecuted by them. If we look at what the Auditor General has provided in the public space in terms of fraud, waste, mismanagement, abuse, if we look at all those things and we say, this person does not deserve to represent us. If we started there, that would signal a sea change in how we fight corruption. Because what we're looking to do in Jamaica, we're looking to fight corruption after it's been committed. And I say, let's look at it from the perspective of who we put in office. At least let's start to deal with public corruption from that perspective, because we're always thinking about, okay, Integrity Commission says this guy didn't file, or this guy filed a bogus thing, and the Auditor General is saying this and saying that, and we're raising Cain, and we raise Cain for 9 days, and then it's over. That's our focus on corruption. I'm saying, no. Take the same reports. Look at all of these people. There are very few politicians who would willingly yield power. Most of them, you've got to take it from them. You've got to apply pressure. And if we stop voting for these people, That would signal the change that would initiate a broader look and a more effective look at corruption. You can't keep electing the same people, the same corrupt people, and expect that they're going to be honest. So, my suggestion is this. We're here every Saturday. We're here every Sunday. In fact, we're here every day of the week, not just me. I'm talking about people who are commenting on the political, social, whatever aspect of Jamaica. And we're bringing information to you. And we're not bringing it to you just for enlightenment for a day. We're saying you're supposed to process and remember this information because it's going to come in handy at some point, like an election. I will never tell you who to vote for, but what I will tell you is this. Look at the Integrity Commission's actions. Look at the Auditor General's actions and take your cue from that. And if you want to vote for somebody who's involved in corruption or somebody who's involved in waste or mismanagement or fraud or whatever, then you cannot come back and complain about corruption in Jamaica because you haven't done your part. It starts with you. It starts with all of us. And so Herb and I, we can sit here, we can pontificate, we can bring all of these experts in. But at the end of the day, we're asking people who are corrupt to implement things to make the system better. It's not going to happen. You will only do that when you get clear conscience, when you get people who are honest, you have people who have a sense of integrity, and it starts to clean up at the top. Then you bring these things in. But the idea of saying, well, give me the magic bullet that will address this problem, and then we give it to you, it's not enough, because at the end of the day, you ask yourself and put yourself in their position. If you were a corrupt politician, would you sign on to have the FBI, HSI, CIA, any investigative agency to come in and set up shop in your country to help you? No. So voters, whether you live in overseas or you live in Jamaica, and by the way, if you live overseas, you shouldn't be voting in the Jamaican election, but that's another story for another day. But voters, we need to start charting our destiny in terms of paying attention to what's going on in our country and taking appropriate action. And I'm not talking about physical action, physical in the sense of violence. No, I would never advocate violence. I'm talking about selecting people to manage your affairs. That's what I'm talking about. Herb, your turn, sir.
There's election coming up next year, and with all the programs we have done, with everything that we have advocated for, and bringing all these experts on and going into deep detail as to what our findings are when we do an investigation. We have to find a way, folks, for you to take out a scorecard and look at your particular minister, look at your particular local government people, look at your mayors, look at all of these folks that are supposed to be serving you, and try to figure out how effective they have been, and why is it that with a little bit of wind and rain from Beryl, that your light has been out for 3 weeks, that you could not drive on your roads for over 2 weeks, and that less than a mile or two away, those people were enjoying all the benefits of freedom and moving around effortlessly. The idea behind a government servant is that they're there to serve you and that they are to provide for you. But if you find that you're not being provided for, if you find that that government servant is a fat cat and that they're doing very well, living very high, then you know you have a problem. So tomorrow begins today, and that means the people that we depend on, the people that you depend on, the people that your relatives depend on, are the people that we have to begin to go after them and clean up the mess that somebody else failed to supervise them or to properly advocate for you in your place where you live. And if you're living overseas and the advocacy back in your neighborhood where you would be in Jamaica is bad, then you want to encourage your people in Jamaica to change and to get rid of these folks. Because we can no longer talk about the orange and the green in glowing terms, because if they're not serving us well, then we got to take action. And the bottom line is, again, you can't come every weekend and listen to us. Listen to us on this program, and then we move to 2 other programs on Sunday, and you listen to us there, and you still are sitting around and not doing your own research. You're not doing ATIs, asking questions. The more questions you ask is the more unease you create amongst those with their hand in the cookie jar. So you have to ask the question and you have to demand answers. I mean, I can't tell you how much I've gotten involved in communities, not just because of government, but also because of the Football Federation or the local parish council or the parish association, for whatever it is. Sports usually is my area. And I get involved because if you know money is there, money was given to them to utilize, and it's not being utilized to the benefit of the population, then something is wrong. And if you know something is wrong, you need to write about it, inquire about it, and raise the red flag so that somebody will look into it. You cannot, we cannot afford to be silent any longer. And that's what's been happening in a lot of areas where we should be very proactive, where our kids are losing out, our grandkids are losing out, our nieces and nephews are losing out. We are being silent. And that has to change. Thanks.
All right. This is, let me just say one quick thing, and then I'll introduce a new feature to the program. This week, we saw the release of popular recording artist Vybz Kartel. And we saw people running out on the streets and celebrating, and they came out in numbers, despite the fact that some of them, they don't have any food to eat tonight. They don't have proper running water or whatever. People came out to celebrate the release of Vybz Kartel. And that's fine. That's fine. But how about doing something like that for yourself? You are suffering, and yet you don't see it fit to go out there and do what you have a constitutional right to do. Get a permit and protest against the actions or the inactions of the government. We don't see it. So why do you run out there and do this for Vybz Kartel? Think about it and do something like this for yourselves as well. Please. Now, we realize that we run a long program and we're cutting it down to 5 hours now, and maybe even shorter than that. But at this point in time, what we want to do every week is we want to do like a little break. And I mentioned it when we first started that we're going to, for about anywhere 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to play something inspirational. We're going to play like a clip from a concert. We're going to have someone, a speech, poetry, something that speaks to who we are as a people and our mission, the things that we should be focused on. Tonight, we're going to play a clip from this band out of, I think it's Holland, Roots Rider, wicked band. And they're going to do a Bob Marley song. I just want you to sit back and listen to Mitchell Brunings and the Roots Rider band.
I would like to introduce a very talented member of this band, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for a good friend of mine, a righteous person, and a very beautiful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Mitchell Brunings.
Hallo Den Haag. Al van der Rijn, Buffalo, Japan. Speechless. The song says it all. Bless my eyes this morning. Jaja's sun was on the rise once again. Way earthly things been going. Anything can happen. Yeah. Them sitting on their ego trips. Blast off in their spaceship. Million miles from my reality. No care for you, no care for me. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. Bless my eyes this morning. Just sun was on the rise once again. Yeah. Way earthly things been going. trouble, so much warfare. People dying, people don't care. So much trouble, so much warfare. The children dying, people don't care. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the
Yes, people. Nice little interlude, right? What do
Yeah.
you think, bro?
But hey, they sound very good. You know,
Hmm.
I've always admired those Europeans for they do the Bonnie M thing because Bonnie M was a good imitation as well. And so they do a fantastic job. Sometimes the imitations sound better than the real thing.
Yeah,
You know?
Tiffy, mad girl, Tiffy. A couple people say him look like me. Them think him look like. Let me take a quick. Let me take
Your
another.
son,
Let me take another.
Give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Mitchell
Diva.
Brunings. People, let me hear you say yeah.
More features like our track and field star. What's his name?
I would like to introduce a very talented member of this band.
The
ladies and
100
gentlemen.
meter
Please give it
runner.
up
Yeah,
for
yeah.
a good friend of mine, a righteous person, and a very beautiful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Mitchell Brunings.
Hello, Dana.
I know we have a topic to talk
Al van der Rijn.
We'll lick it again. All right?
Japan. Speechless. The song says it all. Bless my eyes this morning. Jaja's sun was on the rise once again. Way earthly things been going. Anything can happen. Yeah. Them sitting on their ego trips. Blast off in their spaceship, ship. Million miles from my reality. No care for you, no care for me. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so Just sun was on the rise once again, yeah. Way early things been going. Anything can happen. Them sitting on their ego trips, blast off in their spaceship, million miles from our reality. Don't care for you, don't care for me. And there is so much trouble in the world. And there is so much trouble in the world. And there is so much trouble in the world. And there is so much trouble. So much wonder, the children die and people don't care. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. So much trouble in the
Yes, folks. Yes, Wicked Interlude. That was Mitchell Brunings and the Roots Rider Band out of the Netherlands. Very inspiring. All right, that's the most of you. A lot of you like the segment here, right? Or just take a break from talking, showing videos, and just do something that kind of just hopefully take your mind off of the sorrows and the degradation and everything that's going on. Yeah, yeah. There's a line out of that song: "Real people struggling," and that's what most of Jamaica is. It's real people struggling, trying to survive. What do you think about that segment there, Herb?
Well, it's a change, and the type of change that I wish everybody could enjoy in their own private environment that I know they exist in, you know.
Right, right.
You can have the humdrum every day and listening to all these programs and
Right.
getting it beaten into your head how bad things are. And after a while, it will wear you out. So if you have something like this to break that humdrum, yes, sure, put it on. You know, him or any other artist that's similar, right? So it's
what I want to know is because again we have moved one time, you know, because you know the producer them call me and said, hey, move it. So I'm gonna move it now. I'm gonna show you something, folks. And then I'm gonna play a video and then I'm gonna show some more things. I think we have half hour before we have our next guest. So here we go. Let me show you this. This is a travel advisory. Most of you will remember. This came up back in January. There we go, January 30th. And this came up during the time or shortly after the so-called Dirty 30 protested in Miami. And what this caused a lot of problems for Jamaica. And essentially, it says Jamaica, the U.S. government was keeping Jamaica at a level 3 in terms of travel. So it's saying to its citizens, and by extension, the world, be careful if you're going to go to Jamaica. There are problems there. And this particular one, they were focused on health, the healthcare sector. They focused on crime because, you know, Jamaica, we always have a high crime rate. Some people might even argue that we've always had a bad problem with the health sector from time immemorial. But here are some of the things that the State Department said, and I don't know if you can see, but I'll just quickly read through some of this because I want to get to the video. It says, emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Private hospitals require payment up front before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas, and are not always staffed by trained personnel. And it starts, you know, it goes on to tell you, don't travel here, don't travel there. There's a list, I don't know if you can see it, but like, for example, in Clarendon, it says, do not stop in Clarendon at all. Stay on the T1 and A2 highways. Don't, sis, I know you don't like to hear this. Sis, may I refer to Maria? For our parish that, and it says, don't nobody even stop in a Clarendon. Just drive straight through, right? It said the same thing for St. James and Montego Bay specifically. It says, just stay on the highway. Don't even bother go inside there. I mean, this was terrible. And if you recall, folks, what happened? The ambassador, the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, and by the way, Her Excellency Miss Audrey Marks, I am hearing through the grapevine, folks. Let me take this. I don't know if you hear the story of her, that she is going home next month and that she's going to be replaced by none other than the former, you might not want to clap when you hear what her replaced are, the former police commissioner General Anderson.
Wait a second. You mean they're sending an army man here to be tougher on us than she was? Is that what they're doing?
Too soft. But folks, I don't know if you have heard it elsewhere. If you haven't, then you just heard it for the first time here, that we are getting news that the ambassador, Audra Marks, is scheduled to depart the United States for Jamaica. Her tenure is up, and she will be replaced by the former police commissioner. We shall wait to see. I don't have the document in my hand, but I'm getting it from good sources out of Jamaica. Very good sources out of Jamaica. And I'm getting it from several sources, from sources in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and I'm also getting it out of the Prime Minister's office. So that's, oh, you hear it, Ray? Okay, all right. So I guess I don't know light business then. All right. But so this is what happened. The advisory, and she was so upset. She was so upset that she let me see. She went on the rampage. She went all over the place. She went to newspapers. She went to social media, and she was talking about her meetings that she was going to have with the State Department to have them change it because it was unfair. And then she talked about having the diaspora write into the State Department or make phone calls to have it changed. No, here is one of the interviews she did.
And for having me here. It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to see you. We were surprised about that advisory because nothing had changed in Jamaica from 2023. And in 2023, we had over 3 million visitors, and we had 5 cases of homicides, and they were all linked to Jamaican Americans, unfortunately, because every loss of life is important to us. But I made the point to say there are many Jamaican Americans who do not go to the resort areas. They might go into some areas. There might be some other activities. At least 3 were very clear cases of persons being involved in illicit activities. So to just to not do any differentiation and make a blanket statement that Jamaica is not safe when over 3 million Americans visited, and there are only 5 cases of homicides. When I'm living right here in DC, and I'm not seeing many places right here in the United States that have 3 million persons, many cities, and with only 5 cases of murders. So I thought it was a very unfair and not a very equitable description of the situation in Jamaica. So while we do have a problem in Jamaica with gangs and gangs involved in illicit gun and drug activity between the United States and Latin America, it is not in the tourism areas. And I think more details should have been given so that persons didn't get the feeling that there was suddenly some spike in violence going on in Jamaica, because it just wasn't so. And level 3 also, we do not think is really the category that Jamaica is in, because many other countries in level 3 are countries with having not, they have civil unrest. They have, all kinds of mass murders going on. And that's not the situation in Jamaica. Well, you have been to Jamaica, that's not our situation. So what we need is to continue working closely with the US on the areas where they can be helpful in limiting the amount of illegal weapons that come to Jamaica that contribute to a crime situation.
Folks, you hear, I hope you paid some of you guys paid careful attention to what she said. I'm sure most of you did. She said that there were 3 million visitors to the island, 5 cases of homicide. There's no violence in tourism areas, and that the level 3 was unfair because level 3 should be reserved, or some of the countries at level 3,
are countries where there is civil unrest, and where you have mass murders. Let me unpack that. And Herb, join me when to unpack this. She not care about we. She not care about we. You hear our focus? Our focus was completely on tourists. What about the people who live in Jamaica, the Jamaicans who live in Jamaica and they're being slaughtered? She does not care about that. You hear what she tell Roland? 3 million visitors and only 5 cases of homicide. Why should not talk about the highest one of Jamaica having consistently one of the highest crime rates, murder rates in the world? She said violence, they don't have much violence in tourist areas. Again, you see where her focus is.
Emphasis, yeah.
Yeah. And then she said civil unrest, mass murders. What she failed to say was that Jamaica's crime rate is even higher. Jamaica's murder rate is even higher than places where you have civil unrest and where you have mass murders. She didn't say that. Folks, I want you to understand that last year, Jamaica's crime rate using the international standard of per 100,000 was 60. 60 per 100,000. So what that meant was 60 out of every 100,000 people last year were murdered. 60. And you know what that translated to? The highest in Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the highest in the world. And yet last year she was out there saying it's only 3 million tourists and only 5 murders, and some of them went to areas where they shouldn't gone, and blah, blah, and because they're dual citizens and they end up over the over get where them come from and blah. I hope you understand. I hope you understand exactly what's going on. This kind of nonsense, this kind of failure to deal with reality, this kind of dishonesty, and this kind of disrespect. Because not only did she disrespect, she just ignored the fact that Jamaicans are being killed. She completely ignored it. Herb, jumping because I have something else I want to
Well, if you remember what Amnesty International wrote about, was a title saying, "Let them kill off each other." And the them that they were talking about was the them that live below crossroads, not the them that live up in the hills, right? And it was very specific, because that is what they were talking about at the time. How can you stop gang members from killing each other? If they really and truly wanted to stop gang members from killing each other, they would have gone and gotten some of our learned professors like Clayton, like Taylor, and Herbert Gale up at UWI. Because they have put programs in effect in other Caribbean nations, like Belize, that have been successful. Dr. Gale for sure, right? And if they have the expertise, what we could not understand for all these years, if Dr. Gale went to over 24 Caribbean countries and implemented programs that reduce crime and reduce the killings, why is his own government in his own country refusing to call on him? I mean, we are the interlopers. We're the ones coming from outside with our big plans that would spy on them and upset their little apple cart. But Dr. Gale is there, head of department at UWI, and he's ably supported by Professor Clayton and Professor Taylor. Yet still, the government don't want to call on them. These guys study the situation. They have Capri and other organizations there that help them to study the situation and come up with solutions for the rest of the Caribbean. But you don't want to accept what they have to say for Jamaica because they live there. They're not running for office. They're not trying to take over your job. But this is the problem that we face in Jamaica. The expertise is there, but it's not the expertise Chang talk about in the police force. The expertise is at UWI. And we have more expertise that we showcase today. And there's still more out there that could come in. Because we have more LAPD, we have more NYPD, we have more Miami PD, Sheriff's Department all over. We have over 60 members in the task force. Over 60. And then we have all these police chiefs and other members in Canada. And we have Scotland Yard and other metropolitan police in the UK. So when they have people who can't handcuff people, who they're fighting with them to get a handcuff on them, choke them out and bite them. What the hell, which police department, which school, police college, they learn them tactics? Did the FBI ever teach you how to choke and bite people, Ratty? You know what I mean?
Not to.
It's crazy. I didn't learn that with the military police in the army. Didn't learn it in special operations. Right?
Let me throw something ahead, Herb. Let me show you something here right now. I don't know if you can see this. This is the latest, the travel advisory I just read to you. That was in January of this year. Here is one that came out last week, right? And by the way, if people are wondering what is a level 3, let me explain to you. A level 1 is exercise normal precautions. It's saying, yeah, you can go. I'm talking about travel advisories put out by the American government to American citizens traveling overseas. 1, exercise normal precaution. You're good. Number 2 is level 2 is exercise increased caution. So it's like keep your wits about you, look around and all of that. Number 3 is where we are, and number 3 says reconsider travel, meaning please, if we're not forgot, no go. Number 4 is do not travel, right? So like North Korea, for example, right? And so that's logical. But 3 is saying reconsider travel. No, what the ambassador said when this came out last week, she said, oh, there's a softening of the language. It's still a level 3, people. Still at level 3. It came out July 25th. And it says, Jamaica, level 3, reconsider travel. It says, updated to reflect additional information on crime and healthcare. Now, think about this. They're giving you additional information, and it's still a 3. So how can the language be softening? She said it's a softening of the language. I'm going to show you, said this lady doesn't know the meaning of softening. It says, reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime. Exercise increased caution regarding medical services. Goes on to say, violent crime occurs throughout Jamaica. It's not limited or restricted to one area, all across the island. They said tourist areas generally see lower rates of violent crime than other parts of the country. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica is among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. Remember now, when they give you those stats, the stats are not accurate because they have the pool for death investigations. They have one for suicide. They have one for self-defense. And they have about another 2 where they put people in where they those numbers, they do not reflect in the homicide rate. I want you to know that they're still trying to determine how somebody who died in 2016 died. That person or those people are still in the death investigation pool. So whatever, when these stats they're giving you, they're not accurate. And even
even with that, the report says the homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica is among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. It says U.S. Embassy routinely receives reports of sexual assaults, including from U.S. citizen tourists at resorts. U.S. citizens report slow or unsatisfactory response to serious criminal incidents. And when arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a final verdict and sentence. Listen to this, people. Listen to this carefully. U.S. citizens should not expect the same level of health care available in Jamaica as is available in the United States. This includes generally lower levels of emergency service response times or routine care for illness or injury. Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always staffed with EMTs or always readily available, especially in rural areas. Now, here is a section they added to this thing, and I don't understand why this lady is saying the language is softening. They said, U.S. citizens should bring extra prescription medication, as common medications such as insulin can be difficult to obtain. How is this a softening of the language? And then they go on to say, if you do decide to travel to Jamaica, avoid walking or driving at night, avoid public buses, be aware of your surroundings and keep a low profile. Why would you want to go anywhere on vacation and be aware of your surroundings and keep a low profile? Why? And then it says, U.S. Embassy personnel are prohibited from traveling to certain areas of Jamaica due to crime. So people, Americans who work at the embassy, they are prohibited by order of chief of mission. And that is the ambassador saying, you will not go to certain places in Jamaica. They're off limits. The local Jamaican people who work at the embassy, them can't go anywhere. But you, American, you who work at the embassy, you cannot go to certain places. In fact, they even have a level 4. They have a level 4. It's right here. I don't know if you can see it, where it says off-limit locations for U.S. Embassy personnel throughout Jamaica. It says level 4, do not travel. And here is where you mustn't travel. St. Anne's, St. Catherine, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Kingston and St. Andrew, Manchester, St. Thomas, Trelawney, Westmoreland. Several places within those parishes. This sound like a place where you want to go for vacation? Talk to me, my people. Does this sound like a place where you want to go for vacation? And the answer should be hell no, right? But she's saying that the language has been softened. Now, I am going to show you something that's going to frighten the bejesus out of you. Look at this. Remember now, this was July 25th, right? Now, look at this. Look at this one here. This, my people, is the travel advisory from the Canadian Embassy. And this came out after the American one. Here it is, July 29th. Remember, the American one came out July 25th. This is July 29th. I see that Ambassador Anu is here, so we have to run to him, but I'm just going to run through this thing. Ambassador, bear with me, my brethren. I'm just going to run through this thing so you can see how the Americans and the Canadians think about Jamaica. And remember now, they're not doing this out of the top of them head or guesswork. They have people living in Jamaica, people who are providing them this information. Look at this. Safety. I mean, this one is like an analysis of the country. They do want here. It talks about crime, violent crime. It says violent crime, including armed robbery and murder, is a problem in large cities and tourist areas, including parts of Kingston and Montego Bay, despite the presence of police to counter criminal activity. You believe that, folks? The Canadians are saying Murder is a problem wherever you go, tourist areas or regular areas. It's a here go. The availability of firearms is widespread, and most violent drug and gang-related crimes, especially murder, involve firearms. There is a risk of becoming the victim of crossfire in these areas. Tourists are also at risk of crimes of opportunity, especially theft and robberies. It says crimes tend to be concentrated within what the police refer to as traditional hotspots or high-risk communities. But crime can take place anywhere and at any time. And look what it says. The following areas have a significant gang population and high incidences of violent crime. Now, the American version, it never have my little place down a Waterhouse. But watch out. The Canadian put Waterhouse there, then put Balmagie. Here the place: Arnett Gardens, Augusttown, Balmagie, Cassava Peace, Delacree Park, Denhamtown, Drewsland, my place that too, Fellstead Pen, 4 Miles, Glendale, Grandspen, Greenwich Town, Hannahtown, Harborview, Huntsville, Jonestown, Cockburn Gardens, my place that too, Marvally, my place that too, Mountain View, Nancy Pen, Olympic Gardens, my place that too, Pienland, Portmore, Renault Lodge, Riverton City, my place that too, Seaview, Tavares, Tivoli, Towile, my place that too, Trenchtown, Waltham Gardens, my place that too, West Kingston, Bitfield Town, and that's just for Kingston, because they have a long list for St. Catherine, Montego Bay, the South Coast. Then they go on to talk about state of emergency. They talk about, listen to this one here. Advice for women travelers. Never leave food or drinks unattended or in the care of strangers. Be wary of accepting snacks, beverages, gum, or cigarettes from new acquaintances, as they may contain drugs that could put you at risk of sexual assault and robbery. Why would I want to go to Jamaica if you're a single woman? Or if you're a woman, single or otherwise? Why would you want to? You read this and you live in Canada. Why would you want to go? Credit card. They say your credit card and ATM fraud. Don't use your credit card, essentially. Romance scams. Them say you're going to meet a whole heap of Jamaican, I'm going to tell you about this and I'm going to tell you about that and blah, 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 blah. No nice up your area. And you know, convince you that you're the only woman in life, him. Or a woman I go convince you you're the only man in life, and look at what going to happen. Then lottery scams, right? Then them talk about demonstrations. They talk about water activities. Listen to this. Not all beaches have lifeguards or warning flags. Exercise caution when swimming. Don't swim alone after hours or outside marked areas. Water sports. They said tour operators may not adhere to international standards. So why you going to rent one of them speed thing, them craft with them watercraft? Why? Road safety. Road safety. Road conditions and road safety can vary greatly throughout the country. Coastal roads are in fair condition, not in good condition or excellent condition, but driving inland can be dangerous due to narrow, winding roads, insufficient road maintenance, poor lighting, inadequate signage, poor lane markings, damage to roads during the hurricane season. People, if you live at Jamaica, you know this is true. Speeding as well as driving under the influence of marijuana or alcohol are common. When driving between Norman Manley International Airport and Kingston, take the South Camp Road, also known as the Hummingbird Route, rather than Mountain View Avenue, where several robbery incidents have been reported. Public transportation. Public transportation is generally not safe due to high levels of crime and overcrowding. Avoid traveling on local city buses. Avoid taking unmarked taxis. And it goes on and on. It goes visas, other entry requirements, routine vaccines. Many illnesses can be caused by eating food or drinking beverages contaminated by bacteria, parasites, toxins, or viruses, or by swimming or bathing in contaminated water. And it talks about insect bite prevention, person-to-person infection, medical services. Folks, you will not believe how extensive this thing is. It's very, very extensive. It talks about drugs, illegal activities, imports, dual citizenship, international child abduction. Look, let me move this, because we have Lisa and we have Patricia and we have all right, hold on. All right. So, folks, so you've seen what the Americans have said, what the Americans said on July 25th, and you saw what the Canadians said on July 29th, and it's not good. And so I have one question to ask our esteemed, our distinguished ambassador, and by extension, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the rest of the government. Who are mash up brand Jamaica now? Who are mash up brand Jamaica? Anna Rattigan write this, you know? Anna Herb Nelson write this? Anna Lonesome write this? Anna Jeffrey Tavares write this? Anna Carlos write this? Anna Mystic write this? Anna Aromatic write this? Write this? Anna Right Mango write this? Anna Nona we write this? This was written by the governments of the United States and Canada, and they're saying Jamaica is not a nice place for go as a visitor at this time. And them turn around and say, we are mash up Jamaica. How we are mash up Jamaica? I want them explain that to me now. Nobody can talk to me now, say we are mash up Jamaica. Come here, go show them two things and say, see, we are mash up Jamaica, yeah. And by the way, our ambassador, she come out and she said, oh, I'm going to have meetings with the State Department and we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. We're going to have them make a change because it's unfortunate and it's not right and it's blah, 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 blah. And she had talk. And what them do? Them go so whap her with another advisory. Well, worse than the one before. So she now represent we, and then she asked we to do her job to go talk to the State Department. We'll never hear this. We don't know if she'll give some of our salary to do her work, but she's not doing her work. She's not doing her work. So, you know what? We're going to leave it right there, so because at 7 o'clock now, Lisa, just bear with me. I'll bring you up on the thing, because your story important, but we have Ambassador Anu, and him just have a short period of time where we have Patrick as well, and we are going to talk about emancipation, and we'll talk about the Maroons and things like that. So feel free for join with. All right, folks, without further ado, let me bring on Ambassador. Let me get the name of full. Anu Tafari, Lion L from the Maroons. He's the ambassador plenipotentiary. I don't know what that means, because you remember a certain person was up at Umpark camp who get a title there, you know. So if you don't know what it means, then go look it up. But essentially it means that them can't, at least the gentleman from Umpark camp could sign contracts and do a whole bunch of things on behalf of Jamaica without getting any authorization. Very powerful position. I know, if you don't mind me call you want me call the ambassador Anu or Anu?
No, man, you can call me Anu, Sir Rattigan.
All right, I'm going to bring on Patrick now. You know, Patrick now is foreign. Man with no whole heap of things, but a whole heap of things. Right? And him correct me all the time. You know, I don't know why you arguing with him, but I have a wrong every time. And we have Lisa on the back away. So Lisa just give me a little bit of time. You see? All right. No. I know, welcome to the program. Please, Mr. Rattigan. I don't know why it takes so long for come, brethren.
Why, Rattigan, you know, I like to stay in the shadows a lot of the times. I only come out when good company, for good company, you know. So
right.
Definitely, it's a pleasure to be here with you and with Herb and with Patrick and, you know, all of your listeners. I'm a listener, I must tell you. I watch from a distance and I smile every time I watch your show. Especially one of the last ones, you know, with Mystic. I believe you're doing Mystic Sensation. That was a wonderful one of your favorite words. So it's a pleasure to know that we have the intellectual support, and the discernment of the wider society is there. That is very comforting to us because we have wondered for a while, how many people would really understand the resolve of the Maroons within this new modern era. With all this
Hold on one second, Anu. There's something wrong with my headphones. Is your mic or Patrick?
No, it's not Mike. It sounds like a fun. Is Patrick?
Patrick.
Fun?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. That better?
Yeah, man.
Little better, but yeah, man. All right. There you go.
Me right that time, Patrick. Me right?
Yes,
yes. Come me always wrong with Patrick, Me always challenge him and I get the facts them wrong. So, all right, finish up on that.
No, man. I was just saying, it's really a pleasure to be here, man, and to know that all of the wonderful discord that is happening around the nation right now, it's really highlighting the purpose of the conversation around constitutional reform, and it has definitely ignited, a new resounding oomph, I would say, people beginning to dissect a lot of what was happening behind closed doors, is how I would put it. While people such as yourself, platforms such as yourself and others are really bringing to the forefront important things that a nation of people must know. Jamaica seems to be forgetting right now, and I wouldn't say the wider Jamaica, I would say the current government of Jamaica, unfortunately, they're taking an approach of forgetting the first peoples of Jamaica and trying to, push away the culture, disenfranchise the culture. And I'm just a proud Jamaican as well, but I'm a Maroon first, right? I believe you were saying that, when you went to a Kongpong, when you talked to the chief, he said to you that, he's a Maroon first, and understanding the legalities of it, we as Maroons who hold, what we said, Jamaican papers and Maroon papers, we would classify that international as dual citizenship, right? In the context of how we are looking at, because you made a profound statement.
Stop it right there, stop it right. Let me make a profound statement. Hold on. Patrick, can you mute? I will still get some breeze noise. Please.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You made a profound statement on one of the talk shows where you're saying that, if the leadership of a government is going to cut off resources from a community, an indigenous community, or a section of the population, and they start to fend for themselves in a sustainable way and start to defend their territory and communicate with international entities to try and explain their legal position and legal claim to land as landowners on the island. We're witnessing that any entity that does that and disenfranchise a section of people in the population, they have the inherent right to defend themselves in terms of their birthright. It's not always about physically, but it's about using the pen, right, and making sure that your claim is on the record. So I'm gonna leave more questions to be asked. I'm just here to dialogue as much as I can with you.
Okay, all right, pleasure. Patrick, let me start with you. What's the most important question that you have on your mind that you would like to have some representative from the Maroons discuss with you directly, if you have one?
If I was to answer that question you just asked directly, or to address that question you just asked directly, I would say it is really to give us a background as to how did the Maroons come about in the first place, and what has been the Maroon experience over the last 3-4 centuries.
I appreciate that question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
because Maroons have existed for centuries. It's not a group that just form. In fact, it's not just a group. You know, it's like a state within a state. But rather than jumping ahead to answer the question, that would be the question I would pose, so that we can really get into a real healthy discussion around it.
All right. Mute again, Patrick, because your fan's still on, right?
No.
Yeah, man. Some blowing into your mic, Patrick. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's the breeze from outside or something. But
that's it. All right, so just mute in the meantime.
Just mute in and out, Patrick, and we should be good. Yeah, perfect. To answer your question, it's a very good question. Thank you. Let's talk about the Maroon story, right? Maroons we do not look at ourselves as ever having a slave history. Our history doesn't start with slavery or end with slavery. As an unconquerable people, we can trace our history going back, prior to 1492, to the, before, when we talk about the Moors that were controlling, the seven seas as merchants, and the Dominion, the Ottoman Empire, and the civilizations that existed in the Western Hemisphere. A lot of people do not understand that civilizations existed here before, Columbus, right? If we understand the story of Columbus or the history of Columbus, coming through Isabella and Ferdinand, it was only after the fall of Alhambra in Granada, Spain, the Moors, whereby, they were able to try, and conquer the Western Hemisphere. And through various Christian, what you call papal bulls, in terms of the doctrine of discovery and various other paperwork that was coming out of the church, to go under the guise of God and Christianity, that they should own land. They were going on a conquest all over to tear through indigenous communities, First People communities, and pretty much wipe out their existence. The beauty about it, since 1492, there's only one set of people that can show on the record that they defeated this extreme, what I would say, evil. Let's just put it in that terminology so you can teach, a child, right? This evil force that was going around on this conquest, that was, killing, raping, pillaging people's lands and everything. The Maroons of Jamaica, especially now in the descendants of those Maroons, and we're talking about, if we're going to identify them, you're talking about those people who are identified as Tainos, Arawaks, Moors, and also the various Africans that also came over that, would have been able to escape from plantations or indentured servitude, and, would have been able to connect with the Maroons in the mountains. In 1738, the people are identified as Maroons within the historical lexicon, because that's not a true nationality, but we use that term it is the easiest term right now, because it's within the history, the context, we're able to identify ourselves. But us as a people in 1738 hold a very supreme authority on the island, because we were able to show the rest of the world that we when they're considering us Black people, Africans, and third class people, or 2/3 of a person, chattel property, we were able to show the entire world that we existed. From there, we see that the United States of America, in its coining of its independence, they fought the same exact enemy that we had in 1738, which was the British Crown. And they were able to have their independence and coin a constitution as well. And that came right after us, in around 1787, I believe, right? 1786, 87. So when we're looking at the chronology of time, we're realizing that obviously the Maroons in Jamaica, as First Peoples who did make a stand and can show that they have allodial titles to land, aboriginal titles to land, prior to a government that has a responsible charter as an independent parliament, right? we are able to defend our claim to sovereignty. So that is who the Maroons are, and tracing their history from that point to now, and we as Maroons, that's what we stand on today.
Let me ask you a question before I throw it to Herb. Is the question or the challenge facing the Maroons in their ongoing engagement with the government of Jamaica, is it one of land rights, or is it one of sovereignty, or is it intertwined?
Yeah, it's a great question again, Rattigan. You're firing them off today. It is best described as an intertwined situation. And let me say this, because there's going to be a lot of the government officials that are listening to this interview, because they obviously want to understand the temperament and the mindset behind the administration today, Chief Curry's administration, and what are our intentions. Brother Rattigan, Brother Herb Nelson, and Brother Patrick, this thing is so simple if we use common sense, that if there was a genuine nature of conversation on the other side, with the amount of bridges that Chief Curry's administration has opened to try and have communication and dialogue, the rhetoric that bothers them, such as sovereignty, when you're talking about government to government relations, right? These things can be had behind closed doors, right? It doesn't have to be a public squabble that now would, what considered to the current administration, seem like an attack against the integrity of the independent Parliament of Jamaica, right? The charter that they're operating under, the Ordering Council, right? Obviously, it's something that affects them. So for quite some time, the Maroons, in terms of the Chief Curry's administration in Akongpong, we have tried to dial down the rhetoric of sovereignty, because we understand that it creates some kind of diplomatic tension with the current administration, as this is the only current administration that does not and has not communicated with the Akongpong Maroons for 3 years consecutively, and it's only since Chief Richard Curry has become chief that this type of posture has been taken against the Akongpong Maroons. So it being intertwined currently, Brother Rattigan, is because we have to stand it. I had an interview with Dion Jackson Miller about 2 years ago, right? And I explained to her that what our ancestors left us, that was, it was a blood oath. What was left for us is a perfect state of freedom that shall exist forever, right? So as long as we have the unborn coming forward into life and we preserve this as the custodians, there is something called a birthright that exists for them, Rattigan, right? So this birthright that exists for them is an inalienable right, right? This inalienable right, because of the understanding of what sovereignty today is considered. Today, according to the American states in 1933, there is a document called the Montevideo Convention, right, on states. And inside that document, all the states have agreed, and this is within the hemisphere. Jamaica was a part of it, America, Brazil, everybody within this region. When they understand who they're going to consider a state, a legitimacy of who they consider a state, there are 4 requirements. 1, you have to have a people that can identify them. You have to have a government. You have to have a defined territory. And you have to have the most important one. You have to have the capacity to enter into relations with other nations, right? So that means one other state or sovereign must recognize you and create a document, hence the Peace Treaty of 1738. Just by that very nature of what happens under the definition, legal and international definition of a treaty, we understand that the Maroons do have statehood. Most people don't understand how to interpret the peace treaty as nothing more than a commercial document, right, of how we interrelate with each other on the island. That document should be updated, and we, the Maroons, have been trying to ask for dialogue, because since emancipation, yes, a few of those clauses would not make any sense. They would be redundant at this point, right? They're not active anymore. So we would need, according to proper diplomatic protocol, and the government of Jamaica needs to understand that the world is watching them, because if you're dealing with the Maroons at this level, there are many governments, other than if they already kind of are stakeholders here already, they're going to be wary about how many more new deals they're going to kind of be doing with Jamaica. Just saw you were reading off so many different itemized things from the travel advisory and stuff. And most of that is dealing with, other than crime, is dealing with corruption and fraud. And, you know, if this is the mindset of Jamaica, that these reports are coming out of other nations, then what is that telling us? Right? It's telling us that we're under a microscope. So it would behoove the government of Jamaica, the current government, to look at how you even treat your people internally, your first people that have documents that are recognized by outside forces. So it's not we who are saying who we are. We have proclamations from countries, diplomatic communications recognizing January 6th, the treaty, March 1st, giving homage and paying homage to this period and time, because our flag is older than many other flags, right? And when you talk about the law of nations, these things are not taught, obviously, within the academia of Jamaica on a mass scale. So we understand a lot of it flies over many people's head, right, Brother Rattigan? But without going too much further down it, it's just a thing that I would advise the government of Jamaica to look at the last 3 years of Chief Richard Curry's administration, trying to consecutively and feverishly try to open dialogue with the government. So we did not get to this point where there is almost an intense divide between the intellectuals, right? That some intellectuals are willing to risk looking completely stupid or ignorant, right? Even with the amount of alphabets behind them, their names, all because of a tribalistic mentality, right? So ignorance to the law is no excuse. That's the very first phrase most of the lawyers learn when they go into the bar and go into legal school. And it's something that they need to keep dear to their mind, because you're going to lose the respect of the international community, the respect and integrity of of discerning legal affairs and international affairs. So for that, Rattigan, I hope that in this intermixing of the land claim and sovereignty, that we actually can open dialogue with the government, especially that there's a constitutional reform underway.
Okay, thanks. Herb.
Mute. Okay, I'm unmuted. Greetings, Ambassador. Patrick, greetings to you too. And of course, Ambassador, I wanted to look back at some history here, right? It says, of course, Jamaican Maroons are descendants of Africans who freed themselves from slavery in the colony of Jamaica. They established communities of free Black people in the island mountainous interior, primarily in eastern parishes. Okay. What I also see here is when the English invaded Jamaica in 1655, most Spanish colonists fled. Many enslaved Africans who were there escaped, and along with free Black, mulattoes, and some native Taino, formed diverse groups in the Jamaican interior. These groups coalesced into the Maroon communities, which resisted enslavement and sought autonomy. So this has been going on with the so-called Spanish Maroons, who created stockaded mountain farms, and one they say was it Louidasville in modern day St. Catherine Parish.
Louidasville.
Louidasville. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, it lists Maroon wars. The first Maroon war involved Leeward and Windward Maroons. Right? Treated as worst time with the colonial government. Second Maroon War occurred due to tensions between Governor Lindsay and the Leeward Maroons. Right? And they shipped out 600 Maroons to Nova Scotia because the governor double-crossed them. Right? And Nova Scotia is in Canada, I assume. That's what they're talking about, right?
Yes, yes.
And they say eventually many Maroons left Nova Scotia, settled in Freetown, Sierra Leone. That's
Sierra
Africa,
Leone. Yes.
where they formed the Sierra Leone Creole ethnic identity. So knowing that this deep legacy is there for you to follow. Once the Samaka Maroons, who have been fighting for their collective land rights in Suriname, they took it to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and won the case in 2007. What were the Jamaican Maroons waiting on when they saw this? And why wasn't action taken to solidify their position in the same manner?
Good question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Finish. No, finish, Herb. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know, that's part one. But part two has to be, this is now 2024, 17 years later. And we still see this hassle coming from the government, where you guys keep getting pushed around and nobody is pushing back. Pushing back in terms of going back to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and to the UN. Because the UN also says that they support, there's a UN department that support the rights of Indigenous people.
Yeah, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Sir.
Right. Yeah. So we should be getting help. We, in terms of you,
yes,
Maroon,
man,
should be getting help from two very powerful entities. What's going on?
All right. So let me start with the latter, right? So we did actually in 2022, November 2022, closer to the end, going into December. It was I believe it was the 108th third session, treaty body session for the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. At that time, as fate would have it, Professor Shepard, Vereen Shepard, was actually the chairman of that committee at the time. So it was a very good time for us, Kongpong Maroons, and a few other indigenous communities also put a report forward to the United Nations that is on the record, as well as a Kongpong. Now, a Kongpong record is there, and we got an opportunity to speak directly with the committee in private prior to the committee speaking to the state party, meaning Jamaica. I believe Minister Babsy Grange, was part of that presentation, because Jamaica was under a big microscope during that entire presentation. You guys can go and look that up, as it's 108th session, treaty body session, third. And if you want, Brother Rattigan, I'll send you after this, I can send you the links to all of that so you can really look at even our report, because it's important, Herb, to know that we have a Kongpong, right? The state of Kongpong has been putting and documenting on record with the United Nations to the fact that during the third committee, one of the country rapporteurs, that one of the members of the task force, who was doing the report, because it's every 4 years you have to come in and you have to actually show to the committee that you have actually caught up to the many recommendations when that you are receiving as a state that entered into this body, right? So whenever the task force member started to speak with the government of Jamaica and their members, the ambassador, they specifically asked about the treaty. The treaty was brought up for the record. I believe Chief Richard Curry would have posted that on his social media. There were many questions that were asked of the government, and I'm just so sorry that that was not broadcast live for many people to see. I think we'll be able to get a few more clippings out for you guys, and you guys, you'll be able to show it on your platform. But there were direct questions asked, and there was just a dance, a diplomatic dance around many of these various questions that were being put forward. It is important to note, Herb, and when I send the link, you'll be able to download all these PDFs. The country rapporteur made a report to the government of Jamaica. So this is the reason why we did not really have to go as yet to the Inter-American Court, right? Meaning the state of Akongpong. Why? While we had a case locally in Jamaica, in the Jamaican courts, because what happens with the Inter-American Court and the international courts, there is a procedure of law in terms of what they would call civil procedures, where they could say, have you exhausted all efforts locally or within the court procedures before you have even come into our jurisdiction asking for help? Furthermore, you have to, when we look at the jurisdiction of the Inter-American courts, a lot of the rulings are not necessarily binding upon the state, right? Even though the Inter-American Court can make a certain type of ruling, they'll actually let you know that a lot of what you have to do procedurally, they can't force the government or any government for that matter who is not signed on, or even if they're signed on, because of this whole state and territorial sovereignty issue, right? Now, the government of Jamaica is part of the courier of the British Crown, as the British Crown is still the head of state of Jamaica. So the British Crown, as the protectorate of the government of Jamaica, obviously the Inter-American courts cannot intervene or force the government of Jamaica. They can only make public recommendations and a ruling that will set some kind of precedence for the courts to interpret as public law. When the judges interpret an Inter-American ruling, they'll interpret it as public law, right? For the benefit of what is called jurisprudence within the courts. That is what I believe happened the last time, where some of the Windward Maroons collectively came together and worked with a human rights attorney that did bring one of those cases, Herb, 2 years ago, right? While Akongpong had their case locally. So there was a fight going on two fronts. You understand? So it didn't make sense for Akongpong to go and put another case into the Inter-American Court and exhaust all of our resources at the time. We were watching our brothers from the Windward Maroons decide to go on the international side, and we were now exhausting all efforts locally, right? This is how Faith would have had it. The beauty of it is that the ruling that came out of the Inter-American Court allowed one of the judges to see that in the public interest and in terms of public law, that injunction was given. I don't know if you guys remember that, right? But an injunction was applied for no mining, no nothing, anything at all. We also had an injunction. So what was happening in terms of international law being put out, and the local court seeing that there's a case here as well, right? And not only our case, there was another case, I believe, with Hugh Dixon, and I believe they were using attorney Hilton, right, as their attorney. They were able to actually get the injunction at the time, right? So there were many people fighting, Herb. So it's almost as if we didn't want to cross each other, right? Where everybody took a lane and we're just kind of going full steam ahead. What did that do? For quite some time, it did disrupt and stop bauxite mining, right, within the Cockpit country. A lot of the companies were losing money, especially what many would have remembered as Noranda. Is no longer Noranda. Once those claims started going on the record, if you guys check your chronology, you'll see all of this what was happening from even when Chief Richard Curry went down to some of the sites and started spray painting maroon on some of the big stones and around the entire area, in terms of making claim to certain rights to the land. This is prior to the case, right? All of a sudden you'll see that there is no more Noranda, right? It's now reformed and reshaped as a company called Discovery, right? And then if you start to look at the whole of that shell company orientation, you'll start to realize that, you know, it's just a shuffling of the blocks around. Obviously, it's hard to do business in Jamaica. Why? Because copy country is a very hot topic. It's a hot potato, right? You have the government of Jamaica, unfortunately, that believes that they do not need to speak with the indigenous communities about this indigenous territory. And they are now, you know, cutting leases and signing leases and making promises that they cannot actually fulfill legally. You know, and the court, the attorneys for these major companies and multinational companies are making their clients aware of the risk management system. So I hope that answers your question, Herb.
It does to some degree. Now, you mentioned the 108 treaty body session where various human rights treaties are discussed by independent experts, right?
Yes.
Convention against torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, right? Have you guys noted anything that would be degrading treatment or punishment that is being practiced against Akapong Maroons? Convention on the Rights of the Child? Are all the children of the Maroons in your community being given education, health, and protection from exploitation, especially health caused by the bauxite pools and stuff that is poisonous? You know, these are some of the things that when you look at, were all of these things discussed at this treaty body session? And you know, your social and cultural rights, economic and so on and so forth when it comes to rights, right to education and food security. How does that play out when you have the bauxite areas poisoning everything around the place?
Right. No, that was absolutely brought up, Herb. All of these various facets and violations that would encompass, you know, everything under the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, the rights of a child. A lot of these clauses and articles are actually being violated. But here's the interesting fact, and you know, this is to tickle, you know, our minds. So we think
you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Jamaica is a signatory to a lot of these charters, but unfortunately, they have not ratified into local legislation a lot of how these international laws are going to apply here. The only one that we have gotten that is close to being aligned with some form of, you know, freedom, you know, what is called almost like a Bill of Rights, similar if compared to the United States of America, right? Is the 2011 Fundamental Rights and Freedoms that was ratified. That's basically the amendment to the Constitution.
As part of the Constitution, right?
Correct. That in 2011. Now, when you look at that, that does give some good context that was expressed in terms of rights, but it's still not the totality that needs to be there. And that was actually expressed in the report by the country rapporteur at the 108 treaty body session after seeing the myriad of discontent and objection to the state party's report that they would have entered onto the record. The state party, watch this, and I really want you guys to get it and read it. When it comes to the Maroons, when the state party, Jamaica, right, the government of Jamaica was making their presentation as to Akongpong and the Maroons, they said everything was good. They were in great relationships with the Maroons and with us, and that they help us to put on our January 6th event. Now, and this is funny, this is now 2024. Since Chief Richard Curry ascendancy to the office of chief, the government of Jamaica has not assisted in one January 6th event. Not one member of the Jamaican government, not one minister, nobody has come to a compound and actually represented for saying that on the side of the British or the side of the Jamaican government, nothing at all. When we communicated with the Governor General in the last January 6th festival replied, and the office said that they would come. Then a matter of a day later said that, okay, someone is going to actually give the speech for the Governor General. And then within a day later, that was all gone and said, nobody will actually be bringing a speech and the Governor General will not be represented. And we were laughing at this point. We were like, okay, well, this is obvious what is happening, right?
Right.
So, at this, so Rattigan, it goes back to what you asked. It has to be intertwined at this point, right? Because where it was a land claim at first, and then us trying to discuss how can we create a Republic Jamaica that encompass the totality of everybody, and most importantly, that the Maroons, the indigenous people, the first people, have proper representation, right? Keynote, and I'll put the floor to you guys to kind of help me with this segue, is when the current government of Jamaica says that they're not going to fund this section of Jamaica because under the claims that we're saying that we're sovereign, right? Now, there's a treaty that exists, and the British High Commissioner came here twice, 2019 and 2020, and reiterated with no ambiguity exactly that the government of Jamaica should now be the responsible party for the treaty, now that you have an independent parliament, basically, right? So I don't, and I'm going to give it to you, Rattigan, I don't understand where, if they feel that, they have a saying, and I'm going to yield. They have a saying, when communication breaks down, right, it only leads to a point where there's no amicable solution, and that is kind of where we're going. We're almost being forced, Rattigan, to stick our flag in the ground, right, publicly, and obviously then every action has an equal and opposite reaction because of our claims being made. So the integrity of the state of Jamaica is being shaken, right? And I'm just saying there should be some wise people over there who are hearing me. And if they're doing their research, Rattigan, they'll be knowing I'm speaking from a place of understanding exactly how the system works over there. My family was very much intertwined and served this government honorably. And they left because of certain players and people that did, and certain scrupulous things that happened within different transitions of power, right? So when I actually talk, that's why I said to you, Rattigan, I don't usually talk often, but when I talk on platforms like this that are really carrying substance, because I know deeply that there should already have been communication with us and the government of Jamaica. It is clear as day. The former Prime Minister Bruce Golding tried to open communication with Chief Richard Curry and had him on a platform talking publicly to signal to the government of Jamaica to try and find a way to have communication, and yet we're still here. So, Herb, we do intend to still carry claims, right? We do intend to still fight in terms of our legal claims. And we do intend to stand on the defending the territory, because remember the four things that I told you that we need to make sure we always have: a government, a people, the territory defined, and the capacity to enter into relations with other governments.
All right. I know. Let me before I bring in Patrick, because we are going around the horn, and I know time is it's at a premium for you. I want to play something for you. And this actually I played it earlier, so I'm playing it for people who are joining us. Now, I was told that my grandmother was a Maroon, but be that as it may, what to do with that? I'm just looking at the fairness of the situation. I'm looking at the documents, and it would appear to me that what the government is doing is in total opposition of what it should be doing. And I listen to you keenly. I've listened to the government's arguments. And then you even look at the Constitution Reform Commission and what it's doing and how it's left out a whole bunch of, not just the Maroons, but a whole bunch of people and issues as well. But I want you to pay a little attention to this. This is our tribute to the first people of Jamaica.
Take away my land. What am I going to do?
Because we are in this rural side, we are nobody to them. They don't see this community. We need someone to stand up with us to fight.
When I just say we are trying to stop it, and we can't stop it.
Me and you can't stop it. The whole nation need to come together, defend your rights. We have the national pledge. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty. Any beauty that you got, we need to give.
We have to find back some of the Maroon spirit. We need to fight for our community, our rights, because we know we have rights.
In Canada recently, my wife and I were deeply touched to meet many of those engaged in the ongoing process of reconciliation. Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples reflecting honestly and openly on one of the darkest aspects of history. As challenging as that conversation can be, people across Canada are approaching it with courage and unwavering commitment.
The committee would like to ask the State Party about the status of the Maroon Treaty of 1738, as well as on the measures adopted by the State Party to engage in constructive dialogue with different stakeholders about this treaty, including with Maroon community, which allege that the State Party has unlawfully annexed ancestral lands of the Maroons, whose ownership is embedded in this treaty, without due process in violation of this treaty. According to the information received by the committee in December 2021, the government of Jamaica issued a directive to all ministries, departments, and agencies prohibiting the allocation of funds to the area of Akompong. The committee has also been informed that the Parliament and the government of Jamaica recognizes the elected authority of the Akompong Maroons every 5 years.
There is no other sovereign authority in Jamaica other than the government of Jamaica. Not 1 inch of Jamaica will come under any other sovereign authority.
Celebrate 282 years of recognition of the Maroons as a sovereign community. In my first 2 visits to Akompong, I spoke about the human desire that is universal to live in freedom and the importance of honoring peace agreements. This is as true today as it was at the time of Captain Kojo.
Yes.
Give thanks, Ratty.
That is our
Yeah, man. Give thanks, man. There's a beautiful rendition, that man. Respect.
yes. Bloody appreciate it, my brother.
Yeah, man. Respect, man.
Patrick, you're up.
Brother Patrick.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I missed that rendition. I wasn't hearing a thing. It was total silence. But anyway, Ambassador Anu, you have done quite a job, outlining the giving us an update. And in fact, it don't leave much in terms of question. One question though, I'm not altogether clear on. Is there any mining being done right now or has ever started on Maroon territory?
Yes. So there is still mining that is going on now. Some mining recently
Hold on a
started.
second. Patrick, you can mute again.
Thank
All
you.
right, thanks.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Patrick. There's some mining that recently started, Patrick. And that mining started since the case for Akongpong was thrown out. Since the injunction was thrown out, which both of them were thrown out right behind each other, pretty much. This is funny enough and interesting enough after, the justice, the courts and the judges got a big pay raise. These cases just mysteriously just got thrown out, right? With no proper, I would say, no comforting ruling that would really make any sense, right? So the mining that has started is going on. There's actually prospective licenses that are going on that actually breach what we consider the black line, which is the cockpit country, not the government of Jamaica's cockpit country protected area line, right? The cockpit country that we're all agreeing on in terms of Maroons at this period in time is about I'm not sure if you guys have a map of it. Would you be able to pull it up, Ratty, by any chance? The cockpit country map?
Do you have it? You want to share the screen?
Yeah, let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Hold on a second, because it's important. Hold on. Actually, let me see if I can go to just copycountry.com. Right. If people understand the map, maps, you'll get a good idea to. Hold on a second. But Patrick, while I'm looking for it, yes, there's mining going on right now by a number, maybe about 2 different companies right now, and they are going on all around the cockpit country, from the eastern side, the northeastern side, and also the southern side of cockpit country. That if you guys know an area called like the Mile Gully area and all that, and even if you're driving. If anybody's driving on a new highway when you're going out to Mandible, just start looking to your left and your right after you go through the second toll. You're going to see a bunch of mining that is going on. Go ahead, Brother Ratty, while I look for this. As soon as I find it, I'll pop it back up, because I'm actually using my...
Why do you focus on Patrick's question? Let me just ask you a question that one of the our supporters asked me to ask you. Very
Please.
strong support I had. The question is, why don't the Maroons have or seek a seat in Parliament, have somebody that can represent their interest?
Great question. That's actually what should be happening, Rattigan. That's actually, if we do this the right way, since 1962, since we were kind of left out from being expressed in the Constitution, similar to how the United States has the Indians expressed in the Constitution of the United States of America. That did not happen in 1962, but what was beautiful is that clause 4 of the Constitution for the Jamaica, the savings clause, as we would call it in the legal world, right, preserves the 1738 treaty, right, which is why you will see the British High Commissioner coming here and reaffirming the treaty in 2019 and 2020, and even now hearing the Committee on the Elimination and Racial Discrimination at the 108th session just in 2022 reaffirm the treaty and ask the state party again, right? So it's like the compounding evidence, you know, based on even the rendition you showed. But directly, Rattigan, sir, just give me the punch of the question, because I want to make sure I answered it, right? Give me the question right there again.
The question is, 1 second. It's, oops.
So just to make sure I answered it in its totality.
All right. The question, and I know you're checking to answer Patrick's question, but this question, why don't the Maroons will the Maroons seek a seat in Parliament to represent?
Right. So yes, good. So it's supposed to happen. So because knowing that all of that context behind you shows that there is a legitimate claim, there is supposed to be dialogue and communication. We don't have a proper representation in the Parliament to be able to say, here's X amount of people that live within this territory, right? As the Parliament, as the Prime Minister had said in the speech, in the outburst he had made, you know, it's not like we're a government saying that we're a municipality or anything. The thing is, to answer the question to your caller and to everyone and to yourself, it has to start at dialogue, Brother Rattigan. We don't have no proper dialogue for over 62 years. There's no constructive, real dialogue that is being entertained with the Maroons. So what do the Maroons believe? The Maroons believe that this has been nothing more than a whole plan, right, that has been put together by a bunch of people that said, we're going to go the whole way to just amalgamate everybody as one Jamaicans, and we're going to just remove the treaty, ignore it. And, you know, that is wrong, right? Because look here, Rattigan, I want to make sure that I pull this out for you. And it partially answers the question about should we be able to communicate to have a representation, right, in Parliament. Okay. This is a copy of the treaty from the archives, right? A copy of the original. Look, so I'll just make sure you can see it. It says, and it's signed by the archives, right? Hold on, let me move my hand, right?
Yeah.
It says what?
Yeah, I can see it.
Office of the Jamaica Archives, correct?
Correct.
Says true copy of the original, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's look at
what's below it though. I see like a date or something. What's below it?
Yeah. Let's look at the date. Look at the date. So for full transparency. So this was the 29th of April, 2022. See that?
Is that a signature next to it?
That's a signature on top of the seal. So the embossed seal. So I'm going to show you the embossed seal. So this is the embossed seal. You can see.
Yeah.
Right? So you see the embossed seal, right? Same thing that you see with the stamp at the back. And each page is stamped, showing that this is a copy of the original. And you'll see the embossed seal there, right? Now, let's look at this now. This is a copy of the treaty that is inside the journals of Jamaica, right? And I'm going to show you it at the top. It says what? The laws of Jamaica, right? So it's there. And this is a copy of the treaty. And just so we started, so okay, we can get there. 1 second. It says, in the name of God, whereas Captain Kojo, Captain Akongpong, Captain Johnny, Captain Kofi, Captain Kwako, and several other Negroes, their dependents and adherents, have been in a state of war and hostility for several years past against our foreign lord, the king, etc., etc., etc. Who, you know, you can get this online when you look at it at the Harvard website and stuff, right? But we're showing you what is the context I'm showing you. We went inside the Jamaica archives and found this in the laws of Jamaica, in their journals. So it's not that they can not say the treaty is not on record, whereby the savings clause of the Constitution is not in force. It is in force, and we have these records. So therefore, we should be getting proper representation. If not, Ratty, go back to what you asked me. Is this just a land claim or an intertwined claim with sovereignty? Because in order to protect ourselves, our birthright, and our integrity, we're being forced to stand on sovereignty.
Okay. All right. You don't have to convince me, brother. We don't.
No, it's not. No, it's not for you, Ratty. Me and you're good, man. But you see, you have a beautiful platform, right? Where this is for the intellects, right? We're trying to open the minds of many. Many will be able to use this video and replay it over and over. That's why I'm trying to take so much time. Even though simple questions are being asked, you'll see me kind of varying and trying to pull a lot of things together for the whole context of matter, because the Maroon story is a complex story in Jamaica, because we're a complex makeup of people, right? The truth is, many Jamaicans are Maroons. That is the truth. And you are a Maroon, Rattigan, right? So it is right. So this is just how it works, right? But it's a matter of understanding. When you say where you can trace your grandmother, your grandparents, your great grandmother, your grandparents, where them did live, what were they doing during this time of slavery? If everybody stops for a moment and go check them family tree, you know what was wrong, Rattigan? The youngsters start to not talk to the elders anymore. And there was a segregation in the family under the Willie Lynch doctrine, right? Where them say, don't kill off the chattel stock anymore. Let's use a new psychological paradigm and break up mother and son, mother and husband, and let them fight each other, whereby now you can control them. This is what has happened. So our youngsters have no idea of oral history. We have no idea how to trace our bloodline on the land. What was going on during the time of 1655? Do we have any people that came onto the island at that time? Obviously, many people are going to have that bloodline that predate the war. But because it has been shoved down our throat that is only Emancipation Proclamation has made us free, and that is the history that we want to give the chattel property and those who want to identify as chattel property, right? That's the history you're left with. You're going to just be left with basic, whatever constitutional right that a government gives you. And in closing, in this particular sense, this is what the Maroons are fearing. We are fearing that we are going to be giving up almost a 300-year-old document, right? Because if we don't fight, because of a government that is believing and perceiving that we must submit to the stress, duress, and coercion of leaving us out of constitutional reform conversations, ignoring our basic human rights, ignoring our land rights, and ignoring that the rights that predated the 1962 Order in Council. And again, I will yield Ratty to say that it would behoove the government of Jamaica to remember that they're being watched by international parties that are suggesting that, not even suggesting, they're taking keen note of how they're treating us as a people, how they're treating an actual reaffirmed document. And for that reason, it's going to cause them a problem in the future with many other agreements that they may have.
I tell you what, I want to open the phone line, but I'm afraid because I have Lisa, and shall wait patiently. But no, this is not. No, we're going to run with this conversation. But when you move the phone line, we're there till tomorrow morning because the
question. Man, go on, have a little time, man. Have a little time. And real quick before you open the phone line,
I want to speak to something there.
Go ahead,
Patrick. Lisa, you're good, right? All right, good. All right, Patrick, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Back to the question. Of course, we never finished with the question, the box side, but
yeah.
Back to this current question around the representation. That really puts things in a dilemma if we were to consider representation in Parliament as well, because what happens is that it would speak to the autonomy of the Maroons, because part of the treaty, part of the agreement is giving the Maroons a certain degree of autonomy. So even though you're part of the state of Jamaica, you're also a Maroon state in itself. It's just that to some degree, it's the organization of the Maroon state it still remains underdeveloped, right?
Mm-hmm.
It do have the structure, it do have the infrastructure, right, of a Maroon government that the Jamaican government recognizes, and then that is the aspect of it that should be written into the Parliament and the Constitution.
What's the question there, Patrick? Patrick?
No, I was just. Yeah, you hearing me?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's based on what Ambassador said. Ambassador, you muted, but based on what you were saying, based on what you were saying pertaining to the representation in Parliament,
right?
You're saying that is one part of what's needed, and I'm saying that if it was to be that you would have representation in Parliament the way we know it, it would simply be in terms of constituency representation and possibly municipal representation, the way it is in the general Jamaican state. But it would also affect your autonomy, because
not necessarily
based on the treaty.
Not necessarily though, Patrick. I see. I know where you're
part of the treaty is that you have been granted a certain degree of autonomy, which requires the Maroons to have their own government structure, right, within the state of Jamaica. And then that is the aspect that should be written into the Jamaican Constitution.
I hear you. So, Patrick, hear this. Here's the thing.
So that is a piece I wanted you to address.
No, man, and I'm going to address it. Here is, and I completely hear the perspective, because I'm a very keen listener to each word in the language that is being used, right? So I have to be very careful as an ambassador as well, using my language in terms of the people that I represent. The people that I represent in our oral history, we don't know anything as slavery. We conquered slavery. Therefore, King George cannot tell the Maroons after we beat him that we are going to get some form of autonomy, and everybody else is going to interpret that the Maroons don't have sovereignty, right? We never lost the war, we won the war. So nobody can dictate what type of government or how the land was going to be shared up or anything like that. It has to be understood that the Maroons won the war. That means as the nationals of the land, we are the landowners. What the British did is create a peace treaty to do business here, because in order for them to have stayed here and continue to do business and get money from their creditors, because they were in debt, right? They were fighting a war for over 84 years. So there's a financial agreement. The peace treaty helped to create various financial agreements whereby the British would continue to do business here. The problem, Patrick, which is why we're having conversations about autonomy and it being degraded and where we end up today, is that unfortunately some of our ancestors did not execute government how we know government to be, like how the British were running governments or other First Nations were running governments, right? So there's a major gap that was created for us. We didn't understand the forked tongue of the white, as the Native Americans say, the white man, right? We didn't know the forked tongue of the British was just trying to ensure that they did not lose the island and lose money from their creditors and everything as one of the main reasons why they signed the treaty, because they were losing money every single day, and they would have been bankrupt with the Jamaican system, what they had set up here, because sugarcane, remember at that time, was supposed to be the crown jewel of their system, right? So once they got that document and their creditors supported them and they were still here doing business, similar to like bauxiting, right? They now tried every effort to divide the Maroon communities. They divided the windwards from the leewards, told them they want to be over you, they want to subject you, they want to do this and that. And then now you have years later, you have a set of windward Maroons now that doesn't want to meet with their brothers and sisters and willing to throw some of their brothers and sisters under the bus. This is because of the psychological framing of what's going on. Why? Because it's important. They need to separate us so we are not united, so we cannot settle the matter on the ground. Do you understand where I'm going, Patrick? So it's not that I am saying that we want representation in the parliament necessarily. We're suggesting that communication can be had, that someone can be in parliament to say to you what necessarily, let's say they're making laws, or the Senate is making laws, right? Let's say it's even if not the parliament, that we have a seat in the Senate where we can give the voice of reasoning from our portion of understanding. That way our rights are not affected. And here's an actual case in point. In 1601, what is known as the City of London versus London City, they have a charter to be an independent state, and it's still operative right now. And they have agreements where they have people who are sitting inside the parliament in England, right, that is protecting their rights. So if anybody wants a case study, go and study the City of London versus London City, right, itself, where the Bank of England is and all that. Is a completely separate jurisdiction than how London operates, right? And it's the same exact system of how a compound is set up. There are so many advantages of the Treaty of 1738 if we were to update the treaty with the current government of Jamaica, that we could create a beautiful utopia in Jamaica. Beautiful, because the government of Jamaica throughout the years have already, through international and geopolitical pressures, have entered us as a people into certain treaties that we can't just jump out of, right? These treaties are creating whether economic hindrances, because we can't really go this way because we're going to be breaching this treaty and that treaty, you know? So there are these nuances. But look at this. You have this perfect virgin canvas, cockpit country, Akongpong, and the rest of the Maroon communities, Maroon Town, right? That can help and assist with the various things that can happen here on the island that can't necessarily happen in Kingston or other parts, that Jamaicans can still also benefit from a business understanding through these necessarily agreements. But nobody's thinking like that. You know why, Rattigan? You know why, Patrick? You know why, Herb? Because there are a few people on the island that know what I'm saying to you right now to the core, and they're greedy. They want it for themselves. They want it for them and their friends and their lodge members and people. So therefore, they will try to fight to the bitter end to ensure what I am saying and Chief Curry is saying and our administration and our people and the thousands of Maroons locally and the thousands of Maroons in the diaspora and the hundreds and thousands of millions of people that are throwing support behind us. They're trying to cast, you know, the racehorse goggles and blind people, right? So the treaty specifically spoke to, and you remember, if we know that it's reaffirmed and it's enforced, which it is, it spoke to that two people, right, could stay with the Maroons in terms of a diplomacy. That means two people can also be on the British side, which is now the government of Jamaica since 1962. We can know this is how we're supposed to have this discord. And I will say this, I won't call their name. Somebody from the sitting current government of Jamaica, whether they want to say they were running a joke or not, they're very, very, very good with the law, I'll just say that, asked about that specific clause and asked in a joke, well, if they want to say a joking matter, but it was more of a serious question. So what if I became one of the white men? So it showed me and Chief Curry immediately that they knew what we're talking about. They know, but it's just a matter of how can it happen? What kind of dialogue? What will Jamaica look like if we go down that road? Right? And I believe the current government of Jamaica believe that there's a legacy that they want to build. And in building that legacy, the Maroons are not in that legacy. Therefore, it's a complete barricade and blockade against anything that Akongpong is doing or the movement is doing to try and reestablish and reassert our rights. So with that being said, Rattigan, you know, it's just a steep hill that the Maroons face right now because the Jamaican state is heavily resourced. They are determined, and they're determined behind a leader that is seeking a legacy, to leave a legacy in a certain way and write it in a certain way. And unfortunately, no matter how much people try to convince him just to even have a conversation with the Maroons, you know, even when he decided to have the conversation with the Maroons, he requested that Chief Richard Curry not be there. These are the things that we're talking about in terms of lack of dialogue.
All right, tell you what, let me because I really want to open the phone lines and give people a chance to ask questions. And Lisa, feel free for calling and ask a question and come and see how wait patiently. But I want to have Herb ask a question, and then I have I think it's an interesting question I want to ask you before opening. Or you know what? Let me ask you, and then while Herb is asking, I can open.
I found the map, by the way, Ratty. If you want to, so I can go back to Patrick to make sure he has his answer, his question fully answered. But go ahead, Herb, and when we get back to, I just want to show Patrick the map.
Okay.
Okay, I had a call a while ago, and one of the things that the caller was stressing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that the caller was stressing was look at the upheaval yesterday when Vibes get out of jail, right? And jump into an escort of 2 limousines, right? And the people were out there jumping up and down and everything. Do those people have a clue about what's happening with the Maroons? This is one of the questions the caller was asking. Because the caller is hearing what you're saying today, and it's coming true as to how you're being sidelined. And I use the word sidelined judiciously. Sidelined by the Jamaican government, where they try to steal your land, where they try to blunt you when it comes to your treaty, and then blunt you on any rights you might be claiming. And they keep pushing. They're pushing hard because it's almost as if they feel it's now or never, that they need to take over and dominate you guys right now. And so I get the feeling also that Chief Curry is a pain in the backside because he keeps saying and doing the right things, right? And you really and truly have to have the representatives that want to help you. You may have to make liaison with government people to ensure that when the question of the Constitution and the amendments come around, that you are featured, that you are part of it, right? I don't know if you guys do any lobbying, but the question is there a government minister out there willing to help you? Anybody that has reached out to you that wants to, and I mean, if it's secret, I understand, but all you have to do is just tell us whether or not anybody on any government, whether government before this or the government currently in power, has anybody ever tried to help you directly?
All right. Great question, Herb. There are some supporters on both sides of the fence. I would just say that some would have to be very quiet, obviously, if they're working with the current government, but they wouldn't be giving massive support or anything. They would just not kind of trying to push the major agenda. And those are not people, obviously, in the upper circles of the plot that may be underway against the Maroons. Obviously, the opposition would show support for the Maroons at this time for various reasons, but I do believe they see the legal claim, they see the practicality of making sure that the Maroons do communicate and have a great relationship with the government of Jamaica, so it doesn't affect the integrity of the independent parliament that was created in 1962. And of course, the opposition leader Mark Golding in 2014, when he was the Minister of Justice, he would have put out a document and made certain pronouncements that, you know, the rights of Indigenous people should be recognized by the government of Jamaica within the legislation. Furthermore, he also recognized the legality of the treaty. And, you know, we have to remember he is also a learned man as a lawyer. So, you know, this is where he's able to appreciate the jurisprudence behind the history. Unfortunately, the current prime minister is not an attorney, and therefore he's not able to legally stand on a sound ground when he's making a statement such as, you know, what the Maroons have and what they don't have in terms of our rights. So it's just a lot of interesting things that are going to be playing out over the next, I would say, the next year or so until the elections. Rattigan and Patrick and Herb for us, because we are a pain. I am pretty sure we are a pain, as you would have put it, you know. But I trust in God first and foremost, and I trust in the support of the people and the intellectual minds out there to see that we must preserve the most important part of the Jamaican culture. Because when you say you're a Maroon first, right, Jamaica belongs to us. That's how we look at it. The identity of Jamaica and all of that belongs to us. We are a major part of the culture. So you can't say you're Jamaican and just want to leave out Maroons and 1738. It don't make sense. The spirit of Jamaica is a fighting spirit. The spirit of Jamaica is a rebellious spirit. We're a creative spirit. People look to us to lead them across the world. Why are we, the little country in the Western Hemisphere, everybody look to for leaders? Marcus Garvey, right? All of the Nanny of the Maroons, Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, all of these were freedom fighters. We didn't just have one or two freedom fighters. We had a plethora of freedom fighters throughout our history. Most people are just comfortable, right? And now we're almost getting comfortable to the point where we're willing to throw away, you know, our most important relic within our historical birth as a nation.
I know. Let me ask you something. I'm going to open up the phone line. There's a man in history known as Shaka, Shaka Zulu, who resisted the British in South Africa.
Yes.
And there were treaties executed between them as well. And there's a province in South Africa called KwaZulu-Natal. And that's the homeland for the Zulus.
Yes.
Today, they still preserve their heritage, their history, their culture. They have a king, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Would be similar to what the Maroons are to Jamaica.
Correct.
So and that's how I view the Maroons, because the Zulus and the continent of South Africa, or the people of South Africa, they coexist. There are no issues there. Now, I'm going to read you some things, a very short thing. And then I'll ask you the question. It says, we, the indigenous people inhabiting the archipelago within the North American territory of the Americas, referred to as Jamaica, have reaffirmed our independence and birthright. our government is styled as the sovereign state of a compound.
Mm-hmm.
A compound town is the capital for cockpit country. We are the heirs to the 1738 Maroon Treaty and Maroon identification.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the reason why the Prime Minister is so, I'm about describe it. But I remember him saying that there is only one sovereignty in Jamaica, and that is the government of Jamaica. So we don't recognize UNO. So even if the British say we recognize UNO and other governments and other organizations, we, the Jamaican government, we don't recognize UNO. And
right.
Is what's your best argument to him? Just give me one argument before I open the phone line that you could say, Mr. Prime Minister, you're wrong.
Well, in simplicity, in him being wrong is the same thing I would have said to Dion Jackson Miller in what I presume would be my chess move on the board as a checkmate, is that the independent parliament that was created in 1962 is not the signatory to the 1738 treaty. It is the British Crown. Therefore, the independent parliament cannot make an act of parliament to erase the treaty, halt the treaty, and or subvert the treaty, right? We are dealing with an international document that the British Crown themselves has reaffirmed as the head of state of Jamaica. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister of Jamaica is not the head of state of Jamaica at this time. Therefore, he must, as a responsible government, according to the savings clause of the Constitution for the government of Jamaica, must perform according to the contractual nature of how contract law works. And he must speak with us at some point. If not, he will have to then deal with the repercussions of what a breach to a contract is, or what a broken contract comes with when you talk about going to the justice system or such.
Hold on 1 second. Well, one quick thing. I have a caller here, but one quick thing. I've read the Constitution. I do not claim to be a scholar. I claim to be an interested student. And it says to me that the head of state of Jamaica is a colonial power. It's vested in the king.
Yes.
By virtue of that, I'm saying, well, then Jamaica is not independent. It's not
No.
truly independent. It's not
No.
sovereign.
No.
So then, how can a country that's not truly independent, truly sovereign, turn around on people that existed before the 1962 Constitution and then say to them, you people are not independent and you people are not sovereign?
Well, Ratty, watch this. If the Prime Minister doesn't want to believe me, let him believe one of the representatives in Congress, which is the legislative body of the United States, right? One of the Congress members, right? This is a proclamation from the US, the House of Representatives, to Chief Richard Curry. And let's just, without going through all of the fine print, let's just look at the main part. There's a seal, so it's a real seal, embossed, United States House of Representatives, right? Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, right? Member of Congress. Let's read right there what it says, Rattigan. It says 285th anniversary of what? Independence. Right? With great honor and recognition under the leadership of who? Chief Richard Curry. So it didn't say, there was no ambiguity as well in this proclamation. 285 years of independence. It's reaffirming what you're saying, Rattigan.
Right.
That could be the very reason why he's holding out against Chief Curry. He never got that thing in his name. Chief Curry got it.
Well, I must say, they don't just give these out.
I'll ask Yvette Clarke to send him one. I don't know what you want to say.
No, and it's profound. It's, as I said, it comes back to really looking at the facts. And if we look at the facts, there are nations around the world that understand very much the international recognition of the Maroons, the legacy of the Maroons. And unfortunately, the government of Jamaica does not at this time.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold that point. Caller, welcome to Reason, Miss Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Yes, sir. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead, please.
Why, every time we hear that story and I look for that story, we just know say we Prime Minister, but a government badness push off. If I use child psychology, while out first, while they rob you.
So, come here.
Because if us as the Maroons were here before them get independence from Britain, and Britain lose the war, right? And do business with us. We allow them to business here. How them come now? How him Andrew Wilson come now? What about sovereignty?
Yeah, that's a question. That's one of the central questions, and I don't think we've gotten an answer from the Prime Minister or the government. A clear. I don't think we've gotten a clear, unequivocal, defining statement from them regarding that question that you just raised regarding sovereignty.
One thing Andrew offer is just to go tea for the people in backside.
He put them backside? No, I don't remember. Me hear what you said, yeah.
Tea for them backside, I go send it out to the Chinese for them.
Right.
That him offer.
Right. Well,
so if you can tell me, say the people we don't have no sovereignty, whatever, and we give up that, it win. But make him know say, as of today, make him know say, we don't give up the right at Jamaica. We don't give up the right over here for him.
All right. Well, look, thank
you.
Good. Thank you for the call. All right.
All right, Charlie.
Thanks for the support. Big up yourself. You know what, I know. You know what just crossed my mind? Well, I know. I know disappear from me. I don't know, God. Big up yourself, Dr. Ben. World famous doctor. Wagwan.
Yeah, man, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. That caller sound like a good friend of mine, Uriel from down at Ochi. But yeah, man, very interesting discussion with Ambassador Anu. I'm glad that we're able to be on to share the plight that's happening over there in and I know it's not gone, maybe just some technical issues. But I'm glad that again, Reason with Rattigan. And I must big up, I'm in the streets. I'm doing my unofficial polling. And I'm telling you, I saw one client this week, Rattigan. And when I saw her, believe me, her health was not where it's supposed to be. So part of it was the fact that she wasn't sleeping well. So when I asked her, why you not sleeping well? She said, man, with show like Rattigan, man, Reason with Rattigan, I see up late at nights. So I'm telling you, this show is creating waves across Jamaica. And, the thing is, so many people are being educated. And I want to salute man like Herb Nelson every time. With every episode of Reason Rattigan, you see that little grey-beard man on. So I want to pick him up for the support, because people like him help to hold the arm up and get the information out there. But yes, I know, welcome back. And I was just saying that I'm glad that the platform is here for you to share the plight, because what's happening in Moortown, and by the way, I should be here this week. Hopefully I'm coming there Monday. Because what's happening there is not just the compound, the Moortown people's plight. It's a plight of those of us in Jamaica. And so, we have to stand with you, because it's an issue that affects all of us.
Absolutely.
Let me just, we have a call on the line, but let me just say that I know you said something that's resonating with me when you said that, if you check it out, most Jamaicans are Maroons. And I'm just wondering, could it be that the Prime Minister is a Maroon and not know it? And if he knew about it, he would have changed his stance on it, and the rest of the parliamentarians,
I'm just wondering because then it would be like fighting against yourself. But
it is fighting against
caller,
itself.
welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Hello, good night. I'm calling from Philadelphia. I have a question for Mr. Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ben, I ordered something for, it's totally different from what you're discussing right now, but I ordered something from your website and it's been 2 weeks now and I haven't seen it yet. Is it
All right.
Well, I can tell you, the person who deals with that is in Jamaica now. So I was gonna reach out to you and let you know that it's a womb. Well, I don't want to call it name, but it's going to. It's on its way.
All right. Take care, ma'am. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Well, where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
I know this voice.
Rattigan, the fearless leader.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead with the question.
The fearless leader of the organization to fight for the poor class of Jamaicans.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Big up yourself, sir. Good work you're doing and continue to fight for the people of our country.
All right.
Fearless leader, the man hailed from Waterhouse.
All right,
Respect to
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Oh, caller gone. Yes.
Well, Ambassador, one thing I say, if Andrew is a Maroon and he wants to come in and take over, I may have to order a crown and a scepter and dub King Curry.
King Curry.
Yeah, there you go.
Hold on 1 second.
And let somebody appropriately put the crown on his head and give him his scepter.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night. I'm calling from New York.
Yes,
Hearing
sir.
me clear?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, I want to ask a question.
Go ahead, please.
In relation to the amount of acres, because I'm looking at a document, right? And the document is saying the words and the figures don't agree. The figures are saying
1,500 acres.
while the wording is saying 1,500.
Ratty, can you put up that image for me?
The land, they say all the land situated between Trelawney Town and the cockpit country, there in Northwest, including Trelawney Town, a compound town, Scotts Hall, Moortown, and Charlestown.
No,
and to me, all of that area, I can't see how it could be 1,500.
No. Let me explain it to you.
Go ahead, explain to you. I'm trying to find a way.
Let me explain to you, caller. Ratty,
Caller,
can you
and listen to the answer, all right?
Yeah, man. Listen, caller. Right. So, Ratty, do me a favor so I can answer this, because that question is not just for that caller. It's going to be for everybody. That's why I wanted to bring it up. It's the map. It will answer Patrick's question as well as many other people who, the constant nuance of the misunderstanding regarding 1,500 acres in terms of a people who defeated the mightiest army at that time that was colonizing the Western Hemisphere. To think that our ancestors would just negotiate 1,500 acres for our rights, for our posterity forever. No, it's absolutely absurd. If we're able to pull up,
but keep talking. I'm trying to bring it up.
Okay, no problem. Okay, right. So to understand let me read it to you. To understand the clause 3. So I'm going to read it. Clause 3, thirdly. Where is it? Right here. I'm reading from the original, right? Thirdly, that they shall enjoy and possess for themselves and posterity forever all the lands, plural. So again, if we're dealing with the English lexicon, right here is where I would just say to somebody, just read the document and you see that it was pluralized. Not a single parcel of land, but lands. So I'll start again. Thirdly, that they shall enjoy and possess for themselves and posterity forever all the lands. So we know that is more than one. So let's understand, where are they now? Situate and lying between Trelawney Town and the cockpits. Let me repeat that again. all the lands situate, meaning stationary right here where we are, and lying between Trelawney Town and the cockpits. So Trelawney Town is where we're situated at the time when the treaty was being signed. So we need to understand what is Trelawney Town, not Trelawney the parish, but what is Trelawney Town at the time of 1738. Trelawney Town was a precinct. This precinct, I'm so sorry that the map is not able to pop up right now. But Trelawney Town as a precinct encompassed a Kongpong, what is called Moortown, Flagstaff, Eldersley, Whitehall, Garlands, Moko, the Quick Step, which we just had the issue with the other day. All right, and a myriad. So you're dealing with lands that are touching Bunkers Hill, Westmoreland, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, northern tip of Clarendon, right? Parts of St. And you're dealing with the cockpits, right? This ring road region, right? So when we're talking about 50, when everybody's trying to box back a compound into 1,500 acres, a compound is laughing, because when we continue to read after it says, all the land situate and lying between Trelawney Town and the cockpits, comma. That's two parcels of land that they're talking about, situate and lying between. So Trelawney Town being one parcel of land, and all the lands that are going now to the cockpits, those are a second parcel of land. Listen to the third parcel of land, comma, to the amount of 1,500 acres, bearing northwest from said Trelawney Town. From said Trelawney Town. When we go northwest from said Trelawney Town at the time of 1738 as a precinct, do you know where we end up, Rattigan, Herb, Patrick, and Dr. Ben? You know where we end up? Freeport.
Oh, Freemansport.
Freemansport. You're ending up in the Montego Bay region. Obviously, if we were building roads, if anybody's reading the treaty, and we had the right to build roads north to St. James, west to Westmoreland, and south to St. Elizabeth, if possible, because of all the mountains, it showed that we needed access to and from ports and markets. Obviously, our ancestors were not going to leave us marooned in the middle of the island. Again, for the world to think with a critical mind, I'm challenging everybody. Why would we, after 84 years of war and slavery in the Western Hemisphere and us defeating the greatest, mightiest army, why would we, one, leave ourselves marooned in the middle of the island and not negotiate territory also on the coast for a port, when we are also negotiating our statehood, our sovereignty, our autonomy, right? And also for that reason that we were creating an army, a militia, to work with the British Army in the event that the island was going to be invaded. That's what the peace treaty is about, so that a third entity regime did not exist on the island, such as the Spanish or any other nation would come and then disrupt the peace treaty that had existed now for 287 years. So in that context is what I am putting as people need to understand what Trelawney Town was, what cockpit country today is, meaning the cockpits, the ring road boundary, and also the 1,500 acres that now has become, tourist business.
So hold on a second, because I'm reading this thing and it's I can see where the caller is. I can see the caller's point, but I also see where you're coming from to say, well, look, between Trelawney Town and Cockpit, it's more than 1,500 acres.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Right. So if
a Kongpong Town, watch this, Rattigan. Watch this. You ready? A Kongpong Town alone is 1,220 acres.
Right. So it couldn't be that. It's saying
couldn't be that.
Everything between these two places, and then
Yes.
you own the extension of that, then you own 1,500 acres going
Right.
beyond.
Remember, it's how they were writing it in 1738. Obviously, our ancestors in our oral history passed down to us. The reason that 1,500 acres was attached to the last part of that sentence is because we had to negotiate how we were not going to be marooned in the middle of the island.
Landlocked.
Because landlocked in the middle of the island. So and again, this can be corroborated with us having the authority to cut and clear all roads north to St. James, west to Westmoreland, and south to St. Elizabeth, if possible. Pull up the treaty and read that part, right? So when you pull up the treaty and read that, it's absolutely clear we didn't just have 1,500 acres of land. Then think about it, on 1,500 acres, how could all the Maroons who are also taking slaves from slave plantations and allowing them to submit under Captain Codger's regime under Clause 2, because Clause 1 ceased all war forever. Clause 2 allows for a slave, if you do not want to go back to the slave master and you have immunity from the Jamaican legislation from being whipped, which is what we negotiated, right? If they wanted, if the slaves or indentured servitude wanted to return because they didn't want to live in the bush with us, they had the right to go back to the plantation and be indemnified from their slave masters for running away, according to what the Jamaican legislature would do to them as a crime, right? We're not using emotion, we're just dealing with the time and the law in those perspectives at that time. Now, when we look at when we look at Clause 2, allowing for the freedom of slaves as well, for people to come, we look at Clause 4, fourthly, that they shall have the liberty to plant the said lands with coffee, cocoa, ginger, tobacco, and cotton, and to breed cattle, hogs, goats, and any other flock, right? How are we supposed to do all of that on 1,500 acres?
I'm sorry, I know, not to deviate, but it's very important. You mentioned something that I didn't know of any at all. And you know, because there's a stigma out there, and it's being said that what part of what the Maroons did was capture slaves and bring them back.
You're right.
But from what you just said, it sounds as if the Maroons also negotiated. Shed some light on that. There was a negotiation that was done on behalf of runaway slaves.
Yes. So Clause 2, let me read it to you. You see, many people are not able to properly interpret the treaty and not be able to have a mind at the time of war at that time. And I'm going to break this down for you. It is going to be a challenge of the mind, because maybe the first time people are hearing it in this perspective. But many other legal minds and great scholars that I have spoken to that are out there in support and who I have debated, I end up coming back around and saying, yes, this is absolutely the correct thought process, because we can't think about it in how we are now thinking. We have to think about it at the time when it was written. So secondly, that said Captain Codger and the rest of his captain, adherents, and men shall be forever hereafter in a perfect state of freedom and liberty, excepting those who have been taken by them or fled to them. So you read, taken by them, meaning we went and took slaves and freed them from the plantation. So that's not us returning slaves, correct? We're agreeing to that, what that just said. Taken by them, meaning Maroons took them and carried them with us, right? Or fled to them, meaning slaves who ran away and came to us as well, right? So secondly, that the said Captain Codger, the rest of his captain, adherents, and men shall forever hereafter be in a perfect state of freedom and liberty, excepting those who have been taken by them or fled to them within the last 2 years. Very important. Most people don't understand why that last 2 years was entered into the clause. During that time, there were indentured servitude clauses that when you came over, you had to be an indentured servitude servant for 2 years. This is business that the British Crown was dealing with at that time. I am not agreeing to it. I'm just dealing with the legal understanding of what's going on. There's a reason why that particular sentence, that particular clause was entered into that article, right? 2 years, because they're dealing with people that each time they lost people, similar to a Jamaican citizen saying, I no longer want to be a Jamaican citizen, I want to be a Maroon citizen. and no longer decide that, guess what, as a Maroon citizen, you may have the right not to have to pay taxes, then when you think about 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 people doing that, then you realize the Jamaican state may be in problems. You see where this can go? That's why the Prime Minister is in an upheaval. Because if you listen to his rhetoric in the entire speech, you'll hear him make a very direct caution to the Jamaican society that this is not a game. And some of you may think it's hip or hop, but this is a very serious matter. And he used certain terminologies that if you hear it and go back and listen now, you'll realize he's warning people the integrity of the Jamaican state can collapse and be lost to the Maroon state. If you're listening close enough, you will hear it, right? So they're seeing it as a threat. But to answer your thing, finish answering your thing, Dr. Ben, yes, we did free slaves and we negotiated it, right? Excepting those that have fled to them in the last 2 years. If such are willing to return to their said masters and owners with full pardon and indemnity from their said masters and owners for what has passed, provided always that if they are not willing to return, they shall remain in subjection to Captain Kodjo and in friendship with us according to the form and tenure of this treaty. Follow me, Dr. Ben? So we already negotiated for people to, when they came to us, to be able to be free. Watch this. That's not the only clause. So we're going to double down and show them one more time another clause that our ancestors did to ensure that people would be free. Because
so just to be clear, I know if they wanted to return home, the negotiation ensured that they have been immune from the flogging or the whipping.
Correct.
And if they stayed, the British ensured that they would be friend of the slave masters. In other words, they would have become a part of Kodjo's army and be friendly towards them, not hostile.
Correct. The whole thing was to cease hostilities. We have to remember that it's a war document, right? We're ceasing hostilities, and two nations are about to start doing business under a peace treaty so everybody can get back to regular life, right? Now, look at this. Sixthly, because remember, similar to Chief Curry's administration today, he's been perpetrated as a rebel, a Don, all these kind of things in the local medias, right? Now, obviously, when there is a force in play or a government in play and they feel threatened, they can class people in certain ways, such as this term rebel, which then creates a national security threat and all these kind of things, right? So let's look at what the document also says, that if somebody was classified as a rebel by the British, which only would be runaway slaves that are rebelling against the system, right? So outside of clause 2, there's another clause that frees those people if they were now classified as rebels against the British Crown because they were fighting for their freedom across the entire island. You ready? Sixthly, that the said Captain Kodjo and his successors do use their best endeavors to take, kill, suppress, or destroy, either by themselves. So that means we had full autonomy to go do anything that we want if we felt our own threat as well, or jointly with any other number of men commanded on that service by His Excellency the Governor or Commander-in-Chief for the time being. All rebels, whatsoever they be throughout this island, unless they submit to the same terms of accommodation granted to Captain Kodjo and his successors. You following, Dr. Ben, everyone? So if these people who were deemed rebels that the army was going to go after, that the Maroons would now join with the British army to try and suppress. Why? Because we did not want a third regime to be controlling Jamaica after the 84 years of war. We wanted a settled matter. This was the document to get rid of all of the risk so that everybody can move forward. So watch what happens. All obviously from our oral history, we
drinking warm water.
From our oral history, we understand that yes, we had to negotiate doing military exercises to protect the island from all rebels, either foreign or domestic, similar to what the United States would have as their pledge as well, right? But when we're looking at this sixth document, when it names you as a rebel, it says unless they are willing to submit to the same terms of accommodation of Captain Kodjo. So we already are negotiating that if people are deemed rebels and they want to stay with us, they can be free as well. Absolutely, I'm happy that you got this document up. So before I jump off, let's just discuss it real quick. Now, if you look at the red dotted line, that you see, that is Trelawney Town, what would be considered from old maps that we put back together, a rendition of what Trelawney Town as a precinct was, that encompass all of those lands. The blue line that you see is what the government of Jamaica has put as the new cockpit country, which is called the cockpit country protected area. You'll notice how much smaller it is than the black line. The black line is what you would consider the ring road of cockpit country, and it's not even a good map of it, but we accepted it during what was called the cockpit country truthing and boundary that was funded by the government of Jamaica and the EU through in the amount of 30 million US dollars, right? Whereby they were going around and putting down these yellow pegs with GPS locations in them so that they would be able to understand what cockpit country looks like. Now, our previous administrations, in terms of the Maroon Council, not necessarily the chief, as well as Chief Curry's uncle, and who was a deputy chief, Mary Rowe. Hear me say Mary, sorry, Curry, right? So I'm trying to remember something for a point to make sure I get it. He was very instrumental in ensuring that we understood why the Akongpong Town Maroons agreed to this black line that you saw. Not only was it being funded by the EU, that was a partner through the treaty, it gave us an understanding that there was now a defined territory, right? I don't know if you guys remember, when I started out, I was saying there are 4 things that you need to have to be able to, on the international stage, be able to make sure that you have solidified what you consider your statehood, or to exercise statehood. Would be a people, a defined territory, a government that you're exercising from that is constituted, and also the capacity to enter into relations with other nations. Akongpong, as I told you, have all 4. But you'll notice from this blue line that this blue line is giving up in the top right corner, where you see something say SML 173. That's where Naranda was. So I'm answering a question for you now, Patrick. These are what you call the special mining leases that were given out, right? And registered, but from 2018 or so all the way to now, right? Some of them were prospective mining leases. Some of them were special exclusive prospecting leases. Some of them have, converted into mining leases now that people are actually active on, right? You will notice that a lot of these mining leases breach the black line, what is known as cockpit country, that was paid for by the EU and the government. But because in the very last minute, it was announced by the Prime Minister. So while Akongpong and all the Maroons had agreed to the black line and everybody was okay with the black line, the Prime Minister came into Parliament in 2019 and announced the blue line, which shocked everybody, which was completely different, right? So these are some of the compounding issues. So in closing, to answer your question to the caller and to everybody, this map will show you that it's obviously more than 1,500 acres that the Maroons own. And we challenge anybody to take us to court, to take us into a debate, or anything regarding the, what us just owning 1,500 acres. That's absurd.
I want to play two quick videos regarding emancipation, because I really want to hear you talk about that particular subject. Let me
Yes.
remember this.
Yes.
So, but I have a question before I do that. The question is on provision 2. There's a provision 2. Yeah, provision 2, where it says that the said Captain Kodjo, the rest of his captains, adherents, and men shall forever hereafter in a perfect state of freedom and liberty, excepting those who have been taken by them or fled to them within 2 years last past.
Right.
Goes on to say if they're willing to return, so on and so forth.
Right.
What happened in 1740? If you had slaves who were not considered Maroons, but they were runaway slaves, and then they came into
well, most of those people would have been considered rebels, which goes to the 6th clause now, Rattigan, right?
So anything after 1738, were they automatically considered rebels, even if it's one?
We were considered rebels. We were, remember how the preamble started that we were out a war against his sovereign king, you know, at the time, because remember he was considering himself to be the king of Jamaica, the king of Ireland, the king of Scotland, right? So they looked at us as rebels. We won the war as quote unquote rebels against the crown, the rebellion against the crown. So anybody else after this treaty is being signed now between two governments, the Maroon government and the British government on the island, was now going to be deemed a rebel, just like the same fight that we put up for 84 years. So in clause 6, after clause 2 was dealing with directly that Britain had a problem. We had taken most of their free labor, right, and taken it away from them strategically, which now created a problem on the plantation because there's no workers now. Overheads are going to be higher, right? So they needed to bring back those people because they were now recognizing that not everybody was accepting that they could live in the cockpits. You understand? It was very harsh terrain, food, weather, you know, children and the women and everything, but they would have run away, obviously, for their lives in order to preserve their lives rather than live on a plantation. But us, our foreparents, thought about it and said, okay, if women and children are to go back, how are we going to guarantee that under Jamaicans' law, they're not going to be whipped? They're not going to have their fingers or whatever cut off or anything like that. We use clause 2 to negotiate that they would be able to go home and be indemnified. So they had diplomatic immunity, basically what we consider today, right? And if they didn't, if they didn't want to go to the plantation, they would stay with us and be in subjection to us. Clause 6 talked about anybody after the 2 years who will be considered a rebel. They would be able to subject themselves to Captain Kodjo as well.
All right. Before I play this video, just one quick question. And it's coming in again from a very strong supporter of the program and everything that we do over here. If the Maroons are autonomous and independent and have their own government in a compound, do they have the right to bear arms, create an army, and defend themselves if attacked?
Yes, the answer is yes. To the Maroons who are quite aware, they will be able to support this, right? And we know it again. Melvin Correa, as a deputy colonel, left a lot of this information for us, and some of the elders who are still alive remember this, that in a compound there was a vault that had guns there. There were guns in a compound at one time that the British knew about and all that, because there was a militia that is supposed to work with the Jamaican Defense Force in the event of any rebels or anything. But obviously, as the treaty was getting older, not being attended to on both sides, not saying it's dead, that's what they want to believe. You tell a lie over long enough, it may become true, right? But in this case, it not necessarily is true. Again, the treaty was reaffirmed just the other day. But what is happening is that those guns were actually taken away, Rattigan, right?
By whom?
By the government of Jamaica and the Jamaica Defense Force through various coercive tactics. If many people are not aware, a lot of things that happened since 1962 is that the Maroon towns were infiltrated, and certain colonels, chiefs were placed there, most of them with military or police backgrounds, or would be active police officers who work with the Jamaican government. Therefore, the interest of the Jamaican government was being tended to because they have an actual puppet that is sitting in the seat, right? So for a very long time, this is what happened. 3-4 years ago, the people of Akongpong decided this was not going to be their fate, and they pretty much put up a big fight to ensure that there was going to be an election called, which is why we do have Chief Richard Curry today and his administration today.
All right. Mr. Lisa look like she has sleep now. Lisa, I mean, believe me, Lisa, this is a history lesson we can't make past. So many people, I learned to, right? All right, good. Now, let me just put this. I'm going to play 2 emancipation remarks, statements, speeches, short speeches made by the leader of the opposition and one by the Prime Minister. And I want to get your take from it. And I also want to get the panelists. I want to get their take from it as well to see if we're in accord or if there's a disagreement. What is that disagreement and how we can resolve that? Hold on 1 second. Here we go.
Water before bed, balances blood sugar levels, and reverses type 2. Thousands.
My fellow Jamaicans, every year on August the 1st, we commemorate what many regard as the most significant milestone in our nation's history, Emancipation Day. This day holds profound meaning for us all, as we remember August the 1st, 1838, as a date which marked the end of a brutal and inhumane period of our history, after centuries of enslavement of our people. It is a day to reflect on the courageous and heroic journey of the many hundreds of thousands of our people who had endured unimaginable suffering. We pay tribute to their unwavering spirit, their unrelenting struggle for freedom, and their unshakable belief in a better future. While the abolition of slavery was a significant milestone, the vestiges of that period and colonialism continue to impact our society even today. It is manifest in prevailing attitudes and values about our self-image, our family structures, our society as a whole, how we deal with conflicts, and so much more. We must work together to address those lingering effects of the past, to dismantle systemic inequalities, and to create opportunities for all Jamaicans to thrive and achieve their hopes and dreams. Therefore, the struggle for freedom, equality, justice, and economic empowerment is not just a historical event. It is an ongoing journey for each generation. The struggle must continue as we build a more just and equitable Jamaica. It is through this struggle that we honor the memory of those, known and unknown, who fought and died as martyrs for the rights and freedoms we enjoy today, who resisted the chains of bondage with courage and determination. Our mission is to build a Jamaica where every citizen is emancipated from mental slavery and enjoys the full benefits of freedom, freedom from poverty and all its debilitating manifestations, freedom from discrimination, and freedom to achieve our fullest potential. As we embrace these noble aspirations, we also recognize our personal responsibility to be good citizens of this land, to love and care for each other, to treat each other with respect and uphold our laws, and to work for the common good of our national development. The cornerstone of our mission must be the unity and togetherness of our people, encapsulated in one love and directed by the grace and will of God. We will achieve that mission because we are a great, resourceful, and resilient people. Even in the face of challenges that persist, we have hope and determination. We are a nation of innovators, creators, and entrepreneurs. We are a people of unbounded energy and unwavering optimism. I commit myself to working diligently and steadfastly to address the injustices of our past and to build a better society for all Jamaicans, a future where every citizen has access to quality and affordable education and healthcare, and is prepared with the mindset and the skill set to be productive and to benefit from economic opportunities for wealth creation and self-advancement. Last month, our nation was rocked by the awesome power of Hurricane Beryl. Many parts of Jamaica were severely affected. Communities were disrupted. People lost their homes. Schools and vital infrastructure were damaged, and sadly, people lost their lives. Our spirit was challenged, and our resilience has been tested. Yet, in the face of adversity, we have stood together as the entire nation rose up in aid of our brothers and sisters who are affected. I will say more of this when I address you on Independence Day. Emancipation Day is a time for celebration. It is a time to celebrate our culture, our heritage, and the indomitable spirit of the Jamaican people. Our heritage is the priceless gift of our forefathers, an unending source of inspiration and unity as we walk the road of national development. As we celebrate Emancipation Day, let us recommit ourselves to this noble cause. May God bless you and keep you, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
All right. Now I'm going to play, it's only fair and fitting that I play this one.
Let me tell you a story of how Jamaica changed the world. By 1831, the system of forced labor, mainly through chattel slavery, would have existed in Jamaica and most of the other colonies in the Americas for close to 300 years. Almost all production of value in the colonies involved the use of forced and unpaid labor. This meant that all the profit and wealth created in the colonies, which went to enrich the European empires, whether from mining of gold nuggets, production of sugar, or domestic work, came from the subsidy that unpaid labor provided. To justify denying labor a share of the profits from production by not paying wages, the enslaved person was dehumanized and considered the property of the slave master. However, in the heart of our island, amidst the sugarcane fields and the oppressive weight of colonial rule, Sam Sharp emerged as a beacon of enlightenment, a Baptist deacon, a visionary, and a man of unwavering faith. He challenged the status quo on a fundamental and profound level. With his sermons, he elevated the minds of his fellow enslaved by showing them that Christianity did not justify slavery. In fact, slavery was inconsistent with Christianity. One could not be a Christian and be a slave or enslave another. Second, he demanded economic rights, organizing probably the first industrial action, as we term it today, in the form of a peaceful labor strike to secure a reasonable wage rate of half the going wage rate at the time. The enslaved workers swore an oath to stay away from work until their demands were met by the plantation owners. What began as passive resistance became a full-fledged rebellion. It echoed across plantations, villages, and hearts. The winds of change carried more than whispers. They carried the flames of rebellion. The Baptist War, as it became to be known, erupted in 1831 and became the largest slave uprising in the British West Indies. Sam Sharp's vision was more than securing personal freedom. It demanded economic justice. He understood freedom also meant the power to control resources and engage in meaningful and rewarding production. The rebellion was brutally put down, and Sam Sharp was hanged on May 23rd, 1832. As the rebellion echoed through the hills and across the Caribbean Sea and beyond, it reverberated in the British Parliament. Not only was the rebellion a wake-up call to the precarious and fragile state of the colony and a harbinger of more rebellions to come, it was also used by abolitionists as the perfect example of the brutality and immorality of slavery. By the time of the Sam Sharp Rebellion, the Industrial Revolution was well underway. Technological advances and the development of free market ideas and principles inevitably came into conflict with planter interest. The profits from sugar were artificially created by slave labor, and the production of slave economies could be more efficiently done by industrial economies, which would mean lower prices to the British consumers. Sam Sharp's rebellion therefore showed that slavery as an economic system was no longer viable. Finally, the cries of the oppressed could no longer be ignored. In 1833, the Slavery Abolition Act was passed, a seismic shift that shattered the chains binding millions. Jamaica stood at the forefront, a testament to courage and resilience. Full emancipation was finally achieved at midnight on July 31st, 1838. And so, on this day, so hallowed in our history, we gather as one people to commemorate the unconquerable spirit of our ancestors, the brave souls who broke the chains, who dared to dream of freedom, and who ignited a flame that would forever change the course of history. Today, we raise our voices in jubilation. We honor Sam Sharp, whose sacrifice ignited a revolution. We remember his famous words in a letter to the British Parliament. He said, "I would rather die upon yonder gallows than live in slavery." We remember the countless souls who toiled, suffered, and yearned for a dawn of liberty. Their legacy courses through our veins, urging us to build a Jamaica where justice flows like our rivers, where equality blooms like our tropical flowers. We cannot afford to rest on our laurels. The struggle for justice persists with the lessons of history still echoing in our lives today. It is crucial that we continue to advocate for reparations, but we do not wait on it. We must use our freedom to build our own wealth and secure our economic independence. Every child who celebrates freedom today must be taught that their joy is built upon the courage and sacrifices of those who fought for freedom and for the right to be able to use our God-given talent and energy for our sustainable economic gain. So together, we honor our past, shape our future, and march towards our glorious shared destiny as a proud and free people ignited with purpose. Happy Emancipation Day, Jamaica.
All right. Which honor there.
I'm right here, man.
You know, I just want to start off the question and answer period by saying this. People must understand that freedom doesn't only mean a sense of you know, just a sense of freeness, a sense of doing whatever you want to do without
being subjected to the whims and caprices and the instructions of certain people, within, of course, the construct of the law. But freedom also means that you're free to be dumb. Freedom. And I hope people understand this, because a lot of us in Jamaica, we are actually practicing our ability to be free, to be dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope you understand that the history lesson that we're getting tonight is a far cry from what we've been force-fed. This is an eye-opener.
Yeah, man.
You said, I know. The purpose of this also is that people can use this as a learning experience to go back and look at this videotape and understand from whence we came. And this will hopefully give them insight into where we should be going. Because it cannot be that a government that is there to protect, to serve, to care, to comfort, to provide for all the people in the country can turn around and say, "Me not give them no services over there." So we're not sending ministries and agencies and whatever. We're not sending no resources over there. So that cruel. To me, that is worthy of a Magnitsky report, because that is a violation of human rights. Now, let me turn it over to you, sir. What do you think about those two videos? Because I hear two distinct messages.
Yes.
So,
yes.
I mean,
Definitely.
two different messages.
Yeah, man, definitely two different distinct messages. I have taken notice that continuously every emancipation, the government makes these very fancy pronouncements with the videos and stuff, kind of showing the history of slavery and all that, and talking about emancipation. But let's be factual with scholarship, right? No emotions, right? He used terms as unconquerable people. Yet you didn't fight for that free, quote unquote, freedom. You were granted it along with the rest of the colonial states and the Commonwealth when the colonial state decided to shift a system. And what was the shift in the system? Because most people don't know this and they don't look to the Emancipation Proclamation. They actually don't even read it and read the laws that came into Jamaica after Emancipation Proclamation. Emancipation Proclamation was a changing of the guard, whereby the people, the slave owners, yes, were freeing slaves from the way they were legally able to hold slaves into what it was now called apprenticeship, right? And if anybody goes and look at Governor Sligo at that time, in 1834, I believe it was Governor Sligo of Jamaica, he made a statement and said, "You are now being prepared for apprenticeship, so that you will be able to learn what freedom may be, what may be in the future." You understand? That apprenticeship made you have to work 45 hours a week for your former slave master, which is basically a new form of slavery. This is what actually a job is. What we do today as a job and a 40-hour work week was conceived as the Emancipation Proclamation. This is what created free markets and capitalism, and a new form of slavery was moving from your hand into your mind. But most people can't put together the logics at all. They can't, they don't do it because they're not working from facts. They're working from emotion. They're not working from history and law. They're working from what somebody passed on to them in a WhatsApp group, and they're just regurgitating nonsense. And most people who are just fearful of what we're discussing here, Rattigan, Patrick, Dr. Ben, and Herb, they are going to put up a living fight to the very end to preserve what they believe is theirs, and it's not theirs. You have descendants from other countries coming to Jamaica even after 1962 that have found themselves in the government, that are standing on what they believe is some form of law or something that gives them Jamaica more than the first people of Jamaica that predate them going back to 1738. And this is a major problem, and the country needs to look at this as a problem, because most of you are listening to me out there, out of the 3 million odd people on the island, most of you are Maroons, and you just don't know, right? but you're being told to hate the Maroons and hate the Maroon legacy, and that we're trying to split the island and it's us. No, 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 no. It's not us that is trying to split the island. It's another group of people that are trying to confuse the Jamaican populace and the diaspora, that we somehow, Chief Curry and his administration, are trying to create a separation and divide. And they're moving like this new tagline, One Jamaica, right? How can you move on in the future of Jamaica without the actual original remnants of the culture and the people carrying that culture with them? 1962 Emancipation Proclamation, and then 1962 cannot be the history of Jamaica. How do you start the history of Jamaica saying that we beg for our freedom? Beg, we never fight. That's what you want to go out there and tell the world. Great, great Jamaica that we stand on and brand Jamaica with beg feet. We're just like everybody else. He heard what he said it in his speech. Just like Abraham Lincoln at the time, he did an Emancipation Proclamation as the president of the United States before he was assassinated. He freed the slaves, and because of the whole situation with the North and South in the United States of owning slaves, they ended up assassinating him because it was a problem now, because most people were losing their money. Hence why reparation is still not paid to quote unquote black people, but money was given to the slave owners. People are not putting it together. It's similar to the Haiti situation, where after Dutty Bookman and everybody went and secured Haiti, guess what? Haiti decided not to cut a treaty like Jamaica, like the Maroons, with our experiment. They went with a different experiment and said, let's get rid of the Europeans altogether. Look at what Haiti is suffering from now, from that decision. No, and I'm not saying that they deserve it. Right? The people fought for it and they deserve it. It's Maroons as well. But we're looking at our Maroon brothers and sisters over there who Jamaica is saying that they're not taking them in, which is a human rights violation in itself already, right? Sending back refugees to a war-stricken country, right? Back on a boat that, however you're getting them back, right? It's not right. One. Two is that Haiti ended up having to pay France for that decision to kick them out, right? It's the same way it works for reparations. The money that had to be given in reparations went directly to the slave masters and the plantations for freeing the people that you are saying you are emancipated from slavery. The money went to the plantation owners for every single chattel property you own. In context, if I was to teach a child, for the people that are listening, it's simple. If I own, let's say I own, I don't know, a factory, and somebody's coming in and say, I want to buy everything on your conveyor belt system, right? You're going to say, okay, you can't just tell the person you can, you're going to take the building, but not take the machinery. You're going to take everything, right? This is what the plantation owners did. They're saying that if you're going to take everything from us, meaning the chattel property, everything, and all together, no more plantation system, you have to create a whole new system, and that whole new system was called apprenticeship. So I am sorry, Rattigan, and I'm sorry, Jamaica, to my other Jamaican family and friends. I cannot subscribe to just emancipation. As a true Jamaican who knows his history, who carries his birthright, right, very proudly, as a patriot of this island, because I am a true patriot. Chief Richard Curry is a true patriot. You gentlemen here are true patriots because you're standing on what is right. You're standing on the law. You're standing on principle. You're standing on culture. Whoever is not doing that, and we use ourselves as a measuring stick, Rattigan, right? If nobody is not talking like us, or leading the people in a direction to find the information for them to do their own discernment. We don't want nobody follow it. We want you to follow the information and go and do your own discernment. We already believe in the concept of less is more, right? Not saying that we're trying to push out anybody, but we understand that you have to know self first, And that if we have a circle moving, it is easier to move with a core set of people that are completely together, that understand the vision and the mission together, than to try and spread our wings to a totality of people. And then those same people in history will realize they killed Malcolm X, they killed Martin Luther King, they killed many other people, right, who are saying that they were giving up their lives selflessly in the aim of trying to educate Black people, educate African people, educate Indigenous people. So, you know, the message that is being spun on both sides, there is the opposition leader, and, you know, I saw Lisa Hanna recognize Nani of the Maroons, right, in the sense that she was doing a little pronouncement. If anybody go and check her social media, she did something to kind of signal that she was remembering the Maroons. And Rattigan, I want to point this out to you. Did you find this curious yourself? And everybody on the panel, actually. Do you find this curious that Nani of the Maroons, who they said did not want to sign the treaty and wanted to fight to the very end for a free island similar to Haiti, right? How is she a national hero of the British crown? Because the British is the head of state. So how does Nani of the Maroons, who is known as a freedom fighter, who is known in history, as it's being said, that to say that she wanted to fight some more when the treaty was being signed? That is what's being said out of the Windward Maroons, such as Moortown. How does she end up on the money, the currency, and as a national hero of the British crown system? It is something to this day us as Maroons are still trying to figure out, because Nani is before Emancipation Proclamation. So you see the confusion in the history and the literature, Rattigan. You see, it's like it's being made up as they go and as they want it.
Yeah. Let me ask you one quick question. I just need a quick answer, and then I want to bring in Patrick. Bring in Patrick with his historical perspective on the Emancipation Act, as well as anything else he'd like to raise. I know that MP Bobby Montague submitted or tried to table a bill in Parliament making Taki a national hero. Are you aware of it? And if you are, where's the position of that bill right now?
Yeah, I am aware of that bill. I'm not sure where it has reached in the House or the Senate. You know, we have kept Akompong has kept quiet on it. We obviously are just monitoring that situation. The reason being is because, for some reason, we believe it's because the British, as they would want to continue the divide and rule, somehow are telling people that Akompong is the reason for Taki's death, right? That we are the ones who captured him and turned him over and all of that. And that is working to the benefit of the Jamaican government, obviously, because of the history of Taki and people having the sentiment and the sympathy of that culture, that they want to now capture him just like they did with Nani and make him a national hero as well, and then blame Akompong for that. So again, you know, enemy creator, you know, good cop, bad cop.
All right. Patrick, come in. This is a resident historian. I know he's here, and we just played 2 videos, and you heard his comments on both videos. Plus, we've been discussing the treaty of 1738. Give us a perspective, please.
Yeah. First of all, as was correctly stated, you know, it's 2 distinctly different speeches. Let me start there. But to focus more on the statement of the Prime Minister, I would want to say, first of all, that we have to understand what emancipation really is. Emancipation is not a declaration, all right? Because when they say they free the slaves, it don't mean that freedom is immediate. It's a process. Furthermore, one of the things which history has taught us more than anything else, right, when it comes to dealing with the colonialists, when it comes to dealing with slave owners and all of that, is that they are relentless. And I'll use this example to demonstrate that. When the decision was made to free the slaves, basically what the decision was, in essence, is to turn the slaves off the plantation. Because them being on the plantation, being owned as slaves, means that the slave owner is responsible for their welfare, for their well-being and everything. Right? Because they are enslaved. They don't work for a salary or anything like that. So they have to be fed. There's an economic responsibility on the part of the slave owner to the slave to feed them and sustain them. So their idea is by freeing them, they have relieved themselves of that responsibility. But at the same time, in freeing them, it means that they have nowhere to go. They don't own land. The only landowners are the slave owners. And it means that they have nowhere to go but back to the very plantation itself. And this is where they become what the term they like to use is tenant farmers, where they work and they work and they work to sustain themselves, and they are sustaining themselves is working to pay to the plantation owner. So on top of everything now, they become even more indebted without any kind of compensation.
Correct.
So this is the first thing that needs to be understood when we think of emancipation. It means at the same time, in today's context, when they talk about how far we have come and what's happening and so on, the process continues in that emancipation means that you're still toiling to this day, no kind of reparation, no kind of compensation in any way.
Correct.
Right? And you remain a slave.
Correct.
An economic slave to the slave owner. What we see happening in the process of all of that too, particularly under a government like the current Jamaican government, is you're seeing a new political class emerging, right? Where it is spurning new landowners, new capitalists, right? In the form of what we're seeing with the very Prime Minister and his wife, right? And many of his cabinet colleagues and parliamentarians, right? Where they are just fattening their nests. There's no emancipation there. Emancipation is a process, and that process is yet to begin.
Correct.
I'll go further. When they speak of independence, that too is a process. Because independence means self-determination. Where is the self-determination? Where is it? The self-determination means, first of all, reparation. It has to address reparation.
Yeah.
Because it means a new beginning. It means beginning to the end of the colonial system and beginning of a new system.
Correct.
So we are yet to see that. Mark Golding's speech, on the other hand, offers some hope. But in offering that hope, there's still a lot of blurriness. There's still no clarity in terms of what's being offered, in terms of where we need to go, in terms of what we need to do, in terms of what is our role. So there's a whole lot that needs to be dissected and really start the real conversation of emancipation and what it means. Until we settle that, we can't move anywhere forward.
I agree.
All right, Patrick.
I agree.
Let me bring in some more of the panelists. Thanks for those insightful remarks. Herb, when I hear from you for a while.
Not hearing you, Herb.
Herb, we can't hear you.
Not hearing you, Herb. Okay, give me difficult.
Deal with the technological.
I think he's muted.
We bring in Dr. Ben.
Yeah, come on. It's a whole lot, and I think I'm really happy to have Anu on the show tonight, and I think that Anu, you may need to come back because yes, the propaganda machine is out there, and I don't think a compound has done enough to rebuff or to rebut the what's out there, the narrative that's out there, and in helping to galvanize yourself. I mean to galvanize the government.
Yeah, man.
Education has to be done to allow persons to understand the narrative, the perspective from the side of the Maroons.
Yeah. Because
a lot of people, a lot has been said. I mean, you spoke. I mean, volumes tonight. It has helped to put a lot into perspective from it, because one of the things that people ask is, and you spoke to it tonight about the Maroons being able to defend themselves. Now I understand how the Maroon who were a small militia lost their weapons and are now perceived. If they were to have weapons, they are now perceived as a gang.
Correct.
Yeah, because so we understand the process, and now with a government in place who is trying to reclaim the Maroon status of self-governance and legitimacy, that is now being seen as a gangster trying to mobilize his force, and that is so much. I'd love you to speak. I recently was I spent some time, because I'm here in Portland,
right,
and I went up into Moortown, Millbank, that era, and these are areas that were areas where Maroons settled. I mean, Moortown is just a little bit below Millbank. Right. And these were lands considered to be controlled by Maroons. I was there recently, and I don't know if people understand what happens here in Jamaica, but while I was there, I saw the forestry department controlling these lands. By the way, some of these lands, I've seen diagrams showing me that a large percentage of these lands were lands given to soldiers in World War II. I saw over 500 5-acre and 4-acre properties that were given to persons. That was Maroon land. Now ended up being lands controlled by the forestry department. Many people don't know, and I know many people don't know the big business that forestry is involved in, where they get huge grants to plant trees. And I was there just so that you come. Let me tell you what I experienced when I was there. I was there for about 2 months. I was living in a tent in the hills of Maroon territory for 2 months. No light, no water, living like that. And I found that because these Maroons were very simple people. I was told, this was what I was told by the Maroons that were there, that agents from the forestry department came in and paid them lots of money to plant trees. So they told them that, listen, these lands are now forestry territory. And they went in, they paid them a lot of money, and because these people are so simple, all they do is plant and look wild hog. That's what I saw when I went there. They lived off selling renter, because they hunt yam right around the clock, and they sell wild hog. So this is how they live. So these persons from forestry came in and said that this is now government land, and they gave them money at the time, which to them was good. And then after a period of time, when they planted out the trees, they now told them that now that the trees are planted on the land, it's now forestry land. They have nowhere to farm. So they were the ones involved in planting the trees, not knowing that they were putting themselves out. And so I'm just thinking, using this model, if the forestry had its way, isn't this what they would have done to all of what is considered to be Maroon territory? And now these lands are now claimed as government lands. And when you go into these territories, because Maroons were there, it meant that they were ackee tree. It meant they were breadfruit. It meant that they were pear. It meant that a lot of the forests consisted of trees that were also sources of food. All of these trees have been removed and they have been replaced by trees that is now lumber. So if these people are now hungry, they no longer had trees that they could eat from. But I want you to maybe share with me, is, do you have any knowledge of this plan of taking away more land from Maroons under the disguise of forestry lands?
Yeah, man, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Ben, for bringing up. That's a very crucial point, and it highlights one of the big issues that recently just happened the other day, right? So it is known in Maroon territory, not just Akongpong, but across the vast Maroon communities, both in Windward and the Leeward, that the forestry department for a number of years has been going around and planting like pine trees and various other trees, not fruit trees as you would have mentioned, Dr. Ben. And it's important to know what these trees are doing. These trees are going to be earmarked for something called carbon credits. And this is how, through the forestry department, through the government of Jamaica, they're laying claim to the lands that they're planting up these new trees on, right? So it is a coercive tactic that belongs to the colonial system, that, it looks very naive at first in a sense, but it is coming with a major crutch in the back end, especially if you don't have a strong Maroon administration. You're going to find yourself having various evidences of claim against your territory or lands, such as what we just mentioned as the forestry department. I want to go back, since we're now talking about land and land rights and stuff. I want to kind of go back a second to reparations, right? Important to know, other than not us, meaning Maroons, but people in general, if you subscribe to the emancipation portion of history and you're saying, yes, this is where I'm starting my history from, in terms of not being a slave, right? In terms of emancipation, apprenticeship was the new status. It's a status game, right? So apprenticeship is the new status, and apprenticeship didn't give you no land ownership rights. I challenge anybody to go look at the Emancipation Proclamation for Jamaica by the governor, right? And go and look at every other document that came out behind that. It states unequivocally that the slaves that were freed during emancipation during emancipation could not own land. They did not own land. There were serfs still, right? So if we look at 1834 all the way to now, right? If you look on what is called a warranty deed, you'll still see the word tenant, right? Because you don't actually truly in the status of what you are as a subject of the king, because the king is the head of state. You cannot legally own a lodial title where you can exempt yourself from paying property tax underneath the crown. These are the things that Akongpong and most of the Maroons throughout cockpit country can boast about, is because we did not start our history from emancipation. We predate our history prior to that, so we don't belong to the status of apprenticeship or serfdom, right? We belong to a core history of a freedom that has already existed prior to that, where we will take what people want to describe as autonomy or, you know, limited rights, but you get to do is we'll go ahead, whatever you want to class it as. We'll just be in our corner knowing that we actually have complete freedom from a system that has actually been created for another set of our family members. And no matter how much we sound their bang and try to warn people, you know what today is, Dr. Ben, in this era, and Herb and Patrick and Rattigan, we are witnessing nothing new under the sun, where the Maroons are once again trying to take people off the plantation and bring you into a free society, or try to communicate with the government of Jamaica to say, hey guys, you are now our brothers and sisters. We're not talking to the British anymore. Let's talk as free people together, and let's find out how everybody can be encompassed under one document moving forward and creating a free Jamaica and settling the island once for all. So this concept of one Jamaica and all of these things that they want, we can somehow find that without leaving out anybody, right? Unfortunately, as we've been discussing, the heirs to the plantocracy since 1962 and their cousins who have ventured over since 1962 and infiltrated the government system that was given to them, they're hell-bent for the sovereignty of that the Maroons were able to gain in 1738. They want it so bad that they will deceive the people. They will tell the people that you need to be labor right or jail or PMP. They'll tell the people that you must hate the Maroons. They'll tell the people that the Maroons captured them and put them into slavery, right? And there's no context behind it other than just a divide and conquer. But hopefully, Dr. Ben, that the people will take some of this history that we're partaking tonight, and maybe some others that we continue to do with the media machine, as you're saying, to counter their narrative. Hopefully, but you can beat a dead horse, them say.
Yeah, but I think about it because, again, as I said, I spent some time in Maroon territory.
Yeah.
I knew Chief Curry. I met Chief Curry after what I went through.
Right.
Because I was staying in these lands, and we were constantly bombarded by forestry agents who came to tell us that we had to come off the land.
Right.
And I saw it as such an injustice. I didn't see anybody standing up for them. I saw people on because what happened was that they were supposed to be given a 2 miles buffer zone from the residential area, in other words, where people lived, to where the trees were planted. There should have been a 2-mile buffer, because people would live and they would plant in close proximity to where they lived. And I'm telling you, I saw this. I saw people living, and there was not even 200 feet from where they started planting trees. And these were persons, because when I went to this area in Millbank, these people lived. I got up in the morning, I got up in my tent, and I saw these young men with what was called their junga going to hunt wild hog with their pack of dogs. I saw them with their farming tools, and I realized that this is how these people have lived for over 200 years. They didn't know any other way to live. This is how they lived, and they were being told that they could no longer plant and grow food within as close as 200 miles from where they were living. And I saw no leadership. I saw nobody there standing up for them. And what I saw was a template and a model of how, if given the opportunity, listen to me now, I saw a template and a model of how, if given the opportunity, a government will take away and displace people without thinking about them. When I was in the cockpit, I saw scientists from abroad. I saw a wisdom, because these people were so in tune with nature. The wisdom that they had, the love and the respect that they had for the rivers, the love and the respect that they had for all the land. And I was saying that these people valued and respected the land because this is how they lived. We are being taught that somewhere like the forestry, you're planting trees, you're not living, you have no direct impact from planting these trees, and you are branding or postulating yourself as if you care more about the environment than these people that live directly in that setting and have a vested benefit from any damage or any damage done to that society. No. And I went and I started to do research, and I realized that this is, so when I met Chief Corey and I met him, I said, my gosh, this is a man who is actually policing not only for himself but for his people. This is a man, and I realized that to stand with him and to stand with his government is not just to stand with him, it's to stand for yourself. Because as I said to you, the template, when I looked on the land, Rattigan, when I looked on some of the lands, because I went on, there's a site called Eland, Jamaica, and I looked at the multiple splinter titles that was even given, let us quote unquote, that was even given to World War II vets. So if it is that these splinter titles these lands were given to World War II vets and they didn't take it up, then it should have passed on to their families. How did it end up in the coffers of the forestry department? How did it end up there? And why isn't anybody talking about this? So when you go there, you will see the lands, and if you still go on Eland, Jamaica, and look at these lands, you will see the person in whose name the titles were granted. Some of these family members are still alive. Some of them don't have a piece of land to even set their foot on. How did these land end up into the forest department? And what people don't know is that this system, let me put it that way, this system creates ways how to get money into who they want to get it to. And one of the ways is through what we call donor agencies. So we have these donor agencies that are set up to pilferate billions of dollars to persons, but they have to meet certain criteria. So the more land you have is the more trees that you can plant. The more trees that you plant is the more you can increase your funding proposal for more money every year, because these donor agencies have billions of dollars to give away.
You know what, Dr. Ben, you have to let the people know too, it's not any type of tree, it's trees that they own the intellectual property to. So you have to see the word intellectual property being planted on your property.
Yes.
That now removes your ownership from the limited rights that you already had. You see,
so this is at the root. Yeah. So what happened? Quick step. This is at the Rattigan. I would love for you. Maybe I'd love for you to get images of those lands.
We can't get. We can't get.
Yeah, because when people see us talking, they don't understand that we're not talking about the legacy of Maroons. We're talking about the legacy of Jamaicans. Based on what you just said and based on what Patrick just said.
Yes.
From the outset, Jamaica's independence was not in the best interest of the populace. It was not in the best interest of us. So we don't think that we are going trying to represent us because they love us and they want to take care of us. We need to understand that a road is only deemed fixable if it is a road to an area where attraction site is.
Dr. Ben.
All right. Hold on a second. Hold on. Can anybody? You can't hear me? Everybody can hear me, right?
No, I can hear you.
All right, good. All right. Here's what I forgot to do. Now I forgot to play because I know you definitely have to come back, because
I forgot.
You're never going to teach class, Ratty. You're never going to teach class.
Yeah, time fly, but we can just play this one tribute.
I will come back, man. Guaranteed, Ratty. Guaranteed.
We can just play this one
tribute
to another Maroon. And then we'll come back. Hold on a second. Here we go. Hold on.
Welcome to National Heroes Park. See over here, Marcus Garvey. It's buried. I'm heading down to Nanny. Hopefully, National Heroes. One of the things that always struck me about Jamaica's history is how much we have not understood the value of our people in that history. Imagine a woman who was a tactician, a military leader in the 1700s who decided that she was not going to trust the British and she was going to lead a war against the British for her freedom, a woman. And Nanny of the Maroons decided to not only lead a group of persons called Maroons, but she walked from the east in Portland, from the Blue Mountains, all the way to Pudgeo in a compound. So for those of you who have been to the Blue Mountains and you've been to a compound in St. Elizabeth, you know that it's not an easy deed. Imagine doing that when the British had soldiers, cane fields, and she got there. And she was the woman who led the first Maroon War. So much so that literally the British had to negotiate with her and give the Maroons freedom 100 years before full freedom. That's a very special, courageous, tenacious woman. And there is a spirit about the Jamaican, and that spirit comes from our history. We can't celebrate as women in Jamaica, really, without saying, big up Nanny, because all of us, whether we like it or not, are really a part of who we are, to your strength, your memory, your activity, your rebel spirit, your fighting spirit, right? Anywhere you are, consider it. You're strong in all of us.
When I want like zero no smoke, it go go no cool head for stone.
Yeah, me have to play that one if a big up Nanny. All right. Now we have to kind of put this to a close for now. Just for now. Because I know I'm telling you, I was told, let me get you up on the big screen here. I was told that you were only available for half hour, and I was prepared for just half hour. Half hour gone.
Yeah. No, let me tell you, Ratty, let me tell you, I'm actually traveling, right? Based on what has happened and all of that, we're trying to make sure that we get our things together as Maroons, you know. And I, at the time when I was telling, you know, our assistant who helps us very well, people in the camp, I said at the time, boy, I think I only have 30 to 45 minutes. But the truth is, in a Rattigan, I said to myself, if I ever, the day I come on your show, I know it's not no 30, 45 minute business. I know, say, we're going to get deep and going to be we're going to be talking about this in multiple
Well, I know. So Candy Marks right on the thing, because we are trying to cut the show from 10 hours to 5 hours. Originally the show was a 2-hour show, you know, then it went to 5, and then it gone to like 9, 10, 11. So you look at Candy Marks put another thing. Rattigan, I don't know where you get this idea that you can end your show at 8 p.m.
No, it is, let me tell you, it is a blessing, and I really appreciate it. I was actually about to tell you that I'm going to run to get some dinner, you know, and all of that too. But it is definitely a pleasure. Ratty and brothers, Dr. Ben, Patrick, Herb, I'm here. If you invite me, I am more than grateful to come to your platform with all of you lovely gentlemen, you know, esteemed gentlemen. To be able to speak to our people, because it's very important. We are at a very important mile marker in history. I believe the alarm bell has gone off for a number of the intellectuals, a number of the middle class, and a number of the people who they believe have no idea what's going on. You know, they say God is, you know, and our ancestors will go and touch the meek and those who they believe have no education before they give it to the richest man and the smartest man, you know. And I believe we're touching the hearts of the people right now, because it is a bit too confusing, Rattigan, what's going on. You know, nothing really is making sense anymore with what is happening in terms of the current leadership. So please let me know whenever I can partake again, and I will definitely try to make the carve the time out. And thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all.
Well, I tell you what, I'll tell you the blessings, my brethren. It was our pleasure and our privilege to have you here, and we look forward to your return.
And Chief Corey sends his regards to each and every one of you, just so you know, you hear? And I'm sure I'm warming up the platform for Chief.
Ambassador, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize earlier. I don't know what happened to my sound.
No,
but listen, I noted that Chief Corey made a statement that he would gladly be the support element to ensure Jamaica's food security.
Yes.
All right. And I think that is very distinct and very important, because Jamaica, really and truly, the people don't have no food security.
No.
During the COVID, there's a lot of people that had issues.
Mm-hmm.
And they never got that 25,000 or 10,000, whatever it was that they were promised.
Right.
All right. So what has he done in terms of planting? Right. And is he working with the forestry department in that regard?
Mm-hmm.
Or is he doing it on his own, of planting food that could supply villages and towns in need?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, man. So yeah, for some time now, Chief Corey and the admin has been definitely, from day one, we've been invested into agriculture. most of the agriculture that has been going on for the last couple of years has been more for the town, right? Ourselves, to be sustainable. As you know, if anybody knows a Kongpong and how 45 minutes or 40 minutes to Santa Cruz and those various places, so to have to always go to a supermarket and stock up to go back up to the hill is not always feasible, especially if you don't have enough, cars and buses running that route all the time. So we've been growing food for the internal community for quite some time. What we're doing now, Chief has started a number of projects. We've been working with the USAID on what is called a spice project, where we're doing pimento, turmeric, and ginger. That project has started in its pilot form and has moved on. We're also looking at an 8 to 10 acre project where we're doing, mixed crops. We already have yam that is planted, dasheen that is planted, most ground provisions, banana. There's breadfruit. There's a lot. To be honest with you, a Kongpong cannot starve, right? The Maroons cannot starve. So what do? We already have a template where we want to carbon copy that. Why? It's very important to note whenever you have big rains or storms, or like, let's say there was a massive tropical storm that came one time. I remember when all of the lettuce was wiped out, all the onions and all of that. We weren't affected at all. We could have actually started going to market and bringing stuff, which we did in the local side of St. Elizabeth. But imagine now if we had the investment of Jamaica that believes in this project, right? And we are able to bring people in for these investments and things, right? In terms of boosting economics, it will not only give sustainability, the protection of our food security and a food bank for Jamaica, but it will boost the GDP, because we wouldn't have to keep doing importing. We'll begin to start having enough for ourselves and begin to start exporting, right? But that's for another topic and another day.
I got you. Thanks. Thanks for your response.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Ratty.
Right. Respect, Ratty.
All right. Take care, Red.
Boss. Yeah, man. Respect. Gentlemen. Esteemed gentlemen. Blessings and respect.
Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, Dr. Ben, we might have. It look like we might have to do our thing, but you're regular. You know what I'm saying?
What happened to your lady, Ratty?
Yeah, she's here. She's still here. I'm gonna bring her on.
All right.
Yeah, she's still here, man. Her name is Lisa Ann White, and she has a very sad story to tell. And Lisa, before I bring her, I wanna apologize to you for waiting as long as you did. Now, and I want to thank you for waiting. And I mean, you understand the importance of the broadcast tonight. Yeah. And hold on. Let me bring you on here.
Enjoyed it.
All right, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Miss Lisa White. Lisa has a very heart-wrenching story to tell us. And I see we have over 1,200 devices still logged on to the program. And I'm sure there'll be many more watching it after the broadcast is over. So, Lisa, what I'd like you to do is just go ahead and take your time, tell us your story, and we will go from there.
Okay, so my name is Lisa Ann White. My only son, Jamar Lance Payfair, he lives in St. James, Leety. On March 11, 2024, my grandson called me about around 2 o'clock, said my son is not breathing. Actually, I didn't even pick up the call because it was like 2 o'clock. I talk to my son every day, every night, every minute. So I already spoke to him. Someone was like, "Oh, Jamar." But when it was my grandson, I realized I was like, something wrong. So he said, "Jamar not breathing, my daddy not breathing." So I said, "What?" I didn't even take the call. I listened to the voicemail. So anyway, I tried to call back. When I called back, I heard that Jamar is dead. So I said, what are you talking about? His girlfriend was in the hospital. His cousin, Mr. Moore, take him to the hospital and said he's dead. I still don't have a straight story how my son died. The only person that gave me a straight story was my grandson. He's 8 years old. He said, Mommy woke me up. When I look into Daddy's mouth was black and Daddy was dead. That's what my 8-year-old grandson said. The other gentleman from next door, he told us that he went to call Miss Sylvie, that's Jamar's grandmother, and said, you don't say that your grandson is dead in the house. Now, Sharon, that's Jamar's girlfriend, Mr. Moore, that's a police officer in charge of the Anchovy Police Department. He's the head of the department. He and whoever take Jamar and took him to the hospital. When he got to the hospital, he was already dead. Come to find out, Sharon said, she had to go give a statement. So I said to her, did anybody come and look at Jamar's body or anybody come and investigate how Jamar died? She said, no. She went to the police station and she gave a statement to Mr. S. Walker. Mr. S. Walker took the report at the station, did not come to the house, did not do an investigation, did not see my son's body. Because when I asked, she said no. It continued. I keep on asking, when is the autopsy? When is the autopsy? Autopsy finally done on the 4/27. I was there for the autopsy. When the autopsy is done, they said the autopsy is inconclusive. So they're going to take some substance from his stomach and they're going to send it to test it. I said, okay. I came back. They said I can go ahead and bury him. I happened to bury Jamar 5/26. I buried Jamar on 5/26. After the burial, the funeral happens and everything. I came back to the United States. Coming back to the United States, I never stopped calling to find out who have the specimen, what is going to happen. I asked Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore said he doesn't the specimen is sent to the lab. That's what he told me. I said, okay. I said, how long is it going to take for me to get a result? He said 3 months time. I said, okay. I still calling because I'm a mother. It's my only child. My child never sick. I still calling. I still pressing the issue because I need closure. The kids, I have to be thinking about 2 grandkids. So at the same time, I have to be thinking about how these 2 grandkids are feeling. If I'm feeling so bad, their father was like the caregiver for them. Everywhere you see Jamar, you see the 2 kids. So my thing is, I can just imagine how they're feeling and they don't have the support that they need to actually get through this crisis. So I'm trying to get my part of my life situated that I could get their part situated. So after calling around, I call iPro. When I call iPro in
What's
June.
iPro?
iPro is like investigation of the police report something another office. That's where if you have like a problem with the police officer or anybody in the police force is doing anything, you can call them and they launch an investigation into the matter. Okay. So I've been digging and I've been searching and I've been trying to find who to call or what to do. Because I'm not going to just sit down like this because I have to get information from here. So when I call iPro, the first time when I called, the lady said she called down by Anchovy Police Department. She spoke to somebody and they said, the specimen is not going to ready till 3 months. After she gave that information, I got news that Sharon's statement was, why am I calling around trying to make trouble to find out who killed Jamar or Jamar died? So I said, I'm his mother. I have to call. If nobody's going to call, I have to call. That's my job. So anyway, I didn't pay that no mind. I went ahead and I called back on July. I called back on July. I have it in my book, July about 23rd, 24th. And this lady put me onto her supervisor, Miss Campbell, very rude, very disrespectful. I have her on tape and everything. Oh, why you calling? I already told you it's 3 months. And I told you got to wait. And I said, you're not listening to me. I just called down by the police station and I spoke to Mr. Williams, Sergeant Williams, and he said the specimen did not take to the forensic lab because the Mr. Walker forgets. That's the first time on the 23rd of June. I know that the specimen did not go, and the specimen, they forget to take the specimen. So my head raised, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. So I kept calling. So I called her. Then I spoke to Miss Combs. That day I called everybody in the police department in Jamaica. I called everybody until I could get a call. Spoke to Miss Combs. Miss Combs took the matter in her hand, and she said, this is just not feasible. She just can't tell her that. He forget. I went and called another Mr. Brown, Mrs. Brown. Mrs. Brown tell me that she's going to check into it. I never heard from her. I called Mr. Walker on the 24th. Mr. Walker said, I have too much work. I forgot, and I did not take it. I said to him, I said, excuse me? He said, that's what I said. I said, I forgot, and I did not take it. I said, who is in charge of you? Your senior. He said, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore is my son cousin. He could take information to Sharon because they live in the same yard, but he did not remember to take my son, make sure that his officer took my son's specimen. It's just not right to me. Okay. I tried to speak to Mrs. Combs. Mrs. Combs said, she's going to call there because Mr. Walker said he was going to take it on the 26th. That's a Friday. She said, no. He have to take it on the Thursday. So happened to below, he took it on the Thursday. When he took it on the Thursday, they said it's not going to be ready until 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time is going to be the 16th of August. There has been no investigation done on my son's body, how he dead. He never have a sickness. He never been sick. Everybody is just saying one story to another. Sharon not giving me the right story because Sharon said she was ironing at 2 o'clock in the morning and she heard Jamar drop off the bed, and then she give you another story. Oh, Jamar kill himself. Not only that, Sharon already have Jamar cousin move into the house that Jamar was living, the house that I built for my son. She already have his cousin living in there, our family. Nobody used to come to that house when my son was alive. Everybody is there right now. My son was about to get through to come to America. His paperwork just started to file. And all of a sudden, my son just disappear. And I'm supposed to just sit here and don't do nothing. I cannot, because I have to get closure, and I'm going to do what I have to do to get closure. So here I am. I even called the Prime Minister. I left a message on his voice message. I gave him, I left my number. He didn't respond to me. I called iPro. They didn't respond to me. I'll send a letter. One letter they respond to all my family, all my friends. A lot of people don't know Jamar in America, but they know of me calling his name every day at work. Every day my son called me 3-4 times on the phone with me. And you're telling me that I'm supposed to just live without him now and don't know how he died? I am sorry. Nobody answer my letters that I'm sending out. Nobody wants to speak to me anymore because they said, oh, it's like they don't know what to say to me because I'm asking question, how this officer is still working, how this officer is still taking my son's specimen to the lab. I said to them, I said, can we get somebody else? They said, no, he have to complete his job. I don't know. I know a little bit about law. Ask me about nursing. I can tell you about nursing, but ask me about a little bit of law. I don't think he was supposed to even touch my son's specimen again. I don't know what he have done with it. I don't know where it was kept. I don't know nothing about nothing. I have to just right now take what they are giving me. And I am at a dead end and I'm kind of stuck. I called the radio station. I think its name was JCF, and he said to me, he said, you need a lawyer. So I am so speechless. I don't know what to say. And people are just going on living their life. His father is a no good because he lived down there and I can't ask him to do nothing. I asked him to do a DNA because my son had suspicion that one of the kids probably is not his from Sharon. She gave me a lot of pushback. I tried to get the DNA again and she don't want to get the DNA. So if, the 2 kids are stuck there and she cannot maintain them and she want me to still maintain them and still take care of them. And I don't know if one of the kids is her. And she can't give me no information about how my son died. And according to what she said, she wanted to get the death certificate because I'm tying up her business because she need to collect whatever money she need to collect. And as far as she told me, I bury my son, and she said, oh, she never have no insurance on him. So I don't know what's going on. There's too much story lying around.
I wish Isat was. So, you've gone to the complaint department.
All of them. I wrote all of them. I send letter. I send you the letter that I sent them. My nephew, my sister, my cousin, my niece that's a doctor, my other niece that's in the army. We all sending out letter saying pleading for justice for Jamar. They don't answer. One letter they answer from my friend and say they're gonna look in the matter, and they never answer neither my letter either. We all send out email.
How about the police commissioner? Have you sent him a letter?
We send a letter to them too. We send everybody. I have all of them that I write down here. I even sent to this lady, Paula Llewellyn. I think yes, she is with the office of commissioner, overseer of police. I sent her a letter too. She didn't answer.
How about the Minister of National Security, Dr. Chan?
Yes, I did send them a letter.
And you've sent letters to all of these people and
nobody answer. I sent letter. My nephew.
Did you mail it to them, or was it courier?
Email. Everybody email I have. And who don't have email, they have WhatsApp. So I email it and I WhatsApp it to them.
And you've also tried to call them and nobody.
And I try to call everybody and they're not answering. Nobody picking up in their office.
When are you going back to Jamaica?
Personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I'm going back to Jamaica. One reason why, for my safety, I don't think I want to go back there. Because they were upset that I did not come to my son night. I can't even get into the story because my son's funeral was a total mess because Sharon and her friend came there and turned up their body towards my sister, cursed out the pastor just because the pastor did not give them the pink paper and gave it to me. My son do not live that life. My son is a peaceful person. And it's so sad to way how they treated my son's body. I didn't even get the chance to even look at my son's body because when I turn around and look at him, he was black like a piece of a twerp and looked like a 90-year-old man. So I'm like, that's not my son. My son he's a young person and he looked younger. He was a 35-year-old male and he looked younger. He looked like he was like 18 years old.
So is it your belief that your son was poisoned?
My strong belief.
Now, if he was poisoned, right? The a forensic pathologist,
toxicology, yeah,
needed to do the examine the organs, the tissues, the fluids, right? And you're telling me that they did the autopsy and they did examine his organs, his tissues. The fluids is only to identify the signs of poisoning, but so them examining his organs and his tissues, because the blood runs through all those organs.
Yep.
Toxicology tests are performed on blood, urine, and other samples to detect specific substances.
They said it's inconclusive at the autopsy. They didn't tell me that it was poison. But from what my grandson said, his mouth looked black. And the way how they describe it, and when they said he kind of gasped right here and he was frothing through his mouth. And the grandson told me that it was on the ground. And then he said, oh, mommy threw water on it. She didn't tell me that she threw water on him. She didn't tell me that.
Well,
my grandson told me that.
From what you described to me, it seems like a poisoning, right? And they can go back and collect samples from his his clothing and personal belongings.
They wash everything, sir, and paint the house.
Wow, they're doing a cleanup job.
Thank you. All the numbers that my son used to speak to me that day, they erase everything out the phone. My son spoke to my nephew at about 8:30, and my son died about 2:00. They erased everything out the phone. I have the phone, but they erased. And when I asked, I said, "Who erased these stuff?" Because that was the last thing I spoke to my. He left a message. He was like, "Oh, mom, I'm spending time with my kids. This is what you do. Spend time with your family. You know, I'm just taking the kids to the." Very happy, very happy. And I'm like, okay, I have that. And then when the time I ready to actually play it, when I was in my grief, I couldn't find it. I said, Sharon, what happened to it? She said, oh, Lamar, delete them. That's a little boy. I said, oh, he's just going to delete everything that happened on the 11th and the 10th. I said, that don't sound right.
Well, they have the investigators been to the location where your son died?
Never.
Well, they need to go there and they need to assess whatever they can see inside the house to figure out what could have been used to poison him.
It's been 4 months. March, April, May, June, July, August. It's 6 months now. They wash all his clothes. They paint out the house.
Sounds like a cover-up.
And it's all because Mr. Moore, mother takes care of my two grandsons. And bear in mind, my son stated many times before that they don't like him because my son really, keep to himself, and he will just sometimes, just try to keep him, because I always tell him, I try to keep to yourself because you don't know who is who. He stated that they didn't like him. I just so ironic that Mr. Moore was there when he died. Mr. Moore take him to the hospital. It's just so ironic. Mr. Moore police station the body is. Mr. Moore officer forget to carry the specimen.
He didn't forget to carry it. He just neglected.
That's what he told me. He said he had too much work to do.
You think that Mr. Moore himself would want to know what happened?
To his cousin, that's what I'm saying. But every time I call, he take it to either to the mother or to Sharon, and he tell them that I call and trying to find out stuff about Jamar dead. It's my only son. I got nothing else to do. Nothing.
Lisa, here's the thing, right?
Mr. Moore is a police officer?
Yes, he's head of the department, Anchovy.
It would appear to me as if there is some, not appear. It is a domestic dispute, and there are some things going on here, and the police apparently they don't want to be involved, or they're not getting involved, and it's frustrating for you as a mother. It's your only child. It's your only child, right? Where did this happen?
Yes.
Anchovy, you say?
Yes, Anchovy police station.
Okay.
What parish is that?
Excuse St. James.
Okay.
So, Doc, let me ask you your professional opinion. Somebody is dead and the mouth is black and the person's complexion has changed completely and the person has aged. What does that suggest to you in your opinion?
Come on, that definitely sounds like poisoning. Definitely sounds like poisoning.
No. So you're still waiting on the toxicology report, right?
Yes, I am.
And
the 16th of August is supposed to come through.
All right. You get this toxicology report. Let's look ahead. You get this toxicology report, and it says cause of death, poisoning. Where do you go from there?
I need to get a lawyer.
Okay.
I need foot on the ground. If I don't get no foot on the ground, I can't do nothing from here.
You need more than just a lawyer. You need an investigator as well.
You know, the funny thing, I tried to get an investigator because my husband is in the army. So he tried to get an investigator. His friend introduced him to one. And we went and we talk about it and we talk about it. And he said, okay, he's going to call us back. After we spoke to him in Jamaica couple days before the funeral, he said to us that, more drop the ball, man. And that's the last time we heard from him. He did not say no. He didn't call us. We called him. He didn't respond. So it's either because he is a higher rank than this guy, that's why he doesn't want to take the case, or he doesn't want to look into it.
Well, it's not so much that that a higher rank. If you tell me your son lived with Mr. Moore, then I would be suspicious that Moore didn't even look a second look to ensure that this thing was moving the way it should.
Thank you.
Right? And so if you suspect that Mr. Moore might have been involved in covering up a poisoning, you may want to make a statement to Indicom and have Indicom take up your cause.
I think I did call Indicom too. I did send them a letter. Nobody responding to me. That's the problem.
So,
all right, but here's what I suggest you do, right? Because this is heartbreaking, as it should be. Wait until you get the toxicology report.
Okay.
She's not gonna get it right. They're stalling. Right?
Yes, they are.
They're stalling and they're covering things up.
Yeah, because even the toxicology office, there's somebody know Mr. Moore. And the same lady that was cursing me out, there's something going on. They're stalling it and they're covering each other. So right now, I can't do nothing. I have to get somebody to really push it to get what I need to get. And know, the funny thing is uncle, before he left Jamaica, because he came for the funeral, he said, oh, they're not going to find nothing because it takes too long to test. Who knows that?
No. It takes 2 weeks poison in the system to even begin to dissipate. So if it's
is it a private person you hired?
I did not, because I was like, okay, because he had a bike and he dropped off of the bike. So I was like, oh, he probably have a clot but I was just thinking he probably had a heart attack because he was going through a lot of stress because his grandmother's sick, because he was taking care of his grandmother with the 2 kids. So I was like, oh, he probably going through a lot of stuff. That's why he probably have a heart attack. So I was like, you know what? He probably just have a heart attack because he's going through stress.
Listen to the question, Lisa. I'm asking you, who's the pathologist?
I don't know who did the pathologist. I was just there because there's nobody give you information about nothing.
Was it a government person or a private person?
A government.
And because normally that takes a long time if it's a government.
Yes, because I got it back because I kept calling. I got it back for them. They were going to do it on the 27th.
All right, here's what we're going to do. There's and in fact, I was going to give you the name of a gentleman, and somebody mentioned his name in the chat. Do you see the chat? You see the chat?
I can't see the chat.
All right. Here's what will happen. I will send you the name and the number of somebody that you can talk to.
Thank you.
With that person.
Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your time. It's a heartbreaking situation. Listening to you guys talking, about all the stuff that happened into Jamaica and, the culture and everything. I remember, I'm 53 years old and I keep talking every day. I was like, Jamaica was so nice, growing up and everything. And it's like they just take away everything, just corruption. And it's so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, look, we agree with you. And we'll certainly keep in our prayers. And I'll when we get off, I'll send you the name of the person tonight.
All right, thank you.
Person you tell him I suggested that you give him a call.
All right, thank you very much. I think I did call him, I sent him a message, but he didn't answer.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Ratty, I was thinking she could write to that U.S. ambassador down there in Jamaica.
Did you reach out to anyone at the embassy?
I called, but I did not send a letter. But if I know who to send, I love my pen and my paper.
Well, it would be the U.S. ambassador asking him to detail the HSI investigators to reach out and check out the case to see why it's being stalled. So it's just a matter of writing a letter.
U.S. ambassador, I'll Google it.
Yeah, the U.S. ambassador, and what if you need help on the letter, let me know.
Okay, I could send it to you and you could take a look at
Okay,
it.
all right. Ratty has your number?
Yes, he does. Thank you.
You have her number.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So Ratty, you can send her my number, or she can just send the letter to you.
He has the letter. I sent it to Mr. Rattigan already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
All right. But I think Ambassador Nick Perry, thank you, Jocelyn. Ambassador Nick Perry would have an interest. His brother is a detective in the JCF.
Okay.
And, you know, he probably could reach out and check it out himself. But he has a set of about 30 investigators in the Homeland Security Investigations Office.
Okay.
Since you're a U.S. citizen, you can say, well, your son, who you've been, you know, did your son ever come up to the U.S.?
Yes, he was here before and they sent him back. He had to go back.
Okay, but he didn't have no papers.
No, but I filed for him. I filed his paper and he was get his fingerprint and everything and getting ready to come back up.
Okay, so you say that to the ambassador. You tell him all of that, and that somebody in you believe somebody poisoned him before he had a chance to leave Jamaica, and that the police, and name the police officer down there, is stalling and refusing to get the toxicology report out. Right?
My question is that that toxicology is any good? Does they store it in a good place?
Well, that's a good question. They should have it in a refrigerator or something because it's fluid. But they whoever did the autopsy should have taken tissue samples, and that should have been sent off. Okay, they're testing tissue as well as fluid.
But Herb, also notably, isn't it normal
I
the
can't hear you
procedure
very
that,
well, Patrick.
huh? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, isn't it a normal procedure for samples to go immediately to the relevant, forensic
Testing lab, right? Now,
it's not supposed to be lingering anywhere. It's not supposed to divert anywhere.
That's
right. It's not supposed to divert anywhere. And if they have the sample still, it's supposed to be stored properly, right? So that it does not deteriorate. Okay?
But my question is, the police officer supposed to take it? Because that's what they told me. They said Mr. S. Walker is going to take it. Why he has to angle the sample?
Whoever collects the sample.
Can find out what the proper procedure is. But if you turn it over to the ambassador and ask him to ask HSI to investigate, then he can do just that.
Okay.
An HSI investigation would let you know if the proper procedures were followed. Because they have to ask all those questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You gotta bring the heat. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah,
Bring
I'm
the heat
trying.
on top of them.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
And the fact is, once you bring that heat and they start jumping around, if they have tampered with the evidence or gotten rid of evidence, that will come out. Right?
Okay.
And this guy who your son lived with, he is gonna have a lot to answer for because he's done very little to assist his son, even in death.
Yeah. But my grandson said, "You don't see daddy dead. Why did he move the body? He's 8 years old and he know that he's dead. I'm a nurse. You test first before you move the body.
Yeah.
You don't just move the body. You're a police officer. You're supposed to know that."
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tampered with the scene.
So we'll go from there.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Your program is very good. I will definitely come back on.
All right. There you go. There you go.
I really learn a lot.
There you go. That's what we try to do around here. We try to.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thank you, gentlemen. You have a good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, you take care.
And that's rough, but that's it's sad though when we get something like this and we have to say, well, it's just Jamaica. That's the state of affairs, It shouldn't be, but
yeah,
it's terrible. Yeah. Well, I sent her name.
What
do a good job.
What seems clear though is that seemingly it's something that similar things have happened before. And that's why this guy's name more, comes up like that. It's not the first time.
Right.
Yeah, this is just complete slackness. And the fact that this guy knows him, he lived with him, and he did not ensure a proper process. And he keeps reporting to who he report to is wife or girlfriend every time she calls, right? What the hell is going on?
It's funny because some questions are being asked in the chat and they're very pertinent questions, and some statements like Barrington said, we're talking about a lab, but he said, where in Jamaica going to find a lab like that? I think they do. Barrington.
They have regional labs.
And then Joycelyn said the police shouldn't have taken the samples. His job is to be present when the identification is made. Keon said they may have to exhume the body and take hair and bone sample. That's true. There's another one. Yeah, this one got to me when she said the policeman said that I'm too busy.
Not too much work. Yeah. Well, I really, if he's involved and he's tampered with evidence, then in the I'm going to have to deal with him.
Right.
That's the indication that it's the norm.
But then what's going to happen is that it's going to be his word against hers unless it's taped. Or a witness who can say, yeah.
Well, you're supposed to have a chain of custody where people sign for stuff.
Yes.
Sign for the evidence, right? Because this is a possible murder investigation.
That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But we know that chain of custody is like something that's it's theoretical in Jamaica and it's foreign in its application.
Yeah.
They they're supposed to do it, but they don't do it. So and the cases have been thrown out of court simply because there was a break.
In the chain of custody.
Yeah.
Well, let's see who get caught with the shots down around the ankle.
Yeah, and Ratty, just to add, I think that with all of what she has said, in defense of Mr. Moore, in his defense, if it was to go to the court, his lawyer would have a pretty good case to argue on his behalf, since there are so many protocols that weren't observed, so many steps that weren't followed. I mean, in terms of pinning a murder or something like that on him, I think, he would have a very strong case because, poison, so many things, so many protocols were not followed. That would really weaken a case against him. So worst case scenario is that, it would be another long drawn out case that maybe would not bear any fruit as it relates to justice on behalf of this lady's son.
Right. Let me just say to the 1181 are the souls still with us after 7 and 3/4 hours. That I really, I'm speaking on behalf of the panel as well. We really, really appreciate your patience,
and your support. We were planning to end this program because right now the producers, they might kill me. They must send me a message and say, don't, because we're at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
But, we got overtaken by some significant events and we just couldn't let them go. We just have to just follow them. So, but starting next week, not this coming Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, we're planning to have a second program.
Yes.
Wednesday night, where we can. It won't be as structured as this, so people can call in, we can talk, we can spend it. It will be for 2 hours, but it won't be as structured as this. This is going to get more structured as we go forward. Like I said, they gave me a program, like it's a programming sheet here, and I mean it's very nice. They tell me what videos to play and who's coming on and a whole bunch of things. It's all drafted for me. This is gonna make me sound like a real broadcaster now, because I mean, big up my programming crew on yourself, big up on yourself. Thanks for it. And I'm made tough to, because it takes me a million times to understand the things and what them said to me, but them give me good guidance, and if you don't see me go down on the phone sometimes, that them I said to me, say, hey, go left, go right, go straight, so. But I'm learning, because I did something tonight and somebody said to me, Rattigan, big man, our Kevin I do it. Well, let me just inform everybody that Kevin left after the first hour because there's a reggae show and he's one of the engineers. There's a reggae show.
What time is that, Ratty? Because I saw somebody in the chat just to remember the reggae show. What time is that and where is it going to be? For those who want to.
It's at midnight on it's about an hour and 15 minutes from hour and 15 minutes from now. Wow. And then I'll tune in, You have to tune in, Doc. You have to tune in.
I'm gonna do that tonight. I just want to apologize because for the whole month, for this whole of this month, it was started out with internet issues, and then because of my religious obligations, I couldn't just come on from 3 o'clock as I would want to, but that ends next week. So all being well, I'll be able to. I like the structure that have. So I'll definitely work with that structure. If I need to be structured, then let me know. So
here's the thing, Doc. Here's the thing. You have two bites at the apple. It's if you
Wednesday.
There's Wednesday, right?
All right.
Somebody just said Wednesday Bible studies night. So Taya, you have to talk to the
producer.
You have to talk to the producers then because Thursday I think is too close to Saturday.
Yes.
It's kind of a little bit too
weekend.
Yeah, for some of the issues them for ripen. So I think Wednesday is the sweet spot.
Midweek,
yeah. So we'll see that. So again, this was an interesting night because I learned so much from Anu. I mean, I want to thank him in his absence. I learned a hell of a lot from him, and I mean, the man is deep. He's analytical. He's intelligent. Man, sharp as a tack.
Very knowledgeable.
Very knowledgeable. Very knowledgeable. So I can't wait for him to come back, and I hope when he comes back, and we can have Chief Curry on as well, and Isat as well, because then that's gonna be a really, really special treat for everyone involved and everyone watching. But no, let me just go around the room and just want to tell Patrick thanks before I make him in remarks. But I just want to tell him thanks for coming on such short notice and spend the time with us and really dig into the historical perspective of the Maroon community and the emancipation event and everything associated with that. So Patrick, give us some words before you shut down.
Yeah, good program. Thanks for inviting me. And I try to keep it concise because I know the time factor, and then dealing with the topics that we're dealing with, there are so many other things connected to it.
Cool.
But I didn't want to get into all of that, so I tried to, as much as possible, stay on topic and be brief. But that too come with its challenges.
Right.
And looking forward to the continuation of the discussion.
Right. Let me just somebody ask about the Wednesday night show. It's not this coming Wednesday. It's gonna be the Wednesday 2 Wednesdays from now. It will be 2 Wednesdays from. So next week, Saturday, I'll be giving you more details about it. And then after that, then, you can tune in. So, Patrick, thanks again for coming on. And, we'll link up tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Ben.
So it was good to be on. It very, very, very stimulating discussion. As I've said to you in the past, that what I would wish that you do is, I don't know, well, the producer is just to create clips from a lengthy segment like tonight, where it's easily digestible by persons who just want to watch that block. But very, very and as I said, it would be good to have Anu and even Chief Curry. The narrative that is out there is very one-sided, and I don't have to question if what he's saying is true, because guess what? You hear sense when you hear it. It makes a lot of sense what they're saying, and so very wonderful program. And apart from tonight, overall, the word in the street out there is that Jamaica needed there's a pressure bus pipe, and this is really an outlet. This is really an outlet for many persons who are frustrated. For example, case in point, the lady tonight, that amount of pressure, that amount of anguish that she's going through, I'm sure tonight was a vent for her to just let off some steam. And there are many persons like that who are watching, where to them, Rees with Rattigan is that vent to prevent many pipes from being burst. So I'm happy to be a part of that. I know I was supposed to be talking about gut health, but if I get the chance, I wanted to deviate the talk to talk a little bit about an area in not now, but when I do get the chance. Mary Sequel. I always say that traditional medicine is the forgotten portion of the Jamaican culture, and it has played such an important role. Without the traditional medicine, none of us would have been here. And so that's what I wanted to talk about. This heroine, this lady that has contributed so much to medicine and to Jamaican medicine. And the fact that she's just on the back burner, the language is put on the front stool, the music, the food, and persons like her and what she has done. It's remarkable how there is not enough being done to showcase that. But as I said, we're still in the month of August, and I want to carve some time out in just talking about what she has done and what we have learned from her, and the role that she has played in contributing to the advancement of the human race.
Not a problem, my brother. This is your place. So,
I think you're muted.
You even say if you get that chance. When you come on the next time, this is what I'm going to do. You don't need no chance around here. You have the key. So
all right.
You're good. You're good. Let me just remind people again, we're coming out with a promo for the protest in New York on Friday, August 30th. It will be ready, so it will be in full swing by midweek. You'll see it. It will be played on all of the bloggers, their programs, and then on Saturday we'll play it again several times, because we need the support. We need you out there this Friday, August 30th, from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. The last time we had a great turnout considering the weather. Even if the weather was great, we still had a good turnout. And we expect even more people this time because, like Doc said, the pressure is on and pressure bus pipe. So, but we're not asking for bus up anybody still, but figuratively, come out and make we have a good time in terms of raising our voices against crime, corruption, bad healthcare, poor healthcare, dilapidated housing, and so on and so forth. We know what the issues are. And this time around, what we're going to do as well, we're going to have a segment where we ask people in the audience to come up and express themselves. So if you feel like you have something to say, you don't have to wait for us to say it or give it to us. You can come up and grab the mic and say it yourself. This is about people expressing themselves about
the inaction or the actions of the government that we believe to be not in the best interest of the people. So, all right, Herb.
Yeah, you have some folks begging because Wednesday night apparently is a popular night for Bible study.
Yes.
So I see them say,
So I know they can't be studying the Bible all night long. So I have to figure out what time they're studying and then, go after or go before. Well, actually go after.
Okay. Well, it depends on what time we start.
Right.
Yeah. But in any case, it was unfortunate to hear a sad story like this lady tonight. And that's why we started this whole program in the first place, because the corrupt practices that occur on the island, and nobody face them down. Nobody says anything about it. Nobody really does anything about it. And in spite of the fact that you've got Indicom there that investigates the police and stuff, we sometimes forget that we are U.S. citizens and that we can ask the ambassador to do an investigation or to monitor an investigation and to force them to do the right thing, right? And that's what we need to do. Just like tonight, talking with the FBI guys, the key is if they're U.S. citizens, regardless of how much money is in that account, if it's your grandfather's money and them rip your grandfather off, and you tell and them say, well, what's the source of the fund? The fund, he worked all his life and save his money, and he's getting ripped off. People need to call HSI in Jamaica and get these complaints in there and make sure they're doing an investigation. Investigate these investigators, because everything that I've seen has led to them removing computers, and it sounds like one big cover-up is underway. And look how long Kroll been there. Kroll has done other investigations within the Caribbean. They seem like they are go-to guys, and that they do the job not in the people who've been offended or been taken advantage of interests, but in the interest of the government.
Right.
So the bottom line is, we got to find out where's this report of the investigation that Kroll did, and read it and see where it comes up short. I also would love to be able to see that KPMG report that was done that caused the Prime Minister to have to move his account out of SSL. So there's so many things that needs to happen when we look back at the law enforcement and who is enforcing the law, right? It all comes back to who? The DPP.
Right.
The DPP for SSL, the DPP for all other investigations, and the DPP for this death of this young man down in St. James. So if you don't have a DPP that is proactive and on the job and doing her job, what do you have? You have somebody who is a filler item, filling up the space with the hope that the other corrupt DPP will be back someday. And I hope that never happens.
Yeah.
And if we have anything to say or do about it, I think we have done quite a bit. And we don't have any responses from the paperwork that we have submitted to try and make sure they do the right thing and keep her out of office. But again, folks, you folks in the chat, you've been great. You're highly intelligent, and you know, good to be associated with you all. And panel, you have been good. Ratty, blessings to you and to the stuff we've been doing to keep us going. Glad to see the Maroons on, because man, they do light up the place and they do educate us. And I did not know I could be moved by information like I was hearing tonight. Pat,
Yep.
you all right?
All right.
Well, yeah, let me just... I'm hanging in there. Hanging in there.
All right, good. Dr. Ben, be well.
Let me just say thanks to everyone. First and foremost, people in the chat and the people watching from home, the bar, markets, wherever you are. Thanks for your continued support. You make us what we are. And every time I hear about a story like what Dr. Ben just related to me, it gives me more impetus to do even better and try even harder, because I know I'm making an impact. I'm reaching out to the people that I should be reaching out to. And even people who really don't even care about the message, they're getting it anyway, particularly government officials. But I want to thank Amanda, Billy Van, and Steve Coker for joining us tonight. We didn't have Gamal. Gamal was involved in an accident. And Nate, I think Nate had to go somewhere. But even so, with the four of us, we had and I added it up, we had 103 years of FBI investigative experience. So you're talking about a lot of experience. And Amanda was willing to go to Jamaica to help fight the crime. Billy, and you heard him say it today, is willing to come, he's willing to go and do whatever necessary to help the people of Jamaica. So hopefully, the call will come, and I'm sure they will go. Herb, big up yourself. Thanks as usual for coming on and providing invaluable insights. Patrick, again, thank you for coming on such short notice and providing that historical perspective. Dr. Ben, as always, my brother, a pleasure. Want to thank Anu and Natalie for making the arrangements to have Anu present. And, big shout out to Anu for staying way past the 30 minutes allotted for him to be with us. And that's how our program is going great, and the conversation is good and the company is good. When somebody says we're coming for only 30 minutes and then they're there 2-3 hours later, they're still there, can't pull themselves away. So I know, big up yourself. Want to say big shout out to our ambassadors, our volunteers as they call them, but they're really ambassadors for a whole bunch of reasons. In fact, we're getting ambassadors now for different ministries, and they will be responsible for researching what goes on in that particular ministry and feed that information up, so that we're going to be very, very structured. And when we talk now, we're not going to hit just pure facts, because we have people who specialize in a certain area, and so they've taken on certain ministries. So we're going to have a whole bunch of information. Also, want to thank my producers. It's the first time I'm working with them on this thing, and it's for me. I know we've gone way past the 8 o'clock hour, but it was well worth it, and I hope you guys will forgive me. We'll try and condense the time the next time around. Even though we have some people in the chat room saying that no, you can't do it for 5 hours. We need more than that. So people, please tune in tomorrow. Waterhouse Vibes at 4 o'clock New York time. Wayne Lonesome at 7 o'clock New York time. And don't forget, start making your preparations. August 30th, Friday, August 30th, from 9 to 3, we'll be protesting across the street from the Jamaican consulate on 2nd Avenue and right at the corner of 41st Street. More details to come, but you have the date, you have the time. Rain or shine, or sunshine, or moonshine, if we should have an eclipse or something like that, we are going to be there. I want to be out there now with numbers, because the police, they said to me, listen, the last time, we were expecting 200 people and we got more than 300. So now they said, we're going to give you enough spot so you can get we're going to give you
room on the other side, so you can get about 600 people. So, folks, we have to come out. We're going to take every single spot that they've given us. And we probably won't even need a microphone or a sound system because we're going to be shouting at the top of our lungs. So until then, until tomorrow, actually, take care of yourself. Be well. Brethren, I'm going to big up on yourself here.
Right.
So.
Blessings.
All right.
Right.
Take care. All right.